Chapter 132. I see. Deputy Minister Feng lowered his head, a cunning glint in his eyes. I can't guarantee that. You saw Major General Hua's temper just now. He's a soldier, not a diplomat, nor a member of the Secret Service. He really has no obligation to attend a reception. Gu Yanran was disappointed. Forget it then. I really admire a young officer like Major General Hua. I originally wanted to set up a special military charity fund in your country, specifically for the compensation of soldiers who died in the line of duty and their families. Deputy Minister Feng's eyes lit up. He removed the pipe from his mouth. Didn't you say you wanted to transfer half of your assets to our country? Then this charity fund? This charity fund is one of the projects that the Gu Corporation is currently discussing. Gu Yanran smiled and added, Actually, we don't have to set up this charity fund in your country. There are many people from other countries who are interested. Although she was only 24 years old, she was very good at business and hit the nail on the head. Deputy Minister Feng found that he couldn't refuse Gu Yanran's conditions again, but he was still clear-headed and rational. He couldn't make the decision on this matter. Don't worry, Miss Gu. I'll make sure to pass on this to my superiors and see what they think. The 3-day International Extraordinary Women's Awards Conference had come to an end. The last day was the closing ceremony and reception. Apart from the delegates and organizers, there were also prominent figures from all walks of life in the Huaxia Empire. Only the elites were able to get tickets. Even the new spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bai Shuang, had come all the way from the imperial capital to attend the closing ceremony and reception. She was also a special guest at the International Extraordinary Women's Awards Conference. Not long ago, the Huaxia Empire's delegation had unexpectedly made a beautiful comeback at the International Telecommunications Conference. They had easily resolved a major international incident that was on the brink of failure, seized the opportunity to open up the Nandus system to the global market, and dug a huge pit for the arrogant Americans to fall into. Unfortunately, the Americans had pushed Xian Xingao out in the end to save face. The 6th Military Region, led by Hua Xiaoheng, had achieved an unexpected success on their first expedition to Europe. It had also truly made the 6th Military Region famous in the Huaxiao Imperial Military. At least in the entire Huaxia Empire, there was no longer any opposition to the establishment of the 6th Military Region. And the one who gained the most from the whole incident was Bai Shuang, the spokesperson of the delegation on the stage. After she returned to China, she was immediately promoted from the first secretary of the embassy in Austria to the deputy director of the information department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, becoming the new spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. As the fastest promoted female official in the Huaxia imperial government, Bai Shuang was also recognized by the International Extraordinary Women Award Conference. The closing ceremony was in the afternoon, and the cocktail party was in the evening. When Bai Shuang came to the banquet, she was only wearing a light gray suit dress with simple lines. The tailoring was very fitting. It was handmade by an old tailor in the capital and was comparable to the custom-made versions of international famous brands. The female politicians of other countries who attended the meeting all recognized Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang, the new spokesperson of the Huaxiao Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, had made a name for herself with her witty remarks at the International Telecommunications Conference. She had already become a role model for countless feminists around the world. Bai Shuang held a glass of champagne and chatted cheerfully with these female politicians. She was very frank and generous. The reception was held in the hall on the 2nd floor of the exhibition center. Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangzi stood on the balcony that extended from the hall on the 2nd floor of the reception. They had no interest in listening to the chatter of the women. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't wearing his military uniform. Instead, he was wearing a luxurious black casual suit. The buttons on his chest were unbuttoned, revealing a white iron-free Egyptian cotton shirt underneath. His sleeves were rolled up, and his matching trousers were straight. He held a cigarette between his fingers as he leaned against the balcony railing, lost in thought. Zhao Liangzi was also wearing a light blue casual suit, white trousers, and a white t-shirt. He appeared more casual than Hua Xiaoheng and made his handsome features look even more charming. He also held a cigarette between his fingers. As he smoked, he looked down at his phone. Brother Zay, what are you doing? It was past 7 in the morning on Gun Yinji's side. She had just gone up to go jogging. When she came back, she swiped open her phone and saw that Zhao Yangza had sent her a text message asking how she had been recently. Gun Yinji immediately happily texted Zhao Yangza. Zhao Yangza received Gun Yinji's reply and looked at his watch in surprise. According to the time difference, it was only past 7 in the morning on Gun Yinji's side, and it was Saturday there. Why was she up so early on the weekend? Zhao Yangza replied. At the reception, as he spoke, he looked at Hua Xiaoheng, who was leaning against the balcony railing and silently smoking. He added, Hua Xiao is also there. Gun Yinji's interest was immediately piqued. She pestered Zhao Yangza to watch the live broadcast. Zhao Yangza couldn't help but snicker. He replied, What's there to watch? A bunch of women chattering like hundreds of ducks. Puffed, Brother Zay, if you talk like that, those people will fight you to the death. Gun Yinji kept begging him. Besides, I don't want to watch those women. Just let me see Uncle Hua. Zhao Yangza was about to refuse when Deputy Minister Yin from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs walked out and grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Come, Mr. Hua. Someone's looking for you. Come quickly. Hua Xiaoheng had been forced to attend this reception by the highest-ranking military officer of the empire. He was a soldier. Even if he was asked to dance, he would do anything as long as it was a military mission, much less attend reception. He was willing to do anything to win. It wouldn't be the first time he had resorted to unscrupulous means, but it was completely impossible for him to put on a smile and go along with the flow. He followed Deputy Minister Yin expressionlessly to the reception hall. They passed through circles of chatting people and arrived at a corner of the hall. Bai Shuang turned around and smiled at Hua Xiaoheng. Chief, we meet again. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Secretary Bai. Deputy Minister Yin smiled. She's no longer Secretary Bai. Bai Shuang is now the youngest spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She has a bright future ahead of her. Congratulations. Hua Xiaoheng nodded. Bai Shuang was very excited and quickly said, Please don't say that, Chief. I really want to thank you and your Secretary Zhao this time. Hua Xiaoheng watched as the cigarette in his hand was thrown into the trash can in the corner. He reached out to take a glass of red wine from a passing waiter's tray and gestured to Bai Shuang. Cheers! Zhao Yangza was alone on the balcony and finally agreed to Gun Yinji's request. He turned on a video call and pointed it in Hua Xiaoheng's direction in the hall. From the other end of the hall, Gu Yanran, wearing a pear white Chanel summer dress suit, was also led by Deputy Minister Feng to Hua Xiaoheng and Bai Shuang. Gun Yinji held the phone and saw two beautiful women standing on Hua Xiaoheng's left and right through the video call that Zhao Yangza showed her. She knew one of them. She was the spokesperson for the conference, Bai Shuang. She didn't know the other one, but she was beautiful and was a rare beauty. Gun Yinji's eyes quickly scanned the two women and stopped on Hua Xiaoheng. Unfortunately, from Zhao Yangza's angle, she could only see Hua Xiaoheng's back. But just seeing his back was enough to make her eyes light up and want to lick the screen. At that moment, Bai Shuang was recalling the most nerve-wracking part of the conference to Hua Xiaoheng. When I heard the Americans announce that they had cracked the password, my whole body went cold. I didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, it was you who helped me. The text message that your subordinate, Secretary Zhao, sent to me solved my urgent problem. It was the third watch. Okay, it was the last day of July. If you have a monthly vote, cast it. If you don't, it will be invalid. Also, I forgot to count the recommendation votes. If you don't have any more votes for this month, then remember to vote for the Major General for the month of August tomorrow. Oh, intersectioners for intersection, oh. Chapter 133. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes flashed as he recalled the sharp words that had turned the situation around. Gun Yinji, who was as obedient as a kitten in front of him, actually had such a cunning and clever side. He put one hand in his trouser pocket and raised his glass with the other. It was rare for him to be humorous. So you're blaming me? Hua Xiaoheng tilted his head, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. His face, which had always been cold and frightening, was now smiling. Deep laughter came from his chest with an irresistible magnetism. His face which was so handsome that it made people despair, suddenly felt as if he had been saved from a desperate situation. Although the smile was fleeting, Gu Nianji saw it through the video call. Hua Xiaoheng, who had always been blunt with others, was actually smiling so happily in by Shuang's direction. Gu Nianji felt like her heart had been hit by a sledgehammer, and her eyes suddenly felt sore. Her hands began to shake uncontrollably. She looked up at the relief on the bedroom ceiling for a long time, then clicked her fingers off the phone and took the initiative to end the video call with Zhao Yangzi. Bai Shuang had never seen Hua Xiaoheng smile. Although the smile was very short, she was still greatly encouraged and couldn't help saying, "Yes, that was a really good sentence. Secretary Zhao helped me so much, so I should thank him properly." Hua Xiaoheng's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt like he was being watched. He turned around and saw Zhao Liangzi frowning at his phone on the balcony. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng turned around, Zhao Liangzi saw it from his phone. He quickly turned off the video call and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile and waved. Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin and motioned for him to come over. Zhao Liangzi quickly put his phone in his pocket and ran over with a smile. He took a glass of champagne from the waiter and also raised it to Bai Shuang. "Congratulations, Deputy Director Bai." The spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was a part-time position and had to be the director or deputy director of the information department. Bai Shuang became the new spokesperson, so she would definitely be promoted to the deputy director of the information department. Bai Shuang blushed, but still graciously clinked glasses with Zhao Yangzi and smiled. "I was just talking to the chief about you. If it weren't for you, my mission would have been ruined." "How could I?" Zhao Yangzi laughed even more happily. "Besides, it wasn't me." Hua Xiaoheng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly coughed and said to Bai Shuang, "Excuse me, I'm going to sit over there for a while." With that, he turned around and left. Zhao Yangzi understood that Hua Xiaoheng was warning him not to drag Gu Nianji into this. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. He felt that it would be unfair to Gu Nianji to take away her credit just like that. However, he couldn't ignore Hua Xiaoheng's order. He also knew that dragging Gu Nianji into this matter wouldn't benefit her at all. Zhao Yangzi quickly saluted Hua Xiaoheng's departing figure. "Take care, Chief." From beginning to end, Hua Xiaoheng didn't even glance at Gu Yanran, who was standing on the other side of him. However, Gu Yanran did not feel left out at all. Instead, she stood at the side with interest and listened to their conversation carefully. They were probably talking about official matters, so she didn't really understand. However, she could tell that spokesperson Bai blushed when he saw the tall and handsome Secretary Zhao. Although his eyes were looking at the ground 3 feet in front of him, the corners of his eyes were completely focused on Secretary Zhao. However, Secretary Zhao didn't know whether it was because his heart belonged to someone else, or because he wasn't enlightened, or because he completely looked down on this spokesperson Bai. His demeanor was open and at ease, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Seeing Hua Xiaoheng turn around and walk to the corner of the hall, where he sat down behind a row of indoor green potted plants, Gu Yanran followed him. "Major General Hua, I'm very happy that you came to this reception. Deputy Director Feng is still a man of his word." Gu Yanran smiled and sat diagonally across him. She raised her glass to Hua Xiaoheng's. "Cheers." Hua Xiaoheng rested one hand on the back of the sofa and swirled the wine glass in his other hand. His long legs that were crossed almost took up the entire space of the lounge. "Miss Gu, I have to remind you that the original intention of charity is to help people, not to blackmail them." With that, he put down his wine glass and stood up to walk out without looking back. Deputy Director Feng jumped over from the side and smiled. "Miss Gu, look, Major General Hua is here, right?" Gu Yanran couldn't help laughing and nodded. "Of course, I keep my word." Of course he was here, and he even said something to her, Gu Yanran thought sarcastically. She couldn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to be like other men and kneel down and lick her every time he saw her, could she? What was the point of being such a spineless person? If her huge business empire and family needed a strong backing, she would definitely choose an unruly and aggressive lion, not a dog that only knew how to bark and wag its tail. Gun Yinji lay on the bed in a daze. Her mind was filled with Hua Xiaoheng's faint smile. Her eyes were very sore, but she forced herself to keep them open and look up so the tears wouldn't flow. After an unknown amount of time, her phone suddenly rang. Gun Yinji didn't want to pick it up, but the ringing persistently was too annoying. She grabbed the phone and was about to turn it off when she saw it was Zhao Quan. The Prince Charming from the School of Electronic Engineering. Gun Yinji thought about it and unlocked the phone. Prince Charming Zhao. Zhao Quan burst into laughter. Yinji, don't joke around. I have something serious to talk to you about. What is it? Gun Yinji was now very familiar with the Huaxiao Imperial Student Union. After Xian Xinggao's incident, the Huaxiao Imperial Student Union had issued the harshest condemnation and a statement to draw a clear line between them and Xian Xinggao. Of course, Gun Yinji had played a big part in that. Xian Xinggao was now under the protection of the U.S. military, and they were only students. The only thing they could do was make their stand clear. It's like this. We have a women's softball match with the Indian Student Union today, but Xian Xinggao isn't on our team anymore. She's joined the Indian team, so we're still missing one player. Do you know how to play softball? Can you fill in for her? Gun Yinji didn't want to stay home alone and let her imagination run wild. She was extremely depressed and needed a chance to vent her pent-up frustrations. Softball? Baseball, right? Sure, I know how to play. Wait, I'll be right there. Tell me the address? Gun Yinji got up with her phone and began rummaging through her closet for her baseball uniform, cap, and bat. It's at the baseball field on the west side. Zhao Quan was very happy. Hurry over. There's a lot of people coming to watch the game today. Gun Yinji's baseball skills have been honed with the special forces in the army, so her skills were passable. However, she didn't usually have many opportunities to play, so she hoped she wouldn't be a burden today. Gun Yinji changed her clothes and came out to Yin Shixiao. Brother Xiong, I want to go out and play. Yin Shixiao saw her change in her baseball uniform and carry a long baseball bat. He laughed. You're going to play baseball? Yeah, we're playing against the Indian Third Sisters today. I'm going to stretch. Gun Yinji waved the bat and gritted her teeth. This was the first watch. Today was August 1st, Major General Hua's day. Everyone, don't forget to vote for him. To celebrate, today was the fourth watch. The second watch was around 10 o'clock, and the monthly vote was 2,800 plus updates. The third watch was around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the monthly vote was 2,900 plus updates. The fourth watch was around 7 o'clock in the evening. Also, on Monday, I forgot the recommendation list. Thanks to Yun Han and Yu Qin for tipping me the Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 134. Play the Indian Hindustan team? Yin Shixiang grinned. Sure, I'll cheer for you. Then let's go together. Go. And Yinji slung the baseball bat over her shoulder and opened the door to leave. Yin Shixiang hurriedly found his baseball cap and followed her to the baseball field. They would be staying there for half a year. Yin Shixiang had originally bought a used SUV. However, he and Gun Yinji didn't drive on the Harvard campus. Instead, they rode mountain bikes, which serve as a means of transportation and also for exercise. Gun Yinji and Yin Shixiang rode to the baseball field on the west side. There were already a lot of people there. The Huaxia Imperial Student Union's women's softball team wore red and white uniforms. The Indian Student Union's women's softball team wore yellow and orange uniforms, the same color as the Indian saris. Gun Yinji was also wearing a baseball uniform with a red top and white bottom. Her features were as exquisite as a manga girl's, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail that swayed from behind the baseball cap. She looked fresh and tender, like the first drop of dew on a summer morning. Several law school boys recognized Gun Yinji and couldn't help whistling at her. Among them was Alan, who had asked her if she had a boyfriend on her first day of class. Nini, Nini, Nini. He waved and shouted Gun Yinji's English name, jumping and laughing as he said to everyone, "See that cute beauty? She /s mine. She /s mine." Yin Shixiang found a place to sit with a wide smile. He watched Gun Yinji's nimble running figure and felt the joy of having a daughter in his family. Yinji, you're finally here. Look, we're already behind 5-1. Zhao Quan ran over, sweating profusely. Do you really know how to play? Gun Yinji looked at the score on the field. As expected, they were losing badly. Xin Xingao was wearing the Indian team's uniform and was chatting happily with an Indian man. Zhao Quan followed Gun Yinji's gaze and whispered, "That's her boyfriend." Gun Yinji said angrily, "She deserves to smell like curry for the rest of her life." Zhao Quan chuckled. "Just ignore her." But looking around, he added, "But don't underestimate her. She's very good at softball. Out of the 5 points of the Indian team, 3 were scored by her alone." Gun Yinji waved the baseball bat in her hand. "Don't be afraid, let me do it." As they spoke, the referee blew his whistle. The Huaxiao Empire women's team had already occupied 3 bases. It was Gun Yinji's turn. "All the best, Yinji. All the best, Yinji. Nini, you /read the best." Gun Yinji waved at everyone and went on the field with the bat. The opponent's pitcher was very muscular and tall. His entire body was almost twice the size of Gun Yinji. She looked at Gun Yinji's tall and slender figure and suddenly raised her leg. She swung her upper arm with all her might, and the softball slammed into Gun Yinji's bulging chest. The angle of the throw was very tricky. If it was a male team member, this kind of fighting style wouldn't be a big deal. However, the way the female team members were playing was somewhat despicable. Under normal circumstances, the batter would avoid this kind of disgusting ball. However, as the batter, Gun Yinji's mood was so depressed that she wanted a vent. Therefore, when she saw the tricky and disgusting ball fly by, she didn't avoid it. Instead, she quickly moved to the side, then leaped up and swung the bat with both arms. She aimed at the bottom of the fast softball and hit it hard. Whoosh! The softball was hit diagonally by the bat and immediately bounced back. It whizzed through the air and disappeared. Gun Yinji threw down the bat and quickly ran to first base, second base, and third base. Before the opponent could find the softball she had hit, she had already returned to home base. Home run! Home run! She /Scott home run. The Huaxia Empire Student Union suddenly erupted. Gun Yinji hit a home run as soon as she entered the field. She scored 4 points in one go and pulled the score to a 5-5 tie. "Yinji, you're amazing. I'm so glad I called you over." Zhao Quan handed Gun Yinji a bottle of water and a small towel to wipe her sweat with. Gun Yinji accepted it and giggled as she took a sip of water. "It's their turn next. We can't relax." It was time for the Indian team to bat. The Huaxia Empire Student Union sent Zhao Quan's girlfriend as the pitcher. The Indian team actually sent out Xin Xingao. The field suddenly fell silent. She had just helped the Indian team score 3 points, and now the Huaxiao Empire had caught up to them. Gun Yinji took another sip of water and stood quietly on the sidelines. She heard the referee's whistle, and the game began again. This time, Xin Xingao seemed to be going all out, not to score but to get revenge. She swung her bat and hit the softball thrown by the opposing pitcher 3 times. She hit the Huaxia Empire's pitcher until his face was swollen and bruised. In the end, she even hit Zhao Quan's girlfriend in the nose, causing her to have a nosebleed. Xin Xingao, stop! Zhao Quan was furious and stood up. The Huaxiao Empire Student Union became even more rowdy, but they only protested and expressed their dissatisfaction. The referee was on the same side as the Indian team and pretended not to see Xin Xingao's outrageous behavior. "Come at me then. Hit me here if you dare." Xin Xingao raised the bat and pointed it at her head as she looked at the Huaxiao Empire team provocatively. "Since you're asking me to hit you, then I won't hold back." Gun Yinji stood up abruptly and raised the bat to charge at Xin Xingao. "I'll hit you, you traitor." Bang, 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 bang. Gun Yinji didn't hold back and broke Xin Xingao's right hand that was holding the bat. She then swung the bat back at the back of Xin Xingao's head. Xin Xingao hadn't expected someone from the Huaxiao Empire team to actually dare to hit her. She screamed as she clutched her broken right wrist. The sharp pain in the back of her head caused her to roll her eyes and fall limply to the ground. "She's hitting me! She's hitting me!" When the girls from the Indian team saw this, they all rushed forward and raised their bats to attack Gun Yinji. Although Gun Yinji was skilled and swung the bat around, She couldn't handle the sheer number of opponents. Her face was grazed by one of the bats and immediately swelled up. Go! Hit her hard. The girls from the Huaxi Empire team finally recovered and charged the Indian team with baseball bats. They surrounded Gun Yinji and prevented anyone else from hitting her. In Shixiang watched in shock as the two groups of women fought on the baseball field until he saw the red and swollen marks on Gun Yinji's face. He rushed in to protect her head and rescue her. Beep, beep, beep. Someone called the police. At this time, Harvard University's campus police rushed over with electric batons and pistols. They separated the two teams who were fighting and escorted them to the police car and took them away. Gun Yinji was no exception. She was pulled away from In Shixiang and taken to a police car. In Shixiang broke out in a sweat and suddenly remembered He Jichu. He immediately called him. Professor He. Yinji was taken away by the campus police. Today was August 1st, Major General He's birthday. Everyone, please don't forget to vote for him. To celebrate, today was the fourth watch. This was the second watch. The monthly vote was 2 + 1. The third watch was around 1 in the afternoon. The monthly vote was 2,900 + 1. The fourth watch was around 7 in the evening. Also, I forgot the recommendation list on Monday. Thanks to Yunhan and Yuqin for tipping me the heshabi yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 135. When He Jichu received In Shixiang's call, he was fishing by the lake at home. What? Say it again. Who took Yinji away? He Jichu threw down his fishing rod and stood up. His expression was even colder. Although it was a hot summer day, the people around him suddenly felt cold. It's like this. Yinji was originally playing softball with the Indian team, but something happened. The other team provoked her by throwing a ball at her teammates. You know how Yinji is. She's young, so she rushed up and started fighting. In Shixiang gripped his phone and stamped his feet. He was sweating profusely. Go and see. Anyway, it was a mess on the field. Yinji was the first one to attack, and she may have been a bit heavy-handed. Both the Indian team and her team were arrested and sent to the campus police. He Jichu didn't say anything else. He hung up and strode to his garage. Not long after, a Lamborghini roared out of the garage and drove towards Harvard's main campus. At the Harvard campus police office, a group of girls in baseball uniforms were being held in 2 separate locations. Soon after, people came to complete the procedures and take their own people away. Only Gun Yinji refused. People from the Huaxia Student Union came several times, but the campus police refused to let them go. A fat black policewoman pointed at the president of the Huaxia Student Union and yelled, "No, no, no." I said no. She hit someone. Seriously injured. She has to take legal responsibility. She had a belly bigger than a 10-month pregnancy. When she stood up, everyone could only back away. Someone else also hit her. Why did you let them go? Don't they have to take legal responsibility for hitting someone? The Huaxia Student Union was furious and raised their voice. Don /TL at me. Don't yell at me. The fat black policewoman's expression suddenly changed. I can get you arrested if you keep yelling. I can get someone to arrest you if you keep yelling. The Huaxia Student Union didn't dare to argue with the policewoman anymore. They could only leave the campus police office to discuss how to save Gun Yinji. Although she did hit someone, and she did it quite harshly, we all know who she hit, right? I can only say that you can be more ruthless, so nothing must happen to her. We can't let anything happen to her. But someone chuckled and said, I didn't expect Yinji, who looks so delicate and young, to be so fierce in a group fight. It's not just that Xian girl. I saw a few Indian girls behind her getting beaten up by her. That's good. She's so pretty. If I'm not a bit more powerful, I don't know how much I'll suffer. Zhao Quan sighed and turned to look at the campus police station. Will the people here take advantage of her? They had read too much about the dark side of American prisons. Although this was only the campus police office, they were deeply worried about Gun Yinji when they saw the unreasonable campus police. After some discussion, a few members of the student council decided to seek help from the Huaxia Imperial Consulate General in Boston. In Shixiang followed them and listened for a long time. He knew that this matter could be tricky. He Jichu hadn't arrived yet, and even if he did, In Shixiang wasn't sure how far Jichu would go for Gunyinji. If it was really as the student union said, and the consulate general had to step in to solve the problem, then Hu Xiao must know about it. In Shixiang quickly sent an encrypted email to Zhao Liangzi, saying that it was urgent. At this time, it was already past 10 p.m. in China. Hu Xiaoheng had left the reception a long time ago. Zhao Liangzi had wanted to leave as well, but Bai Shuang had dragged him to drink a few more glasses. He was shy and didn't want to just leave like that, so he patiently chatted with her. Although Zhao Liangzi had never had a girlfriend before, he knew what it was like. With regards to Bai Shuang's overly enthusiastic greeting, he smiled and pretended not to notice. His attitude was just right. With his training, if he didn't want others to know who was in his heart, then no one would be able to tell what he was thinking. Bai Shuang also discovered that although Zhao Liangzi was easy to talk to, it was extremely difficult to get close to him. Secretary Zhao, are you usually busy with work? Bai Shuang poured Zhao Liangzi a fourth glass of red wine. Zhao Liangzi accepted it nonchalantly and smiled. That's hard to say. When we're busy, we don't go home all year round. When we're not busy, we can sleep at home for half a year. He wouldn't tell Bai Shuang the truth about his work. I didn't expect your work to be so interesting. Bai Shuang nodded with a smile. My sister is also a soldier and will be transferred to the 6th Military Region soon. She will be colleagues with you in the future, so I can visit you when I have time. Oh, welcome, welcome. Zhao Liangzi noticed that his phone was vibrating. He put down his wine glass and took out his phone to look at it. It was an encrypted email from In Shixiao. Usually, when he used encrypted emails, it was when something happened. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Zhao Liangzi nodded at Bai Shuang and walked to the balcony with his phone. He leaned against the balcony railing and called In Shixiao. Big Xiang, what's up? In Shixiao answered his call and immediately walked to a secluded place. He asked in a low voice, Where's Hu Xiao? Are you there? Hu Xiao went back. I'm at the reception at the convention center. What's up? Do you miss home? Do you want to come back? Zhao Liangzi smiled mischievously. Why don't we swap places? I want to go to the United States for a vacation. Vacation my ass. In Shixiang spat at the phone. Nianji is in trouble, and it may be serious. It's Nianji? Zhao Liangzi immediately put away his cheeky smile and became serious. What happened to her? Did someone cause trouble for her? Zhao Liangzi knew why Hu Xiaoheng had agreed to let Gunyinji go to the United States. Was Gunyinji's background finally coming to light? It's not trouble. She's the one causing trouble. In Shixiang paced around irritably under the shade of the trees. He told him about how Gunyinji's softball game had turned into a gang fight and how Xian Xinggao had been injured and hospitalized. Zhao Liangzi kept saying and for a long time, his mouth wide open. After a while, he murmured, Little Nianji, looks like you're still as tough as ever. What did you say? In Shixiang frowned. I don't understand. Did you forget when Nianji first arrived? Zhao Liangzi's voice was calm. She was hitting and scratching anyone she saw. Although she was young, she was quite aggressive. She only managed to calm down after seeing Hu Xiao. Hearing this, In Shixiang also remembered, but he scratched his head and said in confusion, I think it's still different. Today, Nianji, sigh, I can't explain it either. She's always had a good temper, but I don't know why. But today, it was like she ate a firecracker. She exploded at the slightest provocation. Zhao Liangzi suddenly remembered the video call Gunyinji had suddenly hung up. He laughed. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah, it must be because the video call was suddenly cut off today. She's upset. She probably lost her temper when she couldn't see Hu Xiao. Zhao Liangzi chuckled. I'll go talk to Hu Xiao. As soon as In Shixiang hung up the phone, he saw a flashy Lamborghini racing to the campus police office and stopping. Today is August 1st, Major General Hua's Day. Everyone, don't forget to vote for him. To celebrate, it's the 4th watch. It's the 3rd watch, and the monthly vote is 2,900 plus 1 watch. Around 7 p.m. on the 4th watch. Also, I forgot the recommendation list on Monday. Chapter 136. The Lamborghini's door opened, and Hijichu walked out with a frosty expression. He wore a tailored light blue striped shirt with simple lines and black hunting pants. The hem of his shirt was tucked into his belt, and the combination of wild elegance and elegance was actually very harmonious. In Shixiang hung up the phone and was about to follow them to take a look when he turned his head and saw a few Mercedes-Benz cars driving over one after another. Several tall, white men in suits and leather shoes walked out of the cars, holding briefcases in their hands. They looked like elite lawyers at first glance. In Shixiang stopped in his tracks. These people were probably Hijichu's helpers. In Shixiang was happy to see Hijichu supporting Gun Yinji so openly, but there was also a hidden sense of worry and unease. They were all adults and generally knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch or free benefits in this world. However, as Gun Yinji's professor, it made sense that Hijichu was protecting her at a critical moment. In Shixiang narrowed his eyes and decided to wait and see. He didn't want to make a mistake and make a fool of himself. Hijichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked to the reception desk of the campus police office with a dark expression. He said coldly, "Where's Gun Yinji? I'm her professor, and I'm here to take her back." The fat black policewoman sat behind the reception desk and didn't even look up. "I'm sorry, but Gun Yinji can't be bailed out." "Bail? Who said I wanted to bail her out?" Hijichu's voice was even colder as he knocked on the policewoman's computer. "Get her out right now, or I'll sue you for illegal detention. You'll spend the rest of your life sweeping landmines in prison." "Oh, didn't you say you wouldn't bail her out? Why do you want to let her out now?" "TSK, TSK. The fat black policewoman looked up arrogantly and sized Hijichu up. There were so many professors at Harvard, and this policewoman barely knew any of them. She didn't need to know them because they had nothing to do with her work. Hijichu's brows furrowed even tighter. It's really hard to talk to people who don't know the law. You're not at the police station, so you don't have the right to mention bail. I'll say it again, let Gun Yinji out. Otherwise, you can find someone to bail yourself out at the police station." Hijichu picked up his phone to call the police as he spoke. Only then did the fat black policewoman realize what was going on. She stood up from her seat in fright and pointed at the corridor on the side while trembling. She's over there, the third room." Hijichu immediately turned and walked to the other side of the corridor. In the detention room of the campus police office, Gun Yinji's hands were raised high and cuffed to a metal frame. Fortunately, she was tall enough, otherwise she would have to stand on her tiptoes. An older Caucasian campus police officer smiled at Gun Yinji, his cloudy eyes revealing a hint of lasciviousness. He stood in front of Gun Yinji and looked her up and down. Gun Yinji's hands were raised above her head as she was handcuffed to the metal frame. This position made her chest stand out even more, her waist even slimmer, and her legs even straighter. "Little girl, your skin is really good. I can't even see your pores up close." The old Caucasian campus police officer spoke as he extended a hairy hand to touch Gun Yinji's red and swollen cheek. "Poor thing, how did you get beaten up like this?" Gun Yinji turned her head abruptly to avoid the old police officer's hand. Click! The sound of a gun being cocked came from the door. "Extend your hand another centimeter, and I promise it won't grow on your wrist anymore." Hijichu's icy expression appeared at the door of the detention room. He held a shiny silver gun in his hand, the black muzzle pointed at the old police officer's wrist. The old police officer turned around and froze. He slowly raised his hands in surrender and said, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Hijichu raised his phone with his other hand. "I already took pictures of what you just did. I can send you to prison for a few hundred years if I want to." American criminal law liked to add up the sentences of various crimes, so it was common for a criminal to be sentenced to a few hundred years in prison. The old police officer was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead. "I just wanted to look at her wound. I didn't mean anything else." "Didn't mean anything else? You handcuffed her like this just to look at her wound?" Hijichu raised his gun and walked over step by step. "Lean against the wall, squat down, and put your hands on your head. If you dare move, I'll blow your head off." Gun Yinji looked at Hijichu in shock. Her lips quivered, but she didn't say anything. She closed her eyes and pretended to faint. Hijichu turned around to see that Gunyinji had fainted and couldn't help smiling. He muttered to himself, "At least she's not that stupid." As he spoke, he asked the old police officer for the key to unlock Gunyinji's handcuffs. He carried her horizontally and walked out of the detention room. The lawyers who had followed him left a lawyer's letter at the campus police office before leaving with Hijichu. The superintendent of the campus police, who had rushed over upon hearing the news, was furious. He stomped his feet and scolded his subordinates. "How could you let that girl go? She injured someone the military wanted to protect. How could she not take responsibility?" "Superintendent, this is the lawyer's letter left by the professor. Please take a look." The fat black female officer timidly pushed the lawyer's letter to Hijichu's subordinates. The superintendent opened it and glanced at it. His face flushed and then paled. After a long moment of embarrassment, he said, "I'll send this to the military. We tried our best. If they don't want to let that student go, then they'll have to do it themselves." Hijichu carried Gunyinji into his Lamborghini and placed her in the passenger seat. He fastened her seatbelt and went around to the other side to start the car. The motorcade then drove to the Harvard Medical School affiliated hospital. The injuries on Gunyinji's face required a doctor's certificate. As soon as they arrived at the Harvard Medical School affiliated hospital, Hijichu's phone received a call from the U.S. military. "Professor He, please hand over Gunyinji. She injured one of our people and must take legal responsibility. Lieutenant Colonel Peter, since you're being so aggressive, we'll see you in court." Hijichu hung up without hesitation and ordered his subordinates, "Immediately sue the U.S. military for lynching my student. I'd like to see if the U.S. law or the U.S. military is more powerful." It was only a matter of minutes for a lawyer to submit a complaint to the court. 15 minutes later, Lieutenant Colonel Peter received news that Professor Hijichu from Harvard Law School had sued him and his department in the state circuit court. "F***CKU. How dare you sue me?" Lieutenant Colonel Peter lost his temper, but after his subordinates informed him of Hijichu's status, he had no choice but to calm down. The military was powerful, but could he order them to directly kill Hijichu? Of course not. Before he gave the order, Hijichu would probably have already taken him to military court and locked him up for hundreds of years. Today was August 1st. Major General was day. Everyone, please don't forget to vote for him. To celebrate, today was the fourth watch. This was the fourth watch. Today's fourth watch had already been completed. Good night, everyone. Also, on Monday, I forgot to list the recommendation tickets. Oh, enters for a no. Chapter 137. Is this Hijichu really that good? Lieutenant Colonel Peter looked at Hijichu's resume, still unwilling to give up. "Sir, if you don't believe me, then you can do whatever you want. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Fine, just give him another call." "Hey, where are you going? Why didn't you call me?" "Sir, you call yourself. I'm going to resign." In the emergency room of the Harvard Medical School affiliated hospital, several female doctors were urgently called out to examine Gunyinji's body. These female doctors were the more experienced doctors in the emergency room. They had a good reputation and were more skilled in their skills. They carefully examined the swelling on Gunyinji's face and her body to make sure there were no bruises, no fractures, or internal injuries. Finally, one of the female doctors wrote out a form for Hijichu to take Gunyinji for a blood test. Blood test? Hijichu froze and quickly glanced at Gunyinji. "Why do we need a blood test? Is there something wrong with it?" "It's a routine test, but it's fine if you don't want to. You'll be fine if you don't have a high fever or faint after 36 hours of observation." The female doctor had only requested a blood test after seeing Hijichu's reaction. Blood tests were usually required for major checkups. Hijichu pushed the form back. "That's not necessary. Just give me a proof of injury." This was a reasonable request, so the female doctor didn't refuse. She quickly printed out a proof of injury and signed her name. Gunyinji kept her eyes closed the entire time, only fluttering her eyelashes to show that she was awake. After a flurry of activity, Hijichu finally brought her back to his detached house by the lake at around 4 in the afternoon. It was Gun Yinji's first time at Hijichu's house, so she couldn't help looking around curiously. The house was very large, and the lawn in front and behind the house was probably 2 or 3 acres. Further north of the lawn was a small mountain with a clear lake at the foot. The mountain was covered in green, so thick that it reflected the lake at the foot of the mountain like it was made of high-quality jade. Gun Yinji covered her swollen face with an ice pack and stood in front of the French windows on the second floor. She looked out at the beautiful scenery and shook her head. Professor He, I didn't expect your house to be so big and in such a good location. Hijichu put his hands in his pockets and stood beside her. He looked at the scenery outside the window and was silent for a while. Only half of that mountain is mine. Gun Yinji, people who flaunt their wealth are the most detestable. How could he let others live? But the entire lake is mine. Hijichu gave her a sidelong glance. Do you want to go swimming? Thanks, but I've just been injured, so it's not suitable for me to do any strenuous activities. Gun Yinji placed the ice pack on the table and sighed softly. Professor He, thank you for helping me. You're my student. If I don't help you, who should I help? Hijichu's gaze fell on her red and swollen cheeks. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were filled with pity, and his lips were pursed into a thin line. His nose was as straight as a sword, but there was a hint of mockery in it. Gun Yinji felt that his gaze was a bit strange. She stuck a glance at him and quickly looked away. I'm sorry to have caused trouble for you, Professor He. Hijichu raised his arm and gently touched Gun Yinji's red and swollen cheek with his finger. Gun Yinji's red and burning wound felt the iciness of his finger. Almost instinctively, she turned her head away and took a step to the side to avoid Hijichu's touch. Hijichu's arm stopped in midair. His aura grew colder and colder. Even his shimmering almond-shaped eyes gradually became cold and distant. He snorted softly and put his hand back into his trouser pocket. Hijichu suddenly turned around and said coldly, Go. Your guardian is waiting for you at home. Gun Yinji looked at Hijichu's back in shock. Why was this person so temperamental? She pouted and looked down to grab her baseball cap. A middle-aged Caucasian woman walked in with a smile and said to Gun Yinji, Miss Gu, I am the housekeeper. This way, please. I will see you out. Gun Yinji felt like she had been kicked out of the house. She composed herself and raised her head to say, I don't need you to see me out. I will go out myself. She walked out of Hijichu's room and walked down the wide spiral staircase to the hall on the first floor, which was as big as a dance floor. She walked straight to the carved cherrywood door. The housekeeper was not angry. She followed behind her with a smile and watched her walk out of the He mansion's door before going upstairs to report to Hijichu. Mr. He, come in. Hijichu sat behind the desk, his hands constantly typing on the keyboard. Miss Gu has already left. Hijichu held the mouse in his hand and clicked on the mansion's surveillance system. Gun Yinji's figure appeared on his screen. She was walking alone on the grass. There were butterflies fluttering around her feet, but she was no longer stopping to catch them. Hijichu stared at the surveillance image on the screen for a long time. It was only when Gun Yinji walked out of the He mansion's large iron gate in the middle of the wall that he said dryly, All right, you can leave. The housekeeper performed a standard curtsy and walked backwards out of Hijichu's study, closing the door behind her. Gun Yinji walked alone on the path. The more she walked, the more aggrieved she felt. Uncle Hua had found someone he loved and didn't want her anymore. Professor He was temperamental and ruthless. He'd kicked her out the door at the slightest disagreement. Her parents hadn't looked for her in all these years. She was destined to be a person no one wanted. Gun Yinji stopped and looked back at Hijichu's detached mansion. She stomped her feet and wanted to give it the middle finger. It took a lot of effort to control herself. She didn't want anyone to see her and say she was rude. She turned around and continued walking alone. She had never been to Hijichu's home before, but she knew his address and had searched for it on a map. Now all she had to do was take out her phone to find her way back to the apartment. She took out her phone and thought of In Shi Xiao. She didn't know where he was going. She slid open her phone to call In Shi Xiao, but it showed that he was still on the phone. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. She rushed forward as if she was mad. She had been walking alone on the tree-lined path for almost an hour. Her legs were so tired she couldn't lift them, but the apartment was still quite a distance away. Should she take a break by the side of the road? Gunyinji looked up and looked around to find a place to rest. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. Could it be Brother Xiong? Gunyinji quickly picked up her phone and saw that it was Mei Xiaowen calling. International long-distance roaming? What was he doing? Gunyinji answered, "Hello? Class rep?" "Nyinji? You're still calling me class rep? It took me a while to find you." Mei Xiaowen's relieved voice came from the phone. Gunyinji listened to the voice. Why was it getting closer? She raised her head and saw a tall and thin man holding a phone. He was smiling as he walked towards her. Why did that man look so familiar? Gunyinji stopped and narrowed her eyes. It really was Mei Xiaowen. Why was he in the United States? "Nyinji, what's wrong?" Mei Xiaowen walked to her side. "Why is your face swollen?" He reached out and lifted Gunyinji's chin to examine it. "Xiaowen, why are you here?" Gunyinji's voice trembled violently. She couldn't believe her eyes or her ears. When she was at her weakest, when she needed someone by her side the most, why was it Mei Xiaowen who appeared? Was this God's will? Mei Xiaowen gently brushed her hair away from her forehead. "Why am I here? Of course I missed you, so I came to see you. You heartless little thing. You forgot about me as soon as you arrived in the United States, didn't you?" He pulled Gunyinji into his arms with a slight force. This was the first update. She had been quite busy lately and couldn't write 3 updates at once. It was better to be apart. The second update would be around 1 p.m. Monthly votes and updates would be 3,000. The third update would be around 7 p.m. Early August, asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 138. Gunyinji's contact with Mei Xiaowen had decreased since she came to America. Most of the time, it was Mei Xiaowen who texted her and asked her to check out their mutual Weibo account. "Nianzi is here." Gunyinji had been so busy with the Nandu global satellite navigation system that she hadn't had a good meal or a good night's sleep. How could she have the time to express her feelings on Weibo? But looking at Mei Xiaowen's focused eyes and his cheeks that were even thinner than before, Gunyinji couldn't say anything. Mei Xiaowen hugged Gunyinji and rubbed the top of her warm head. He whispered, "What happened to your face?" Gunyinji struggled out of his arms and covered her face. She pouted, "Someone hit me." "What? Who hit you? How dare they hit you? Did you call the police?" Mei Xiaowen grew serious. "I don't believe that nobody in America cares about this." Gunyinji hung her head in embarrassment. "I hit you first." Mei Xiaowen was speechless. Then they must have crossed the line. Nyinji was defending herself, right? Mei Xiaowen held her shoulders and comforted her gently. He was obviously biased and was always on Gunyinji's side. What Gunyinji needed the most right now was this indiscriminate attitude of standing by her side. Her mood instantly improved. She smiled at Mei Xiaowen. "Xiaowen, why did you come to America all of a sudden? Are you on vacation?" Mei Xiaowen turned to walk with her. He draped an arm over her shoulder. "I came here just to see you. Why don't you believe me?" "I'm so surprised. I can't believe it." Gunyinji giggled, but walked slower and slower. She was even limping. Although there weren't any obvious injuries on her legs today, she had been kicked several times. Coupled with the fact that she had been walking for more than an hour, her legs were so numb that she could barely feel them. She was practically walking step by step. Mei Xiaowen sensed that she was struggling and tilted his head to look at her. He quickly walked a few steps and squatted down in front of her. "Come, I'll carry you." "Huh?" Gunyinji was at a loss. "I'm fine." "All right, you're limping. You can't walk anymore." Mei Xiaowen turned around and smiled. "If I had known, I would have driven my rental car over." "Where did you park the car?" Gunyinji asked curiously as she lay on his back. Mei Xiaowen slipped his arms under her calves and stood up with her on his back. "Nyinji, why are you so thin?" Mei Xiaowen thought the girl on his back was too light. Isn't it good to lose weight? Saying that a woman has lost weight is the biggest compliment. Gunyinji was smug. "It means that I'm controlling my weight well." Mei Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh as he shook his head. He chatted casually with her as he carried her back to her apartment. "We're here, Xiaowen. Thank you for bringing me back." Gunyinji was sweating all over and very uncomfortable. She wanted to go back and take a shower first. Where do you live? Give me your phone number and address. Mei Xiaoan had wanted to pick her up for dinner, but seeing how badly injured her face was, he knew she wouldn't want to go out and embarrass herself. He regretfully took out a card from the hotel and placed it in Gu Nianji's hand. Hilton Hotel, 3rd floor, room 356. My phone number hasn't changed. You can call me. Gu Nianji nodded. I'll treat you to dinner at my place tomorrow. I'm really in a bad state today. I need to go home and clean up. Xiaoan, I'm so sorry. Don't say sorry. Mei Xiaoan patted her head. Thank goodness I came. You're alone here. Take care of yourself, and don't make me worry. Gu Nianji's heart warmed at his words. She nodded profusely. I know. I'll be more careful in the future. It was an accident. All right. I know you too well. You're weird, but you're still a girl. Even though you're good with words, what if someone gets angry and start to fight with you? You'll be in big trouble. Mei Xiaoan sighed as he patted her shoulder. Go back. I'll watch you go in. No, you go first. I'll watch you. Gu Nianji insisted on seeing Mei Xiaoan off. Mei Xiaoan couldn't dissuade her. He squeezed her hand and turned to walk to a black Buick parked in the parking lot. He turned back to wave at her before getting into the car and driving away from Gu Nianji's apartment building. Gu Nianji returned to her apartment and opened the door with her key. The apartment was quiet. In Shixiang wasn't in the living room. She limped in and went straight to her room. In Shixiang's door was tightly shut. He was standing in front of his window and talking quietly on the phone. Hua Xiao, Lil Zay told you already, right? What do you plan to do? Hua Xiaoheng's voice was low and thick. You said He Zhichu has already taken Nianji away? Yes, he's already taken her away. The U.S. military refused to let Nianji go and angered He Zhichu. Later, I heard He Zhichu even sued the U.S. military. They don't dare to act rashly anymore. In Shixiang reported everything he had heard today. Hua Xiaoheng was silent for a moment. His voice was emotionless. Okay, we'll bide our time and observe the situation. I'll send someone to inform the consulate general and tell them to ignore it. In Shixiang jumped up when he heard this. He couldn't help raising his voice. No way. It's fine if you don't do anything, but how can you stop the consulate general? Nianji got into this trouble because she beat up that Xian guy. She's young and impulsive. Are you the same? Hua Xiaoheng spoke to In Shixiang through his Bluetooth headset. His fingers flew across the keyboard as he wrote a report to the military. You should have stopped her at the time. This is your dereliction of duty. I don't want to see this happen over and over again. If it happens again, you can go back and ask Lil Zay to come over. In Shixiang took a few deep breaths, stood up straight, and said in a gruff voice, Yes, sir. Chief, please allow Lieutenant Colonel In Shixiang to redeem himself. Continue to protect Nianji. Okay, this is already the second time. I don't want to see it happen a third time. Hua Xiaoheng said mercilessly, You have to pay close attention to Nianji. Find out who's trying to get close to her. Investigate everyone's background, especially He Zhichu. Professor He? In Shixiang didn't understand. He wrote on the window pane with his finger. Didn't we investigate many times already? What else is there to be unhappy about? It's because it's too flawless that it's suspicious. From his resume, he has nothing to do with Nianji. Why would he treat her so well in just a few short months? Don't tell me that every professor treats their students this well. Hua Xiaoheng closed the computer after he finished writing the report. In Shixiang stammered, Mr. Hua, do you think there's another reason? What reason? Hua Xiaoheng walked out as he took out a cigarette and lit it. That's right. Did He Zhichu fall for Nianji? After all, Nianji is getting older and more popular. Mr. Hua, you don't know how many people like her here. Hua Xiaoheng's hand holding the lighter paused. He maintained the posture of lighting the cigarette. After a while, he calmly extinguished the lighter and said slowly, Probably not. He Zhichu is a professor. If he dares to do anything to Nianji, I'll ruin his reputation. Continue to observe and report back. This is the second chapter. Monthly votes of 3,000 plus chapters. The third chapter is around 7 p.m. Early August. Asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, if you want to join the group, you can do so now. The larger group only needs to subscribe to the Major General. The book review section has a post welcoming everyone to join the Major General's group. After you reply, you just need to indicate the username of the reply when you apply. Chapter 139. Remember to vote for 2 more guaranteed monthly tickets. Remember to vote for 2 more guaranteed monthly tickets. Remember to vote for 2 more guaranteed monthly tickets. P.S. Chapter 136 of Chapter 2, I Ruined His Reputation, has been updated at 1 p.m. You can see it if you scroll forward. Chapter 140. Yes, sir. In Shi Xiang instinctively saluted, completely out of reflex. After hanging up, In Shi Xiang looked out the window. It was already past 5 p.m., so he should go pick up Gun Yinji. Therefore, she called He Jichu again. Professor He, thank you so much for today. Is Yinji better? I'll come pick her up now. No need. He Jichu spat out the words coldly. The coldness seemed to follow the phone's signal all the way to In Shi Xiang. She's already gone. Gone? In Shi Xiang was shocked. What did she leave? Why didn't you send her back? She's just a little girl, and she's just injured. How could you bear to do that? Why wouldn't I? What a joke. Ijichu hung up without another word. He folded his arms behind his head and leaned back in the large, soft chair. He turned the chair 180 degrees to look out the window at the scenery of the lake and mountains. His long legs rested on the windowsill as he ignored the ringing of his phone. In Shi Xiang called again, but no one picked up. He was so anxious that he didn't have time to think about why He Jichu's attitude had suddenly changed. He pushed open his room door and rushed out. But when he reached the door, he turned back again. His gaze fell on the small shoe rack by the door. On it was the pair of Under Armour Sakura sneakers Gun Yinji had worn out today. The panda print slippers she wore at home were gone. This meant that Gun Yinji had already returned. In Shi Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like He Jichu's words were reliable. Gun Yinji had indeed left his house and returned to the apartment. But he remembered that it was a full 3 miles from He Jichu's house to their apartment. He didn't know how Gun Yinji had returned by herself. In Shi Xiang walked to Gun Yinji's room door and knocked lightly. Yinji? Yinji? Are you back? Gun Yinji hugged the panda pillow and curled up behind the bay window curtains. She was completely hidden. In Shi Xiang called her a few times before she replied with a muffled In Shi Xiang quickly opened the door. Luckily, the door wasn't locked. As soon as In Shi Xiang entered, he looked around but didn't see Gun Yinji. He looked again and found Gun Yinji's panda slippers under the bay windowsill. So he was hiding on the windowsill. In Shi Xiang walked over slowly. His voice was very calm. Yinji, what's wrong? Brother Xiong, don't you want to see him anymore? As he spoke, he walked to the bay window and lifted the curtain with one hand. Gun Yinji looked up and met his eyes. Her red and swollen right cheek looked even more swollen, and her large, dark eyes were like 2 mirrors that reflected her reflection. Why is the swelling worse? In Shi Xiang squatted down to keep eye level with her. Didn't Professor He take you to the hospital? Gun Yinji thought about how He Jichu had gotten all the medicine from the doctor. She couldn't help feeling even more depressed. She mumbled, Brother Xiong, where were you when I was locked up? In Shi Xiang felt a little guilty. He rolled his eyes and said seriously, I called Professor He and asked him to save you. You know Brother Xiong isn't familiar with the United States, so he's not as capable as Professor He. Oh, Gun Yinji rolled her eyes. So you were the one who called? I was wondering how Professor He knew. Yeah, I called Hua Xiao after that. In Shi Xiang had to explain his whereabouts, lest Gun Yinji think he didn't care about her safety. Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. She looked down and buried her swollen right cheek against the panda pillow. She asked quietly, Uncle Hua knows? In Shi Xiang didn't tell the truth. Hua Xiao is very busy, so he doesn't know yet. Little Zay said he would tell him when Hua Xiao gets back. But you're fine now, so you don't have to tell him anymore, right? Gun Yinji thought about it. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she finally said dejectedly, "Forget it. Don't tell him. Uncle Hua might scold me if I tell him." Instead of studying, he only knew how to play, and even got into a gang fight. Gun Yinji thought she could imagine Hui Xiaoheng's stern, solemn expression, and perhaps a look of deep disappointment in his eyes. Yin Shixiang raised an eyebrow and sat next to her. He patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Yinji, tell me the truth. When has Hua Xiao ever scolded you?" Gun Yinji was speechless. "He doesn't talk most of the time." Yin Shixiang chuckled. Gun Yinji was furious. She pushed Yin Shixiang, her eyes red. "Brother Xiong, you're adding fuel to the fire. I'm already very upset, and you're still talking about it." Fine, I was just joking. I was just teasing you." Yin Shixiang carried her down. "Here, I have some top-notch ointment. Apply on your face. I guarantee the swelling won't be visible by tomorrow." "Really?" Gun Yinji looked at Yin Shixiang suspiciously. "There's such a good ointment. The famous improved green ointment, an ancient Huaxia medicine formula, made by Chun Lai. You deserve it." Yin Shixiang dragged Gun Yinji to his room and rummaged through his drawers for the improved green ointment, which could treat soft tissue bruises. He carefully applied it on Gun Yinji. As soon as the ointment touched her face, Gun Yinji felt a penetrating coolness seep into her skin. The burning sensation immediately subsided. This was definitely much better than the Western medicine prescribed by American emergency room doctors. Gun Yinji also believed that ancient Huaxia medicine was definitely better for the skin. She felt much better. She took the improved green ointment from Yin Shixiang and asked, "Do you have any ointment for muscle soreness?" "I walked for an hour today. My legs are about to break." "You walked for an hour?" Yin Shixiang was shocked. "When did you walk for an hour? Doesn't Professor He drive a Lamborghini? Why would he let you walk?" Gun Yinji became angry at the mention of He Jichu. She pouted unhappily. "Professor He kicked me out and didn't send me a car. I walked back alone." "What?" Yin Shixiang jumped 3 feet into the air and almost flew into a rage. He roared, "He made a seriously injured little girl like you walk for more than an hour?" Yes. Gun Yinji nodded. "Isn't that too much?" "It really is too much." Yin Shixiang punched the wall. He was deeply ashamed of what he had just said to Hua Xiaoheng. He took back his words. He didn't believe that He Jichu had taken a liking to Gun Yinji. As long as a man loved a woman, how could he bear to let her suffer like this? Besides, Gun Yinji was still injured. "No, I have to call him. This kind of thing has to be explained clearly. What if something happens to you? Can he afford to compensate you?" Yin Shixiang kept calling He Jichu's number in his anger. He Jichu was annoyed and finally blocked Yin Shixiang's number. Gun Yinji grabbed Yin Shixiang's hand and shook it. "Brother Xiong, stop calling. I'll tell you something. I met someone on the way back. Can you guess who it was?" "How would I guess? There are so many people in this world. You've really tested me." Yin Shixiang panted heavily as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Gun Yinji giggled as she got him a drink. "It was our university class rep, Mei Xiaowen. It was the 3rd watch. It was the beginning of August. Were there no more guaranteed monthly votes?" Asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, if you wanted to join the group, you could do so now. The larger group only needed to subscribe to the Major General. There was a post in the book review section welcoming everyone to the Major General's group. After the relatives replied, they only needed to specify the username of the reply when they applied. N_O. Chapter 141. Mei Xiaowen. He's in America? And you met him? Yin Shixiang took a sip of his drink. His anger towards He Jichu subsided slightly as the cold drink entered his mouth, but Mei Xiaowen's message quickly grabbed his attention again. How could it be such a coincidence? A chance encounter? America was so big. What were the chances of 2 old classmates running into each other? Gun Yinji sensed Yin Shixiang's resistance and dissatisfaction towards Mei Xiaowen. She quickly blinked her large, heavily lashed eyes at him and grabbed his arm. She said softly, "It wasn't a coincidence. I keep in touch with Xiaowen via text, and I gave him my address, so it wasn't hard for him to find me. He's really nice to me, and when I couldn't walk anymore, he carried me back. In Shixiang snorted and deliberately ignored Gun Yinji's fawning smile. He crossed his arms and looked up. Even if he knew the address, he should have come to the apartment to find you, right? But he ran into you on the way. What's the meaning of that? He even carried you on his back. He's obviously trying to get on your good side. Could it be that Mei Xiaowen also had some ulterior motives? In Shixiang was infected by Hua Xiaoheng and couldn't help but think of conspiracy theories. Gun Yinji could hear In Shixiang's underlying meaning and couldn't help laughing. Brother Xiong, what are you thinking? Xiaowen's phone can locate my phone. He can find me as soon as he turns on the search function. Mei Xiaowen must have turned on the tracking function to see if she was home as soon as he arrived at Gun Yinji's apartment. But she wasn't there. He followed the location provided by the phone and happened to run into Gun Yinji, whose legs were numb from walking. In Shixiang slapped his forehead. No, his phone can't have this function. I have to think of a way to get him to delete it. He then warned Gun Yinji, you have to be careful too. Why did you let him locate your phone? Did he give birth to you or raise you? You heartless little thing. You don't want us now that you have a boyfriend? Gun Yinji had been called heartless twice today, and her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She hung her head beside In Shixiang and muttered, you guys don't want me anymore. Why are you blaming me for being heartless? Who? Who doesn't want you? In Shixiang rolled up his sleeves to make Gun Yinji laugh. Tell me, Big Xiong will challenge him to a duel. Gun Yinji looked up and smiled. Are you really going to challenge him to a duel? Of course. The number of people in this world that your brother Xiong can't beat can be counted on 5 fingers. Can you beat Uncle Hua? It's too difficult. Let's try another one. Bah! Gun Yinji gave In Shixiang a shove. I knew you couldn't beat Uncle Hua, so don't brag in front of me. Go and make me supper. I'm starving. Okay. I bought prawns and fresh scallops. I can make garlic prawns and dry baked garlic scallops. In Shixiang dragged Gun Yinji to the kitchen with him. He wanted to add more garlic flavor to Gun Yinji to prevent those lascivious men from shamelessly trying to get close to her. Tell me, why does Wu Xiao not want you? He has a girlfriend. He'll get married and have kids in the future. Of course, he won't have time for me. Gun Yinji sighed and struggled out of In Shixiang's hand. She wrinkled her nose. I'm not going to the kitchen. You go make dinner and call me when you're done. In Shixiang saw her swollen face and softened. Okay, go take a shower and rest. I'll call you when I'm done. Gun Yinji nodded and watched In Shixiang leave. She grabbed her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a bath. In Shixiang's dinner was ready by the time she came out of the shower. The two of them sat across from each other and ate a sumptuous dinner. Gun Yinji paced back and forth in the room to digest her food. She thought about calling Mei Xiaowen to confirm the time to invite him to dinner the next day. She called, but Mei Xiaowen's line was busy. He was on the phone. Maybe he was talking to his family. Gun Yinji hung up and didn't continue the call. Mei Xiaowen was indeed on the phone, but he wasn't calling his family. Jiang Hongxia was calling him from the Huaxia Empire. Xiaowen, why did you go to the United States without telling me? Jiang Hongxia's voice was like fine satin, soft and lustrous. I miss you. Mei Xiaowen was silent for a long time. Finally, when Jiang Hongxia pressed him, he said, Hongxia, I have a girlfriend. You're really pregnant? Who is it? Is it the little girl you chased to the United States to see? Jiang Hongxia asked gently. Xiaowen, don't be so hard on me, okay? Mei Xiaowen wanted to say something, but stopped. Xiaowen, I know there's a barrier in your heart that you can't overcome. I won't say anything, but you haven't been to Black Tea's Sky in a long time, right? I've been writing some stuff recently. Go read it when you have time. I've sent the password to your phone. Jiang Hongxia hung up. Mei Xiaowen hesitated for a long time, then unlocked his phone and logged on to Weibo. In Shixiang put the dishes in the dishwasher and returned to his room to report the latest news to Hua Xiaowen. This time, he actually got through to Hua Xiaowen. Hua Xiao, not asleep yet? Or is he already up? It should be 7 o'clock in the Huaxia Empire now, and he had just spoken to Hua Xiaoheng 2 hours ago at 5 o'clock in the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng hadn't slept all night, but he wasn't sleepy. He was very busy with work and often didn't sleep for days on end. Tell me, what's up? Hua Xiaoheng put on his headphones and closed his eyes. He leaned back on the high-back chair and considered it a good night's rest. In Shixiang looked out the door and whispered. Jichu chased Nianji back. I don't know what Nianji did to piss him off, but he made her walk back alone. It was a 3-mile walk, and she took an hour. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head nonchalantly. A 3-mile walk took an hour? You should make sure Nianji continues her morning exercise. She can't fall behind in the 10-kilometer cross-country run. In Shixiang was speechless. Hua Xiao, you're focusing on the wrong thing. But he didn't have the guts to argue with Hua Xiaoheng. He chuckled and said, Mei Xiaowen is here, apparently to see Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes. He rubbed his forehead and asked nonchalantly, why did he go to the United States? Did he see Nianji? He saw her. That kid was lucky. He chased Nianji back by Jichu and met her halfway. He even carried her on his back for a while. In Shixiang reported everything related to Gu Nianji to Hua Xiaoheng. You good for nothing. Tell Nianji she can't even walk 3 miles. Don't tell her she grew up with me. In Shixiang felt that Hua Xiaoheng was being too harsh. Hua Xiao, Nianji was seriously injured today. Did you forget? She's physically and mentally injured. Can't you call her to comfort her? This was the main reason he called Hua Xiaoheng again today. Gu Nianji had just said pitifully that Hua Xiaoheng didn't want her anymore. In Shixiang trembled when he heard it. What a pitiful little girl. The aggrieved look in her eyes was like that of a kitten abandoned on the streets. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and opened the computer's protective screen. He entered the password as he grunted. Is the injury serious? Didn't you say there was Jichu? Jichu washed his hands of her. You can't just ignore her. In Shixiang mustered his courage. Even if you have a girlfriend, you can't ignore Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. He keenly sensed something was wrong from In Shixiang's tone. This didn't sound like something In Shixiang would say. He narrowed his dark eyes. His expression was unreadable, but the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Hua Xiaoheng quickly calmed down. He said dryly, then tell Nianji that I don't have a girlfriend. I won't ignore her. He hung up and sighed deeply. He got up to go for a 10 kilometers cross-country run. This was the first watch. The second watch was around 1 p.m. Monthly votes of 3,100 plus updates. The third watch was around 7 p.m. Early August. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 142. In Shixiang froze when he heard this, then realized what was going on. So Mr. Hua had already figured out that it was Nianji who said it? This kind of thinking, TSK, no wonder he and Ozawa could only be his personal secretary. Truly, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. In Shixiang tossed his phone onto the bed and went to Gu Nianji's room to talk to her. He didn't expect her to have already fallen asleep on the bed. Her swollen cheek was facing up, and the corners of her mouth were scrunched up. Her brows were furrowed, and she seemed to be in pain even in her sleep. It had been a long day for her. In Shixiang's heart ached, and he cursed Jichu inwardly as he covered her with a thin blanket. He turned off the lights, closed the door quietly, and went back to his room. Mei Xiaowen finished reading the latest Weibo post, Black Tea's Sky, in his hotel room. He couldn't help but call Jiang Hongxia. It was morning in the Huaxia Empire. Jiang Hongxia sat at the breakfast table and unlocked her phone. She smiled. Xiaowen, have you had dinner? It was past 7 in the evening in the United States. I've eaten. Mei Xiaowen held the phone in one hand and ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Hongxia, I have a girlfriend. He said the same thing, as if trying to hypnotize himself. This was his only trump card against Jiang Hongxia's charms. Jiang Hongxia's smile didn't waver. She held the phone for a moment, then said, You really have a girlfriend? She admitted she's your girlfriend? Mei Xiaowen sat up straight. What do you mean? Don't look down on me. I'm not looking down on you. Jiang Hongxia smiled. Weinan said a few days ago that your revolution hasn't succeeded yet, and that you still need to work hard, comrade. Actually, AI Weinan had told Jiang Hongxia that the girl Mei Xiaowen was courting didn't actually like him. Of course, Jiang Hongxia wouldn't tell Mei Xiaowen that. Men cared about their pride. If they lost their pride, There would be nothing left between them. Mei Xiaowen breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the remote and turned on the TV to watch a movie on HBO. He said, "Weinan is full of nonsense. Don't listen to her." "I'm not listening to her." Jiang Hongcha's tone suddenly became serious. "I just wanted to confirm if you really have a girlfriend." "Really? So what if it's fake?" "If it's fake, then it's fine. But if it's true, I'll have to keep my distance from you." Jiang Hongcha's voice was as smooth as silk, but there was a hint of determination in it. Mei Xiaowen stared at the TV, completely unaware of what was going on. He muttered, "Keep your distance? You want to keep your distance from me?" "Yes. I can't be like Weinan. I know you like someone else, but I still insist on staying by your side as a friend." Jiang Hongcha picked up the kettle and sprinkled water on her epiphyllum. "I've never been that kind of person. You know about it." Mei Xiaowen was surprised. When they were dating in high school, AI Weinan stayed by their side as a good friend. "Of course I know. Do you think I'm stupid?" Jiang Hongcha chuckled as she put down the watering can. She stroked the epiphyllum's leaves and placed a rainflower stone in the pot. "So you don't mind?" Mei Xiaowen thought of their first love in high school and all their firsts. His heart softened. Jiang Hongcha was obviously thinking of their first love. Her voice was even sweeter. "Of course not. Why would I mind? You don't even like her. Just let her stay by your side." Her witty and generous words had a double meaning, and Mei Xiaowen's heart went numb. He couldn't resist it at all. As expected, the only person who could affect his emotions the most, the one who was most in tune with him, was Jiang Hongcha. However, when he thought of Jiang Hongcha's foreign boyfriend, Mei Xiaowen felt uneasy. He suppressed the restlessness in his heart and said carefully, "I'm sleepy. I'm jet-lagged. I'm going to take a shower. I'll call you tomorrow." He hung up. Jiang Hongcha stared at her phone. She couldn't believe that Mei Xiaowen had hung up on her. When had Mei Xiaowen ever hung up on her in all their years of dating? It looked like Gu Nianji really was special to Mei Xiaowen. Jiang Hongcha was terrified for the first time. How could there be so many people who wouldn't give up until the bitter end? They just hadn't met a better one yet. Once they did, they would fall in love with the new. Jiang Hongcha was scared. She was worried that Mei Xiaowen would really end up with Gu Nianji. Anxious, she dialed AI Weinan's number. She had been away all these years, and AI Weinan had been by Mei Xiaowen's side. She should know everything about him, right? Gu Nianji woke up the next day to find that her swollen cheeks had completely gone back to normal. There were only a few red marks left, like red veins under her fair skin. They should be completely gone in a few days. She held the bottle of improved green ointment that Yin Shixiang had given her. She wanted to give it a thumbs up. It was so useful. Brother Xiong must have gotten it from Uncle Hua. She would ask him to stock up on it when she got home. Yes, and Uncle Hua had promised to pick out some black t-shirt for pajamas when she got home. She couldn't forget. Even if he already had a girlfriend by then, she would still remind him to keep his word. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and recorded these two things in her phone's notepad. The date of the reminder was set to be the day she returned to the Empire in 6 months. It should be the day before Christmas. She cleaned herself up and changed into a polo and denim shorts. She said to Yin Shixiang, "Brother Xiong, I'm inviting Mei Xiaowen here for dinner today. What do you think we should cook?" Yin Shixiang realized that he really had become Gu Nianji's cook. He couldn't help feeling depressed. After a while, he said, "Let's eat out. We'll find a good restaurant and eat something classy." She could also claim the cost of eating out. This was a great idea. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but silently praise himself for his own ingenuity. Gu Nianji thought about it and agreed. The most important thing was that the bruises on her face had healed a lot. She would be able to hide them with a little concealer when they went out. "Okay, Brother Xiong, help me book a place. I'll call Xiaowen." She hummed as she walked away. She seemed to be in a better mood. Yin Shixiang looked at Gu Nianji's back and blinked. He looked down to look for a restaurant on his phone. He wasn't familiar with the restaurants around here. However, he believed that expensive food might not be delicious, but it must be classy. He booked the most expensive restaurant in the area for dinner. In the afternoon, Mei Xiaowen arrived at their apartment. He spoke politely with Yin Shixiang for a while before going to Gu Nianji's room. Mei Xiaowen casually glanced at the decorations in Gu Nianji's room. He asked, "This apartment is pretty nice. Did your relatives pay for it?" Gun Yinji originally wanted to say that he Jichu paid for it. However, she remembered his bad attitude the other day. She didn't want to give him any face in front of her classmates. She only smiled and didn't deny it. Mei Xiaoan knew what was going on. He took 2 steps forward and held Gun Yinji's hand. He whispered, "Nianji, promise me you'll be my girlfriend, okay?" This is the second update. Monthly votes of 3,100 plus updates. The third update is around 7 p.m. Early August, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic about joining the group. I'm very touched. Thank you for enjoying this article. The group was Q****Q group. Q***Q group. It was not a WeChat group. There was no WeChat group for now. The book group ID of the Major General of Cambrian was 146941331, and there was a post on the top of the group in the book review section. You just needed to reply, and you could apply for it. In 2 days, there will be an activity in the group. I hope to see everyone there and play with everyone. Mwah. Chapter 143. Mei Xiaoan's palms were sweaty and even slightly trembling. Gun Yinji could feel how nervous he was. Looking up at his gentle face and the hopeful eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses, she felt warm and touched. So it wasn't that no one wanted her. So there were people who wanted her. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips slowly curled up into a crescent shape, and her red lips curved into a seductive arc. Mei Xiaoan's heart pounded as he instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist and lowered his head to kiss her lips. "Don't!" Gun Yinji quickly pushed him away and took 2 steps back, blushing. "Don't be like this." Mei Xiaoan's breathing was a bit unstable as he looked at Gun Yinji's half-lowered head, revealing the fair nape of her neck. He wanted to touch it. He took a step forward, and Gun Yinji took 2 more steps back, almost touching the windowsill. "You don't want to be my girlfriend? I really like you." Mei Xiaoan was hurt. He had pursued Gun Yinji for so long and didn't expect this to happen. "Xiaoan, you really want me to be your girlfriend?" Gun Yinji glanced at Mei Xiaoan. "Then can you agree to one condition?" "What condition?" "I'll definitely agree." Mei Xiaoan's mood instantly improved. He looked at Gun Yinji with joy in his eyes. Gun Yinji smiled and tilted her head. "Wait for me for half a year. If you don't change your mind in the next 6 months, I'll be your girlfriend when I come back at the end of the year. What do you think?" Gun Yinji said this because she remembered AI Weinan saying that Mei Xiaoan's first love had broken up because they were in a different place. Gun Yinji had to stay in the United States for half a year and was in a different place from Mei Xiaoan. She wasn't sure if they could get past this hurdle. Mei Xiaoan was slightly taken aback. He clearly didn't expect Gun Yinji to still refuse to be his girlfriend even after he had pursued her all the way to the United States. However, he had to admit that unlike before, Gun Yinji had given him a clear answer this time. As long as he waited until the end of the year, she could be his girlfriend if he wanted. Thinking about it this way, he actually had the initiative in his hands. Mei Xiaoan quickly accepted Gun Yinji's proposal. "Okay, I'll wait for you. I'll pick you up at the airport on the day you return half a year later." Although there were still many uncertainties, Gun Yinji's heart skipped a beat when she heard what he said. "Will you really pick me up? If you're still this good to me in 6 months, I'll be your girlfriend." Mei Xiaoan was satisfied and pulled her into his arms for a hug. In Shixiang called out from outside the door. "It's getting late. Isn't it time to eat?" Gun Yinji pushed him away. "I'll take you out for dinner." Mei Xiaoan smiled and took her hand, walking out with her. In Shixiang looked at them coldly from the door. "What are you doing in the house? So long." "No, I was just chatting with Yinji." Mei Xiaoan smiled widely. He was in a much better mood than before. Gun Yinji didn't hide anything from In Shixiang. She said openly, "Xiaoan and I talked about it. He will wait for me for half a year. After half a year, I will return to China. If he is still willing, I will be his girlfriend." "Really? Congratulations in advance then." In Shixiang looked at Gun Yinji, then at Mei Xiaoan. He obviously didn't think it was a big deal. He laughed. "This is great news. Come on, let's go celebrate." The 3 of them got into In Shixiang's car and drove to the restaurant. It was the most expensive restaurant within 50 miles. The cars in the parking lot were all luxury cars. In Shixiang's second-hand SUV stood out like a sore thumb. Mei Xiaowen felt a bit embarrassed. He should have just driven his car. It was more reliable than the second-hand SUV. Gun Yinji didn't think it was inappropriate. She happily got out of the car and hooked one arm around In Shixiang's and the other around Mei Xiaowen's. The three of them chatted and laughed as they entered the restaurant. They didn't expect to find a room full of people waiting at the entrance. Gun Yinji asked In Shixiang in surprise, "Brother Xiong, didn't you make a reservation?" "I did make a reservation," Wang Yao said. In Shixiang went to ask and returned with a wry smile. "It's like this. I can't guarantee it'll be on time. The people who made the reservation can only go in after they finish eating." It was a restaurant, after all. They couldn't just force people to eat for an hour before kicking them out. What if they ate a lot? They couldn't just run a business, right? They had no choice but to wait in the lobby with the others. In Shixiang held his phone and sat on a bench in the corner board. He was playing games. Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen stood next to a large potted plant beside the entrance and whispered. They talked about where their classmates had gone after graduation and what happened in college. They had a great time and didn't feel bored at all. However, after waiting for almost an hour, Gun Yinji's legs were sore again. Mei Xiaowen held her arm. "Let's go find a seat over there." Gun Yinji nodded and followed him inside. At that moment, the restaurant doors opened again. Two managers and a senior manager hurried over. They stood by the door and bowed. "Welcome, welcome." The senior manager had just been ignoring the waiting customers, but in the blink of an eye, he was bowing to someone else. Gun Yinji didn't know which important person had come. Gun Yinji pouted, her eyes filled with undisguised disdain. She turned her head to sneak a peek. She ended up meeting a pair of cold, sultry eyes. Gun Yinji's cheeks immediately burned. Even her concealer couldn't hide the sudden blush on her face. Mei Xiaowen also turned to look and froze. Standing at the entrance was a tall, handsome man. It was Professor He Zhichu, whom he had met a few times at C University. In the crook of Professor He's arm was a beautiful woman. Americans might not be familiar with a woman's appearance, but Mei Xiaowen and Gun Yinji had no choice but to recognize her. She was obviously the fastest rising female celebrity in the Huaxia Empire in recent years. "Z, this way, please. We've prepared a special VIP room for you." The senior manager's smile was almost obsequious. Gun Yinji thought about how she had been waiting for almost an hour and still hadn't gotten a table. As soon as He Zhichu arrived, the restaurant's senior manager appeared and prepared a VIP room for him. TSK. This man couldn't stop putting on airs no matter where he went. Gun Yinji turned her head and avoided He Zhichu's gaze. It was as if she didn't know him. She thought He Zhichu probably didn't want students to see him dating a female celebrity. So it was best for her to pretend to be blind. He Zhichu ignored her and didn't even look at Mei Xiaowen. He held the female celebrity's arm and walked past Gun Yinji to follow the restaurant manager to the VIP room. Mei Xiaowen quietly asked Gun Yinji, "Is that really Professor He? I didn't think he was that good to be dating a female celebrity of that caliber." She was a genuine female celebrity who had won an international award. She wasn't someone who could be compared to an 18-line, all-faced internet celebrity. Who knows? He's obviously a playboy. Gun Yinji thought He Zhichu had already fallen for her, so she secretly gossiped about him behind his back. He Zhichu's almond-shaped eyes were indeed quite attractive. Unexpectedly, as soon as Gun Yinji finished speaking, two coughs came from behind them. It sounded like He Zhichu's voice. Gun Yinji's back stiffened. "Students, how long have you been waiting?" He Zhichu's cool voice drilled into Gun Yinji's ears like a thread of ice. It was the third watch, beginning of August, seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic about joining the group. I'm very touched. Thank you for enjoying this article. The group was Q*******Q group. It was not a WeChat group. There was no WeChat group for now. The book group ID of the Major General Cambrian was 146941331, and there was a post on the top of the group in the book review section. You just needed to reply, and you could apply for it. In 2 days, there will be an activity in the group. I hope to see everyone there and play with everyone. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 144. Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen couldn't pretend they hadn't seen it since he'd said classmate. They both turned to face He Jichu. He Jichu was dressed in light-colored casual wear, his hands in his trouser pockets. His eyes lingered on Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen's intertwined hands for a moment. There was no harm without comparison. Mei Xiaowen had always been a male idol in girls' eyes, but in front of He Jichu, who was mature and elegant, he was just a big boy who didn't know what to do. Standing in front of He Jichu, Mei Xiaowen felt uncomfortable for the first time. But He Jichu wasn't looking at him. He was looking at Gun Yinji, his eyes lingering on her injured cheek. Let's go together. My place is big. He was inviting them to the VIP room for dinner. In Xixiang, who was playing games on a nearby bench, saw He Jichu follow them. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly put away his phone and walked over. He heard Gun Yinji reject He Jichu's offer. That's not a good idea, is it? This is Professor He's private time. We wouldn't dare disturb him. As she spoke, she glanced meaningfully at the female celebrity and smiled at He Jichu. She winked and said, Professor He, hurry up and go. Don't keep them waiting. He Jichu studied Gun Yinji for a moment, then suddenly reached out and tousled her hair. He said in a doting tone, You're still mad at me? I apologize. Can you forgive me? This sudden change in tone not only struck Gun Yinji like she'd been struck by lightning, but also made Mei Xiaowen and In Xixiang's jaws drop. Mei Xiaowen looked at Gun Yinji suspiciously, then at He Jichu, wondering since when was Yinji so close to Professor He? And what did Professor He do to have to personally apologize to Gun Yinji? In Xixiang immediately took 2 steps forward to stand next to Gun Yinji. He smiled and tried to smooth things over. Professor He, you're too kind. Our Yinji is kind and innocent. She never holds grudges. Please don't make things difficult for her. Really? He Jichu looked at Gun Yinji, his shimmering, sultry eyes filled with countless emotions, finally condensing into one sentence. Can you forgive me? Gun Yinji guessed that He Jichu was apologizing for kicking her out of his house the day before. She had been very angry the day before and had walked so hard that her legs were about to break. She had cursed He Jichu countless times in her heart. But when she woke up this morning, she was no longer angry. Moreover, she wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. The scene of He Jichu rushing to the campus police office to save her was still vivid in her mind. How could she hold a grudge against him over something so trivial? Although he had gone overboard yesterday, she had secretly scolded him in her heart, so they were even. Gun Yinji didn't hold a grudge. She usually took revenge on the spot. You're too kind, Professor He. I haven't thanked you properly yet. If you hadn't arrived in time, I wouldn't have been able to sit here and wait for my meal. Gun Yinji smiled. Her curvy lips were bright red, and her soft texture was simply tempting. He Jichu's gaze moved away from her red lips. That's good. He didn't insist that Gun Yinji and the others eat with him in the VIP room. Instead, he called the restaurant's senior manager over and whispered a few words in his ear in French. The senior manager nodded repeatedly and turned to Gun Yinji and the others in English. Please follow me. There's a table for 3 over there. I just got someone added. This was probably because of He Jichu. Gun Yinji nodded to He Jichu with a smile. Thank you, Professor He. She quickly followed the senior manager to find a table. Mei Xiaowen also nodded to He Jichu. Professor He, we'll be going then. He Jichu grunted in acknowledgement. He watched as the 2 of them went after Gun Yinji before turning to go to the VIP room. Lawyer He, were those 2 your students? The female celebrity asked curiously. The young girl just now was too attractive. The female celebrity was also famous for her beauty, but she didn't have the slightest advantage in front of this young girl who hadn't even grown up yet. It wasn't that the young girl was prettier than her. No matter how beautiful an unripe fruit was, it wasn't as alluring as a ripe fruit. However, There was an irresistible allure within the unripe fruit. This was no ordinary fruit. Hijichu grunted and picked up the menu to order. He didn't seem to want to discuss the matter any further. However, the female celebrity couldn't help herself. She wasn't sure what position the young girl held in Hijichu's heart. She picked up the menu and looked at it a few times. She asked tentatively, "That young girl is very starstruck. If she plans to enter the entertainment industry, I can help her." As she spoke, she took out her business card from her handbag and pushed it towards Hijichu. She wanted to leave her phone number discreetly. Hijichu looked at her business card and snorted. He looked up at the female celebrity and didn't say anything. However, his shimmering, sultry eyes were filled with obvious mockery. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. The female celebrity's pretty face gradually turned red under his stare. Then it turned pale and finally turned livid. She was also a famous person with status. She was naturally arrogant, so most people wouldn't be able to invite her. She stiffly took back her business card and put it back into her handbag. She stood up and said, "I just remembered that I have an appointment tomorrow. I can't accompany you today. Lawyer, regarding the contract, you can have your assistant, Miss Wen, contact my manager." The female celebrity put on a pair of sunglasses that covered half her face. She lowered her head and hurried out of the restaurant. The waiter in the VIP room bowed and asked, "Mr. Do you still want to order?" Hijichu leaned back and rested one arm on the back of the chair. He looked through the open door and happened to see Gu Ninji and the others at the makeshift table. The three of them sat around a small round table and were eating happily. Gu Ninji's guardian said something, but Gu Ninji was laughing so hard she almost collapsed on the round table. The moment she looked up, Gu Ninji saw Hijichu sitting alone in the VIP room across from her. The door was wide open, and the room was illuminated by the lights. Everything was resplendent. Hijichu, however, sat there ramrod straight. He was like a pale ink, and a sense of desolation washed over her. Hijichu raised his glass to Gu Ninji from afar. Gu Ninji pursed her lips and raised her glass to Hijichu's. In Shixiang saw this and turned to look. He said in surprise, "Huh? Where's his female companion?" Gu Ninji shook her head. I don't know what she's up to." The waiter who was taking care of their table said quietly, "Mr. He's female companion just left to attend to something." As soon as he finished speaking, Hijichu had already stood up and walked out of the lavishly decorated VIP room. He came to Gu Ninji's table. He patted Mei Xiaowen's shoulder. "It's late. I have something to attend to. I'll take you out tomorrow." As he spoke, he left a business card for Mei Xiaowen and nodded at Yin Shixiao. He didn't even look at Gu Ninji as he turned to leave. Mei Xiaowen was ecstatic. He held up Hijichu's business card and said to Gu Ninji, "Ninji, this is Professor He's personal business card. Normal people can't get a business card like this." Gu Ninji was also happy. She chuckled. "Then go to bed early tonight. I don't know where I'll take you tomorrow." She then pretended to be jealous. "Professor, he has never taken me and Brother Huang out before." Xiaowen, "Professor, he seems to have taken a liking to you." Mei Xiaowen laughed. "How could that be? But I'm quite surprised that Professor he remembered my name." This was the first watch. The second watch was around 1 p.m. Monthly votes for 3,200 plus updates. The third watch was around 7 p.m. Early August. Monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 145. The next morning, Mei Xiaowen got a call from Hijichu as soon as he woke up. "Good morning, Professor He." Mei Xiaowen quickly greeted him. "Are we going out now?" Hijichu's cool voice sounded over the phone. "Come down in half an hour. I'll send a car to pick you up." Mei Xiaowen came down half an hour later to see a Cadillac limousine parked in front of the Hilton Hotel. Seeing him come down, a handsome Caucasian male driver wearing white gloves opened the door and got out. He helped him open the door on the other side and invited him in. Mei Xiaowen thanked him and entered the car to see Hijichu sitting in the passenger seat. He smiled at him. "You're too kind, Professor He." Mei Xiaowen was flattered. He even had a chauffeur. Professor He suddenly looked like a partner of a big law firm. Hijichu opened the small fridge in the car and took out a glass of red wine. Want a drink? Drinking red wine so early in the morning. Although Mei Xiaoan didn't have this habit, he still accepted it, so Hijichu wouldn't look down on him. I don't have the habit of eating breakfast, so I usually have a glass of red wine with ice in the morning. Hijichu raised his glass to Mei Xiaoan before downing it. Mei Xiaoan also took a drink. There was ice in the red wine, so it tasted cold and had a hint of lemon. It was more like a cocktail. Hijichu poured him another glass. The limousine didn't feel like it was moving at all. Mei Xiaoan downed 4 or 5 glasses of red wine in a row before realizing they were already on the road. Feeling slightly dizzy, Mei Xiaoan held the glass and couldn't focus. Professor He, where are we going? Although Hijichu had drunk a lot, he wasn't drunk at all. His expression was cold as he looked out the window. We're going to pick up Nianji. Isn't she your girlfriend? Don't you want to hang out with her? Mei Xiaoan grunted as he rubbed his temples and leaned back in his seat, completely drunk. He chuckled. Girlfriend? Just a little bit more. I've always wanted her to be my girlfriend, but she wants me to wait for her. You want to test me for half a year before you agree to be my girlfriend. Hijichu withdrew his gaze in surprise and looked Mei Xiaoan up and down, as if he was trying to determine if he was telling the truth. It's not that different, is it? They're holding hands in front of everyone. It's just holding hands. Mei Xiaoan was drunk and talkative. He couldn't help but complain. I can't even hug her. She pushes me away all the time. She's probably the only virgin in our school, and she still has her first kiss. Ha ha, I'm so useless. I chased after her for so long, and all I got was to hold her hand. Hijichu didn't say anything and looked out the window again. He picked up his phone and called Gu Nianji. Nianji. Gu Nianji was still sleeping in bed and only answered after the phone rang for a long time. Professor He? Gu Nianji woke up as soon as she heard Hijichu's voice. She sat up in bed, but her voice was still sleepy and hoarse. What's up? I'm taking Mei Xiaoan to Harvard today, and I just remembered that you still need to get your injury checked out. I'll pick you up. Hijichu hung up. Gu Nianji didn't even have a chance to object. Thanks to Chun Lai's improved green ointment, the injury on her face had completely healed. Why would she need to go to the hospital? But Hijichu was taking Mei Xiaoan to Harvard today, and as the proper host, Gu Nianji couldn't stay out of it. Although she actually wanted to sleep alone at home all day, she rushed into the bathroom to take a quick shower and picked out a ladylike white dress with white sneakers and a navy t-shirt. Her long hair was tied back with a hairband, and she wore a navy baseball cap. She carried her small backpack and said to Yin Shixiang, Brother Xiong, Professor He is taking Xiaoan to Harvard. I want to go have some fun. Yin Shixiang poked his head out of the room. When are you coming back? I don't know. Probably in the evening. I'll call you. Gu Nianji's phone rang as she spoke. She glanced at it and said, I have to go. They're already here to pick me up. She opened the door and ran out. Not long after Gu Nianji left, Yin Shixiang came downstairs in disguise and followed them to Harvard. Hijichu's limousine was very flashy, and Yin Shixiang couldn't miss it even if he wanted to. When they arrived at Harvard, Gu Nianji happily pointed out the various buildings to Mei Xiaoan and told him which faculty they belonged to. She then took him to the law faculty building to look around and take a few photos. Mei Xiaoan smiled. I can show off to everyone when I get back that I've been to Harvard before too. In your dreams. Gu Nianji gave him a sidelong glance and joked with him, making Hijichu's presence seem unnecessary. However, Hijichu didn't seem to mind. He followed them unhurriedly, and at some point, a cigarette appeared in his hand. He stood in a smoking area on Harvard University. Gu Nianji turned around and saw the flickering cigarette between his fingers. Her eyes flashed. Hijichu sensed something and looked up to see Gu Nianji staring at the cigarette between his fingers. Okay, I won't smoke anymore. He chuckled as he threw the cigarette into a nearby trash can. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and didn't say anything. She turned to point to the School of Electrical Engineering building across from the law faculty. She said to Mei Xiaoan, That's the School of Electrical Engineering. I know a few Chinese students there. Yes, Nianji has a male idol there. Hijichu folded his hands behind his back and stood on the other side of Gun Yinji. He squinted at the School of Electrical Engineering building. Male idol? Mei Xiaowen's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Gun Yinji in shock. Who? Gun Yinji blushed and said sheepishly, Professor, he was joking. I have many male idols. Xiaowen, you're my male idol too. Really? Mei Xiaowen laughed. Although he knew Gun Yinji was joking, he couldn't help but be happy. He should be treated as a Prince Charming. His confidence, which had been shattered, instantly exploded again. Of course. Gun Yinji nodded vigorously. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw He Jichu's cool gaze on her. Gun Yinji turned to flatter him. Professor He, you're my male idol too. I'm so lucky today. I have 2 male idols walking around campus with me. It's so awesome. He Jichu glanced at Mei Xiaowen. He didn't understand Gun Yinji's words. Was he happy or sad? After all, He Jichu didn't want to accept the title of a male idol on the same level as Mei Xiaowen. He raised his chin. Let's go over there. Your injury needs a follow-up. Mei Xiaowen quickly agreed. Yinji, I was scared to death when I saw the injury on your face the other day. Are you okay now? Gun Yinji touched her face and said smoothly, I think I'm fine now, but I still need to get a diagnosis. He Jichu didn't say anything else. He took Gun Yinji and Mei Xiaowen to the Harvard Medical School affiliated hospital. This time, he was looking for a dermatologist. Dr. Thomas, thank you for your help. He Jichu pulled Gun Yinji over. Look at her face. She was beaten up 2 days ago. Although the swelling has subsided, I'm worried that the insides aren't completely healed. Dr. Thomas examined Gun Yinji attentively. To be on the safe side, he even took an X-ray to make sure the skull wasn't deformed. They waited at the hospital for an hour before receiving the X-ray. I can guarantee that she's recovering very well. Not only is her skull intact, but even her skin is healed. There's no scar at all. Dr. Thomas was an old man with a white beard. He was very kind to Gun Yinji. After the examination, he even gave her a lollipop. Gun Yinji sucked on the lollipop and smiled as she walked between He Jichu and Mei Xiaowen. As they walked along the corridor, Gun Yinji noticed that there were U.S. soldiers in camouflage uniforms standing guard at the entrance of one of the rooms. What kind of important person was living here? As soon as the thought popped into Gun Yinji's mind, she saw a woman with a white bandage on her head and one arm in a sling. Half of her face was swollen like a steamed bun. She was being supported by someone as she slowly walked out of the room. He Jichu stopped and pulled Gun Yinji to his side. This way. He led her and Mei Xiaowen to another corridor. Although they walked quickly, the woman still saw them. It was Xian Xingao, whose wrist had been broken and concussed by Gun Yinji. She stared at Gun Yinji's disappearing figure in shock. Why did she look so familiar? She asked the nurse who was supporting her. Who was that girl? Do you recognize her? The nurse shook her head. I can ask for you. They had all seen the 3 people come from the dermatology room. The nurse called someone over and asked. There were 3 people just now, 2 men and a woman. They came from that direction. Do you know who they are? The person happened to be the dermatologist, Dr. Thomas's nurse. She told her, that's Dr. Thomas's patient. Isn't that girl beautiful? I only know her surname is Gu, and she's a student of Professor He from the Faculty of Law. Her injuries have just healed. Fortunately, her face isn't disfigured otherwise. He stopped abruptly and glanced at Xian Xingao with some apprehension. Xian Xingao's skull was slightly crooked from the blow. Without cosmetic orthodontic surgery, her face would be disfigured. That was why her room was arranged next to the dermatology room. It would make it easier for Dr. Thomas to examine her and decide on a cosmetic surgery plan. Her surname was Gu, and she was He Jichu's student. Who else could it be? Xian Xingao felt a surge of anger rise from the bottom of her heart and was stuck in her throat. She turned around and entered the room. She picked up the phone and dialed the mysterious number. I want to see Lieutenant Colonel Peter. Lieutenant Colonel Peter arrived at the Harvard Medical School affiliated hospital half an hour later. He was a middle-aged man with a big belly. He stood in front of Xian Xingao's bed with his hands clasped behind his back. He had a friendly smile on his face. Xian, how are you? Are you feeling better? Xian Xingao glared at him angrily. I just want to ask you, why is Gun Yinji fine? She beat me up like this. Doesn't she have to be held criminally responsible? Lieutenant Colonel Peter was furious. He hadn't told Xin Xingao about this yet. Xin Xingao had just woken up from a coma. She had just started her rehabilitation and was about to undergo cosmetic surgery. She had no idea what had happened after that. Here's the thing. Lieutenant Colonel Peter rubbed his hands nervously. You're not held criminally responsible for the fight. What? Xin Xingao felt a sweet lump in her throat. She was about to vomit blood. What kind of law is that? I don't believe it, but it's the truth. Lieutenant Colonel Peter raised his sparse blonde eyebrows. There are precedents. Baseball, ice hockey, all of them. Fights on the field are not held criminally responsible as long as no one is killed or seriously injured. She beat me up like this, and that's not a serious injury? Xin Xingao was on the verge of punching the bed. She was clinging to Gun Yinji because she was afraid and uncertain. She knew what she had done. Even the Huaxiao Empire's international students had drawn a line with her. She wouldn't care if they just ignored her and isolated her. She was most afraid of what Gun Yinji had done, beating her up. If she didn't deal with it seriously, others would follow suit and take her life at any moment. From a medical point of view, your injury isn't considered a serious injury. Lieutenant Colonel Peter said matter-of-factly. As for Gu, she was also injured. The doctor issued a certificate saying that her injury is comparable to yours. That's impossible, Xin Xingao screamed, her voice echoing in the room. She recovered a long time ago. I just saw her walk past my ward, swaggering around. How's she like me? I can't even get out of bed right now. Is that so? Lieutenant Colonel Peter frowned. But she has a doctor's certificate. Xin, you have to know that the court only looks at evidence. They only look at the doctor's certificate to confirm the injury. Xin Xingao gripped the bedsheets so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands were bulging. Tell me, what do I have to do to make sure that Gu goes to jail? Xin Xingao wouldn't let Gun Yinji go. She wanted to make an example out of her and the U.S. military to guarantee her safety. I've done so much for you. You can't do this to me. Lieutenant Colonel Peter shook his head and spread his hands. It's no use. She has Professor He's support. It'll be hard to sue her. Xin, there's something I didn't tell you. We just settled with Professor He because he sued me and my department for lynching his students. All we did was ask the campus police to handcuff his students. Xin Xingao's eyes widened. It's that hard? Yes, it's harder than you think. I don't believe you. Xin Xingao spat out through clenched teeth. She closed her eyes and lay on the bed, panting slightly. Finally, she said, Lieutenant Colonel Peter, I want to find out what constitutes a serious injury. Lieutenant Colonel Peter looked at Xin Xingao and broke into a huge smile. Xin, you're really smart. He waved at her. I'll wait for your good news. Mei Xiaowen stayed in Boston for 6 days and flew home on the 7th day. He Jichu gave Gun Yinji the day off and arranged for a chauffeur and bodyguard to accompany them everywhere. Mei Xiaowen's head hurt when he saw that Gun Yinji didn't seem to mind and continued to have fun. She even told him that she had been attending classes every day since she arrived in Boston, from the classroom to the apartment. She had never had the chance to go to those places, and that it was all thanks to him that she could. Mei Xiaowen felt sorry for Gun Yinji and didn't mind the chauffeur and bodyguard following her around anymore. On the 7th day, Gun Yinji had just sent Mei Xiaowen off on the plane when she received a court summons. It turned out that Xin Xingao's condition had suddenly worsened and her brain had been severely damaged. The doctor diagnosed that the damage to her intelligence was irreparable. Simply put, she had beaten Xin Xingao to the point where she couldn't take care of herself. It was considered a serious injury in medical terms, so the court accepted her lawsuit and summoned Gun Yinji to appear in court. 200 words, 2 chapters in one, including 3,200 monthly votes and chapters. That was all for the night. Thanks to Bai Yun Xiao for tipping Heshabi yesterday. Moi. Chapter 146. Gun Yinji read the subpoena carefully several times and asked the postman who delivered it, "She's suing me for beating her until she can't take care of herself?" The postman nodded solemnly. "It's written on the subpoena." "Ha!" Gunyinji signed on the postman's receipt. "Even an idiot can file a complaint." TSK. She can't be that stupid, right? The postman who delivered the subpoena was from the U.S. military and was there to watch Gunyinji sign it. She blushed and said anxiously, "She sued before she became an idiot. Because the injuries weren't serious, the court didn't accept it. Now the injuries are serious." "Oh," Gunyinji drawled meaningfully. "So classmate X knew she would become an idiot before she became an idiot, so she filed the complaint in advance." The man realized he was making things worse and could only shut his mouth and not respond to anything Gunyinji said. Gunyinji didn't say anything else to him. It was obvious that Xian Xingyao wasn't going to let her off the hook. If she pointed out the other party's flaws now, they might immediately investigate it, and she would be the one at a disadvantage. Truth be told, Gunyinji was also a law student and had excellent grades. Although the specific legal provisions between the Huaxia Empire and the United States were different, the legal principles were the same. She had also worked with He Zhichu on cases for over a month and had a deeper understanding of the American legal system than the average person. She could find several flaws just by looking at the contents of the subpoena. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the other party to sue her, but they had better prove that Xian Xingyao had become an idiot. Otherwise, Gunyinji wasn't going to let them off easily. Gunyinji narrowed her eyes slightly. The expression on her face was restrained and calm. She actually resembled Hua Xiaohong. "What happened?" Yin Shixiang asked as he came out of his room. He had heard someone at the door looking for Gunyinji, saying the postman was delivering a letter. He saw through the peephole that it was a regular postman from the apartment, so he asked Gunyinji to come out and receive the letter. However, he felt something was wrong when he saw Gunyinji standing at the door for a long time. Nothing. Gunyinji put the subpoena back into the envelope and passed it to Yin Shixiang. She said expressionlessly, "It's a court subpoena. Xian Xingyao is suing me." She walked back to her room and slammed the door shut. She leaned against the door and did not move for a long time. Although she pretended to be fine on the outside, it wasn't that she wasn't afraid at all. It was obvious that Xian Xingyao and the forces behind her were not going to let her off the hook. Hugging her shoulders, Gunyinji curled up and sat down against the door. The setting sun shone in from the direction of the window, falling not far in front of her. She quietly watched the light of the setting sun change in front of her. Finally, it gradually sank into the west, and the room became dark. Yin Shixiang took the envelope from Gunyinji and opened it to see that it really was a subpoena from an American court. He immediately turned to his room and video called Zhao Yangzi. "Big Xiang, what's up? It's only 5 o'clock in the morning. You'd better have something urgent, or else I won't let you off." Yin Shixiang asked seriously, "What about Hua Xiao? Is Hua Xiao there? I have something very important to talk to him about." Zhao Yangzi rubbed his eyes and glanced at him. "What is it? If it's really serious, I'll get Hua Xiao for you." "It's Nianji. She's being sued. They're saying she caused Xian Xingyao's serious injury and will be held criminally responsible." That meant she was going to jail. Zhao Yangzi immediately sobered up. "Wait here. I'll get Hua Xiao for you." 30 seconds later, the video switched to Hua Xiaohang's study. "Big Xiang, what happened?" Hua Xiaohang's devastatingly handsome face appeared on the screen. His voice was steady and powerful, with a mesmerizing magnetism. Yin Shixiang took a deep breath and told Hua Xiaohang about the subpoena. "I've already scanned it and sent it to Little Zay." Hua Xiaohang frowned. "Why is it Xian again? Did He Zhichu take care of her?" Yin Shixiang shook his head. "I'm not sure. Mei Xiaowen came to the United States to see Nianji, even though he was free these past few days." "Mei Xiaowen went?" Hua Xiaohang asked dryly. "What else is there that I don't know about?" Yin Shixiang thought about it and began the story from the day Mei Xiaowen came to the United States. Professor He took Mei Xiaowen and Nianji around the Harvard campus for a day, then took her to the hospital for a checkup. Then Nianji spent a few days with Mei Xiaowen in Boston. She just sent him on the plane today, and when she got back from the airport, she received a subpoena from the court. I'll let you know right away. Xiao Hong held the mouse in his hand and clicked on a few documents on his computer. He also saw the scanned image of the original subpoena that Zhao Liangzi had sent him. He quietly read through it before asking, "Where's Nianji?" She just went back to her room. Yin Shixiang poked his head out to look at Gun Nianji's room door. "She's closed. Tell her to be quiet. Contact me tomorrow." Xiao Hong ended the video call and called Zhao Liangzi over. "Little Zhe, we need to hold a meeting to discuss this. Gather all the relevant personnel in the small conference room in 10 minutes. Roger, Chief." Zhao Yangzi's usual cheeky smile disappeared as he opened the military's internal communication system and sent out orders to gather all the relevant personnel. He packed his briefcase and carried his laptop as he hurried out of the office to the small conference room. When he went downstairs, he happened to come face to face with a tall, voluptuous, and gorgeous woman. "Little Zhe, where are you going?" she asked casually and stepped aside to make way. Zhao Yangzi saw her and nodded in greeting. "Colonel Bai." "Little Zhe, my sister said she's coming to see me this weekend. Are you free?" This woman was the cousin of Bai Shuang, the new spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Bai Yueran. She had just been transferred to the 6th Military Region from the Central Military Region. She was 2 years older than Bai Shuang, but was only 26 years old, but her rank was already one rank higher than Zhao Yangzi and Yin Shixiang. Zhao Yangzi stretched out his hands to show Bai Yueran his things. "Colonel Bai, do I look like I'm free?" "Little Zhe, don't be so formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Yueran." Bai Yueran laughed heartily and patted Zhao Liangzi's shoulder. "All right, go do what you need to do. I won't disturb you any longer. You're so anxious you're sweating." She giggled, her laughter like silk from a silkworm burrowing into Zhao Liangzi's ears and finally wrapping around his heart. He felt half his body go numb, a strange sensation that he was not used to. He didn't say anything else and hurried away. When he arrived at the small conference room, Zhao Yangzi saw that Chunlai was also there, along with 2 lieutenant colonels from the Special Operations Forces Legal Department. "Why are you only here now?" Xiaoheng looked at his watch. "You're the informant, but you're a minute later than the informant." Zhao Liangzi stood at attention. "Honestly, I met Colonel Bai on the way here and had a few words with her, so I was delayed." Xiaoheng glanced at him and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, it was the 2 people from the legal department who immediately said, "Mr. Hua, Colonel Bai is now the director of the 6th Military Region's Special Operations Forces Legal Department. Shouldn't we let her participate as well?" This was the first chapter. The second chapter should be 2 chapters in one, including 3,300 monthly votes and more chapters. Early August, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Other than that, let's talk about joining the group. The major general book group number for the Chronicles of Cambrian, 146941331. When applying, if you were a book friend from Qidian, you had to say the Qidian subscription account name and reply to the group post. The group post was in the book review section, so those who were reading on their phones could see it by scrolling to the Major General's book review section. If you were a friend of QQ Read or Yun Qi, you could say the subscription account name and reply to QQ Read. The admin would send you a private message after joining the group. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 147. Is Colonel Bai's security clearance efficient? Hua Xiaoheng turned on the computer and accessed the internal system. The Huaxiao Imperial Military had a total of 18 levels of security. The highest level was further divided into levels A, B, and C. Level A was the highest level within the highest level. Bai Yueran's security clearance was C level within the highest level. Although it was the lowest level within the highest level, she had also been present at the scene of Gun Nianji's car accident 6 years ago, so she was qualified. Have her come to the meeting. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the phone and connected to Bai Yueran's line. Bai Yueran arrived quickly. As soon as she entered, the door to the small conference room was closed. All sorts of anti-interference and eavesdropping equipment were activated, and the entire room became a large, airtight cocoon. Even the most sophisticated satellite couldn't detect the situation inside. Zhao Yangzi used the laptop in front of him to explain the entire incident in a concise manner. Bai Yueran listened attentively to the briefing, and her expression gradually became serious. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao, I've been against sending Gu Nianji abroad for a long time. I think the most important thing right now is to get her back as soon as possible. Get her back? How? She's already been sued. Do we have to bail her out and abscond? Chen Lai was the first to object. Even if we have to bail her out and abscond. Bai Yueran's gaze was determined, and her slender fingers tapped on the conference table. She had long, naturally wavy black hair that accentuated her charm when it was down, but most of the time, she wore it in a bun at the back of her head, which made her look much more proper. Zhao Yangzi also objected. No, if we bail her out and abscond, Nianji will never see the light of day again. We can't do that. He, Yin Shixiang, Hua Xiaoheng, and Chen Lai were the people closest to Gu Nianji. Emotionally, he couldn't bear to let her go. Bai Yueran turned to look at him, her gaze somewhat disapproving. Secretary Zhao, I know that you all have been responsible for taking care of Gu Nianji for so many years. Humans are not plants, so how can they be emotionless? You do feel guilty, but you must also remember that you are soldiers. Gu Nianji is your mission, not your family. Zhao Yangzi wasn't looking at Bai Yueran, but he could see her expression clearly from the corner of his eye. He tightened his grip on the mouse and averted his gaze. His eyes wandered back and forth on his computer screen, searching for a way to help Gu Nianji. He was a soldier, but Gu Nianji wasn't just a mission. He already saw her as his own sister. He couldn't agree to Bai Yueran's words, but he could not open his mouth to refute. Chen Lai was speechless for a moment. He stole a glance at Hua Xiaoheng and saw that he was as calm as ever. He couldn't tell how Bai Yueran's words had affected him. As expected of Hua Xiao, this unflinching general's demeanor was indeed not something an ordinary person could have. Chen Lai's eyes darted around, and he deliberately added fuel to the fire. Colonel Bai, what do you mean by this? When did we ever treat Gu Nianji as family? She was the mission. Otherwise, why would Hua Xiao agree to send her to the United States as bait? Hua Xiao, don't you think so? Hua Xiaoheng's expression still didn't change, but the slight twitch in the corner of his eye didn't escape Chen Lai's sharper eyes. Chen Lai snickered inwardly and looked in Bai Yueran's direction. He spread his hands. Now, there's a problem with the mission. We must think of a way to solve this problem. Colonel Bai, is your solution to admit that our method of luring the snake out of its hole failed? Bai Yueran's eyes flashed. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng and couldn't see anything from his handsome, impassive face. Chen Lai, with his round face, looked like a nice guy, but his words were watertight and sharp. Hesitation flashed in Bai Yueran's eyes. Of course we can't say it failed. So I object to Colonel Bai's suggestion. What about you? Chen Lai looked at the people in the meeting. The two subordinates from Bai Yueran's department shook their heads to show that they didn't agree either. Zhao Yangzi said frankly, I agree with Chen Lai. We can't just bring Nianji back like this. We can't fail our mission, and Nianji isn't just a mission. Bai Yueran saw that everyone was against her suggestion and didn't insist. She looked at Hua Xiaoheng. What do you think, Mr. Hua? Hua Xiaoheng clasped his hands and rested them on the conference table. His expression was frighteningly cold. If there's a problem, we'll solve it. We'll respond. He then said to Bai Yueran, Director Bai, this matter may require the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to step in. You'll be in charge of contacting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and have them prepare. He paused before continuing, but the Ministry of Foreign Affairs must keep this confidential. I don't want any news to get out before the final trial in the United States. If it gets out, it'll be dealt with according to military law. Yes, sir. Everyone in the small conference room immediately stood up and answered in unison. After the meeting, Hua Xiaoheng and Zhao Yangzi had a video call with Yin Shixiang. Mr. Hua, little Zhe, what's your decision? Yin Shixiang asked calmly. What do you need me to do? Zhao Yangzi passed the microphone to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng, said in a low voice. Find Ijichu first and tell him about this. The U.S. military is backing Xin Xingao up again. Let's see how Ijichu reacts. Ijichu had even sued the U.S. military for Gun Yinji's sake. Now that he had been slapped in the face, how would he feel? Yes, I'll call Ijichu right away. In Shixiang temporarily turned off the video call and called Ijichu. On the other side of the video call, Zhao Yangzi was sitting in front of his computer searching for information online. He asked Hua Xiaoheng worriedly, Hua Xiao, are we going to the United States? Hua Xiaoheng stared at the camera. After a while, he said, go and switch Big Xiong back. Zhao Yangzi was happy at first, but when he thought about it, In Shixiang was probably called back because something had gone wrong, so he couldn't bear to see it happen. Big Xiong, it's not Big Xiong's fault, but he's not suited to stay in the United States to take care of Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and started the satellite tracking program. That place needs computer experts more. It's better for you to go. Zhao Yangzi understood what Hua Xiaoheng was implying. He was taking responsibility for Gun Yinji's predicament. As the commanding general, it was his dereliction of duty to not know the right people and appoint them properly. But this way, In Shixiang wouldn't be demoted. Zhao Yangzi quickly stood up and said sincerely, Hua Xiao, don't worry. I'll go to the United States and take good care of Nianji. I won't let something like this happen again. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even turn his head. His attitude was very calm. It doesn't matter what happened. If nothing happened, we would have sent her away for nothing. You still want to lure her family out. Zhao Yangzi was silent for a long time, but still asked, what if, and I'm saying what if she really doesn't have any family left? What if she's the last person in her family? Hua Xiaoheng's hand paused. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about this possibility, but to him, it was only one of the thousands of possibilities. He didn't pay too much attention to it, and he didn't answer hypothetical questions. Zhao Yangzi waited for a long time, but Hua Xiaoheng didn't speak. He couldn't help but pat his head. How could he be so stupid again? Hua Xiaoheng never answered hypothetical questions. He had even forgotten this. In his apartment in Boston across the ocean, In Shixiang called He Jichu's number. Professor Nianji just received a subpoena from the court. In Shixiang immediately reported the matter. He Jichu sat alone in the greenhouse, admiring the flowers. On the small rattan table beside him was a bottle of white wine of unknown age. There was also a crystal glass and an ice bucket by his feet. He poured himself a drink and watched the butterflies flutter in the greenhouse, his eyes misty and reflecting the water. When In Shixiang called, he didn't want to pick up. However, In Shixiang persevered and called again, and finally, he picked it up. After listening to In Shixiang's call, He Jichu rubbed his forehead and slowly stood up from the white rattan lounge chair. He didn't seem to believe what he had just heard. Say that again. Who reported Nianji? Xin Xingao, or rather, the U.S. government's prosecution. Because Xin Xingao's injuries worsened, she was seriously injured. In Shixiang read the subpoena to He Jichu. The court subpoena was delivered an hour ago. Nianji signed it herself. He Jichu quickly left the greenhouse and walked to the garage. Where's Nianji? How is Nianji? He asked with concern. In Shixiang looked at the door to Gun Nianji's room. She's locked herself in her room and hasn't made a sound. He Jichu's footsteps stopped. He turned a corner but didn't go to the garage. Instead, he returned to his mansion. He said to In Shixiang, send me a copy of the original subpoena. You can send it to my school email. In Shixiang had just scanned a copy and sent it to Hua Xiaoheng. It was a piece of cake for him to send a copy to He Jichu. He Jichu received the subpoena and looked at the judge and the prosecution in court. He couldn't help but sneer. Lieutenant Colonel Peter still hadn't given up. It looked like the $1 million from the previous settlement hadn't taught him a lesson. He Jichu returned to his study and sent a few emails to his subordinates at his law firm. He had them prepare for a remote video conference. Lieutenant Colonel Peter was going to jail for daring to sue He Jichu's student. Nianji, it's time for dinner. In Shixiang had prepared a sumptuous dinner. It was all Gun Nianji's favorite dishes. He knocked on her door. Gun Yinji hugged the panda pillow and leaned against the door. She said loudly, "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." "You silly child, why are you so angry? It's not worth it to hurt your health." In Shixiang tried to persuade her. "Don't worry and don't be afraid. I've already spoken to little Zay and called Professor He. They won't sit back and do nothing." "Got it. Brother Xiong, I'm really not hungry. I don't want to eat." Gun Yinji stood up. "I'm going to shower." She walked to the bathroom and turned on the water. She took off her clothes and lay down in the bathtub. Her skin was as white and delicate as a baby's. Under the clear water, her body was almost translucent. People couldn't help but want to touch her. But Gun Yinji's face was gloomy. She closed her eyes and lay in the bathtub. Her mind was a mess. She was prepared to defend herself, but she still felt a chill in her heart. They were in the dark, and she was in the light. She didn't know how many traps they had prepared for her to jump into. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't help but raise her long, fair legs in the bathtub. She hit the water with all her might and splashed it everywhere. Why? This B*TCH betrayed state secrets for her own personal gain, and now she's accusing me. Gun Yinji thought bitterly to herself. She hated herself for not beating Xian Xinggao up so hard that day. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. She soaked in the bathtub for a full hour before getting up. Wrapping a white towel around her, she walked barefoot to her bedroom. Just as she sat down at the vanity, she heard another knock on her bedroom door. "Yinji." It was In Shixiang's voice again. Gun Yinji couldn't be bothered with him anymore. She took out the hairdryer from under the vanity to dry her hair. After drying her hair, she looked at her watch. It was already past 11 p.m. Time had passed so quickly without her realizing it. Gun Yinji braided her dried hair and let it hang behind her head. She changed into her pajamas and went to bed. He Ji-chu had a meeting all night and went to Gun Yinji's apartment early the next morning to see her. In Shixiang opened the door and said gratefully to He Ji-chu, "Professor He, it's great that you're here. Please help me talk to Yinji." She locked herself in her room after receiving the subpoena yesterday and still refuses to come out. He then added, "She hasn't eaten anything since yesterday." He Ji-chu looked at In Shixiang coldly, his cold gaze carrying an invisible pressure. In Shixiang froze and quickly showed the proper cowardice. Actually, he was secretly wondering how Professor He could have such a strong aura. To be his student and client, this kind of professor and lawyer had to be very brave. Yinji come out. He Ji-chu knocked on Gun Yinji's door. Gun Yinji was still asleep. She hugged a pillow and lay facing inwards. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and her breathing was erratic. Her pulse was also beating faster than usual. If Chun-Li was here, he would conclude that Gun Yinji was on the verge of an emotional breakdown again. When she was first rescued by Hua Xiaohong, she was sent to Chun-Li's place. Her hysterical outbursts couldn't be soothed by any medication. Later, when Hua Xiaohong appeared again, she threw herself at his leg and refused to let go. He could only hold her and accompany her for the entire night before she finally calmed down. "It's too early. She's probably still sleeping." In Shixiang set out breakfast. "Has Professor He had breakfast?" He Ji-chu looked back. "Do you have red wine?" Drinking red wine so early in the morning? In Shixiang shook his head, dumbfounded. "No, but I can buy it, no need." He Ji-chu turned around and sat on the sofa beside Gun Yinji's door. "I'll wait for her here." He waited the entire day. Gun Yinji refused to open the door, no matter how hard he tried to persuade her. The displeasure on He Ji-chu's face became more and more obvious. If In Shixiang hadn't been there, He Ji-chu would have kicked her in. In Shixiang saw that the situation wasn't looking good. He returned to his room and secretly called Zhao Yangzi. Yinji locked herself in her room for a day and a night. "What should we do? She won't come out." Zhao Yangzi laughed. "Do you have a dick? Can't you just open it?" "No, He Ji-chu is here. He's been trying to persuade her all day." "How can I take out my dick in front of him?" In Shixiang's voice was especially low. Zhao Liangzi froze. He turned to Hua Xiaohong, who was sitting across from him. "Hua Xiao," Chu has been trying to persuade Nianji in her apartment, but she won't come out. Big Xiong is getting anxious. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips. He crossed his arms and thought about it. He turned to leave without a word. Returning to his room, Hua Xiaoheng looked at his phone for a while before finally dialing Gun Yinji's number. He hadn't used this number in a long time. Gun Yinji hugged her legs as she sat on the bay windowsill. She heard her phone ring again. She didn't want to pick it up, but when she heard the long-awaited ringtone, Gun Yinji almost jumped off the windowsill. She stumbled to the bed and picked up her phone. It was Uncle Hua. She had waited so long. 500 words, 2 chapters in one, including 3,300 monthly votes and chapters. No more at night. Moi. Oh, intersection of intersection. Oh. Chapter 148. Gun Yinji bit her lower lip and stared at the number she hadn't seen in a long time. Her fingers trembled as she unlocked the phone. Her eyes were rimmed with tears, but she fought back the tears and didn't cry. She pressed the phone tightly to her ear and didn't say a word. She had been in the United States for over a month, and Hua Xiaoheng hadn't called her even once. The last time she had secretly seen him was through a video call with Zhao Liang's phone. She had seen him smile at another woman that had made her angry and upset. She had thrown caution to the wind and gotten into a fight with Xian Xinggao and the Indian women's softball team. This must be the cause of her undeserved calamity. Gun Yinji suddenly felt very wronged. The Hua Xiaoheng who had once taken care of her, raised her, and supported her in everything was drifting further and further away from her. Was this the price of growing up? Hua Xiaoheng heard someone pick up, but didn't hear Gun Yinji's voice for a long time. He froze and instinctively looked at his phone. His occupational habit kicked in, and he immediately wondered if Gun Yinji's phone had fallen into someone else's hands. Gun Yinji was currently in the United States, and Hua Xiaoheng didn't want anyone to know he was her true guardian. Just as he was about to hang up, Gun Yinji suddenly called out in a panic. "Uncle Hua, is that Uncle Hua?" Hua Xiaoheng relaxed and grunted, "Yes." He held the phone with one hand and shoved the other into his military trouser pocket as he strode to the window. Outside the window, the first rays of dawn were peeking out. The sky was a faint purple haze, and the forest was shrouded in mist. It was another morning at the military base. He hadn't slept all night, but he wasn't tired at all. Gun Yinji let out a long sigh and slowly exhaled the stifled feeling that had been stuck in her chest ever since she saw the court summons yesterday. She relaxed and sat on the floor under the windowsill. She arched her legs and curled into a ball in the corner of the room like a baby in its mother's womb. This was a manifestation of her insecurities. Hua Xiaoheng could hear Gun Yinji's faint breathing over the phone. He didn't say a word and waited quietly for a while until Gun Yinji's breathing became steady and smooth. He slowly said, "Yinji, what happened? Say it again." Gun Yinji held the phone in her hand and hesitated for a moment. She didn't dare lie to Hua Xiaoheng in the end, so she looked down and picked at the warp and weft lines on the bedsheet. She went through the events of the past few days in her head, then told Hua Xiaoheng everything from beginning to end. When she finished, she asked in a low, nasal voice, "Uncle Hua, did I cause you trouble?" After telling the whole story, Gun Yinji felt much better. She unclasped her legs and slowly stood up with the help of the wall. She walked to the bed and sat down. Talking could help people open up their blocked state of mind and ease their tense emotions. It was an important method and skill in psychology. In order to be a good guardian, Hua Xiaoheng had learned psychology from Chunlai back then. Listening to the change in Gun Yinji's voice and tone, he guessed that her mood had improved before saying, "It's not a big deal. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't be afraid." His voice was deep, rich, and magnetic. There was not the slightest bit of blame or perfunctory, only the right amount of concern and undisguised praise. "Oh, really?" Gun Yinji immediately perked up, and her eyes sparkled. "You really think I didn't do anything wrong? I did hit her." She was actually quite afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would blame her for getting into a group fight. After all, she had always been a good girl in front of Hua Xiaoheng. She didn't expect that as soon as she left his side, all the bad traits in her personality would come out. Not only did she get into a fight, but she was now a defendant. She was most afraid that Hua Xiaoheng would be disappointed in her. He didn't need to say anything harsh. Just a look of disappointment would make Gun Yinji's heart wrench. She would want nothing more than to jump off a building and shatter herself into pieces so that the wind would blow her away. She would disappear from this world forever so that she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng had a cold and hard personality, and comforting people had never been his forte. Therefore, he only said dryly, "She's a traitor. If I hit her, then I hit her. It's not like she's dead. Who cares about her mourning?" He stopped talking about the court summons and changed the topic. "Why aren't you eating?" Big Xiong said you were locked up in a room for a day and a night. Gun Yinji pouted, her fingers twisting the edges of the pillow. "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." Stubborn again, Hua Xiaoheng turned around with his phone in hand. He crossed his arms and leaned against the windowsill. "Be a good girl and go eat. Didn't your professor, he wait for you outside all night?" Gun Yinji's curvy lips parted. After a long time, she finally said, "Uncle Hua, how did you know Professor he waited here all night?" Big Xiong said it. Hua Xiaoheng said casually, betraying Yin Shixiang without hesitation. He also said that Professor he apologized to you. "Gun Yinji, Brother Xiong, come at me. I want to talk to you about life." "Why aren't you saying anything?" Hua Xiaoheng urged her. His eyes were cold. "Did Big Xiong lie to me?" "No, no." Gun Yinji's shoulders slumped. "Brother Xiong didn't lie to you." She knew the severity of the situation. Yin Shixiang was Hua Xiaoheng's subordinate. As a soldier, lying to his superior and disobeying orders was an unforgivable felony. "Yeah." Hua Xiaoheng took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket. He flicked it in his hand, but didn't light it. "What did he do? Why did he apologize to you?" "Didn't Brother Xiong tell you?" "He did, but I want to hear it from you." Hua Xiaoheng was still unhurried, but his voice had an additional layer of pressure that only those who knew him well could sense. Gun Yinji happened to empathize with his emotional changes. She immediately said, "Professor, he kicked me out of his house that day. I didn't have a car, so I walked alone for over an hour. I was so tired." Hua Xiaoheng finally took out his lighter and lit the cigarette. He lowered his head and took a drag. "Don't throw a tantrum again. What did I teach you? A teacher for a day is a father for life. You must respect Professor He. Even if he's wrong, don't confront him directly. Avoid him immediately and tell little Zay or me later. If he's wrong, we'll stand up for you. Got it?" Gun Yinji nodded vigorously. She didn't feel like she was being lectured at all. Instead, she beamed. She was very happy to be taught a lesson by Hua Xiaoheng. "Uncle Hua, I'll remember." "Oh, you mean Brother Zay? Why not Brother Xiong?" Gun Yinji keenly caught the hidden meaning in Hua Xiaoheng's words. "I plan to transfer Big Xiong back and send little Zay to the United States to take care of you," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "Any objections?" "No, no objections." Gun Yinji paused. "Isn't it because Brother Xiong did something wrong? He treats me very well and takes very good care of me." "No, he has another mission." The pressure in Hua Xiaoheng's voice was gone. Gun Yinji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't because of her. Brother Xiong was gone, and Brother Zay was here to take care of her. That was good too. Maybe she would have more opportunities to video call Uncle Hua. Gun Yinji's mood improved, and her stomach began to feel hungry. She immediately growled in response. It was so loud that Hua Xiaoheng could hear it from the other end of the phone. He smiled. "Okay, let's go eat." He paused, then instructed her, "Go out and apologize to Professor He. Thank him for standing up for you in this lawsuit." This was the first chapter. The second chapter should be 2 chapters in one. It should include 3,400 monthly votes and more chapters. Early August. Ask for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 149. Yes, yes, yes. Gun Yinji held the phone and nodded quickly. Her voice was soft and sweet, and Hua Xiaoheng could almost see her acting cute through the phone screen. His cold gaze gradually softened, and his fingers rubbed her phone number twice. His fingertips exerted force, and he finally pressed the end of the call. Gun Yinji heard the beep of the call, ending, and slowly put down the phone. She stood up and walked into the bathroom to see her flushed cheeks in the mirror. Her eyes were watery, and even her skin was in perfect condition. The glow seemed to come from the bottom of her skin, and she was fair and translucent from the inside out. Would the two people outside believe that she had been locked in a room for a day and night without eating anything? Gun Yinji patted her cheeks and washed her face. She changed into a pea green t-shirt and white hot pants and wore panda slippers. She opened the door and walked out. Hijichu heard the door open and instinctively turned to look. A young girl brimming with youth, extremely beautiful, delicate like the first dewdrop in the morning, walked out of the house. She was almost glowing, attracting everyone's attention. Her smile was so sweet that it hurt Hijichu's eyes. He stared at her, his clear almond-shaped eyes suddenly becoming unreadable. He couldn't speak for a long time. In Xixiang rushed over and shouted, "Nianji, you're finally out." He took her hand and looked her up and down. He asked with concern, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you hungry? I made porridge here." Gun Yinji nodded. "Hungry, I'm so hungry. Brother Xiong, I want to eat white fungus and lotus seed porridge. The white fungus and lotus seeds have to be stewed and glutinous, no sugar." "I only made plain porridge," In Xixiang said angrily. "You talk to Professor I'll make white fungus and lotus seed porridge." He looked at Gun Yinji and knew that Hua Xiao must have called. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so easy to talk to. In Xixiang went to the kitchen to make white fungus and lotus seed porridge with an electric pressure cooker. Gun Yinji sat with He Jichu in the living room to talk. "Professor thank you for coming to see me." Gun Yinji stood in front of He Jichu and bowed respectfully. He Jichu was a bit surprised, but didn't show it. He smiled and crossed his legs. "Oh, Yinji, why are you being so polite? Are you not cursing me in your heart anymore?" Gun Yinji pursed her lips and put on a cute smile. "When did I? Am I such a naughty student in Professor He's eyes? You are my teacher, and I can't wait to respect you. How would I dare to scold you? I am very sorry for the trouble I have caused you this time." Hijichu looked at Gun Yinji's sparkling eyes and snickered. "Who are you trying to fool with that fake smile of yours?" Although he looked polite, his attitude was much more distant than 2 days ago. "I'm sincerely thanking you." "How can you say that I'm coaxing you?" Gun Yinji was unhappy. "I've never coaxed anyone in my life." "Oh? Then I'll be honored to be the first person Yinji coaxed. It's a worthwhile trip." Hijichu stood up lazily, his gaze lingering on Gun Yinji's flawless face for a moment. "I'm leaving. Eat your dinner. We'll go to school tomorrow, and we'll discuss your trial for this case." Gun Yinji wasn't worried at all now that she had Hua Xiaoheng's words. She nodded with a smile. "Professor, he's going to make them pay. You have that much confidence in me." Hijichu walked a few steps to the door and suddenly turned to look at her. "If you lose the case, you'll go to jail." Gun Yinji raised an arm and clenched her fist. "If Professor He can't win a case like this, then the largest law firm in the United States must have made a mistake in choosing him as a partner. I knew you were so young, but you're so cunning." Hijichu reached out again and patted Gun Yinji's head. "You can think about how you're going to defend yourself. We'll talk in my office tomorrow." Gun Yinji happily agreed and walked Hijichu to the apartment door. After Hijichu entered the elevator, Gun Yinji closed the door and walked to the kitchen. She crossed her arms and tapped her feet. She snorted at In Xixiang, who was busy making side dishes. In Xixiang had just put the white fungus and lotus seed glutinous rice porridge into the electric pressure cooker. He had set the timer for 20 minutes. He could use this time to make a few appetizers. When he heard Gun Yinji's snort, In Xixiang turned to look at her in confusion. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy the Hua Xiao is coaxing you?" "Uncle Hua doesn't know how to coax people." Gun Yinji snorted. "Brother Xiong, don't change the subject. Tell me, how much did you tell Uncle Hua about me?" "I told him everything." In Xixiang shrugged. "You know I have to report everything, no matter how big or small." "You Gun Yinji suddenly remembered how she had confidently told In Shixiang about her 6-month promise with Mei Xiaowen. She closed her eyes in frustration and hugged her head as she shook it. "That you told him about me and Mei Xiaowen?" "Of course I did." In Shixiang curled his lips at her and turned to continue cutting vegetables. "I'm telling you, since you've agreed to a 6-month time limit, you need to be careful yourself. Don't attract too many admirers." "When did I attract admirers?" Gun Yinji sneered. "I don't have Professor He's amorous eyes." "Tisk tsk, are you envious? Do you want Brother Xion to pay for you to have plastic surgery in another country and get a pair of amorous eyes too?" "No way. My eyes are fine. I don't want plastic surgery." Gun Yinji crossed her arms and paced in the kitchen. She was frustrated. "Uncle will call me just now, but he didn't mention this." "What is it?" "My 6-month agreement with Mei Xiaowen." "What's there to mention?" In Shixiang thought Gun Yinji was making a mountain out of a molehill. "Besides, this is your personal problem. Hua Xiao is only your guardian. Why should he care? As long as Mei Xiaowen doesn't mistreat you, Hua Xiao and I will be happy to see it happen." "Really?" Gun Yinji was at a loss. She wasn't unhappy, but she wasn't unhappy either. She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. "Call me when the porridge is ready. I'm so hungry, I don't even want to go online." "Oh, that's serious. Children don't even want to go online. I believe you're really hungry." In Shixiao mocked her. He waved the spatula at her and chased her out of the kitchen. In Shixiao called for her shortly after Gun Yinji returned to her room. He told her the porridge was ready. There were also 2 light side dishes, vinegar, shredded potatoes, and salad. She ate happily. She finished 3 bowls of porridge and all the side dishes. Early the next morning, Gun Yinji carried her backpack downstairs to go to He Jichu's office at the law school. In Shixiang went downstairs with her. He wanted to drive her. They had only taken a few steps downstairs to the parking lot when In Shixiang suddenly took Gun Yinji's hand and whispered in her ear, "Someone's following us." Gun Yinji looked down with a smile. She got into the car with In Shixiang like nothing had happened. They didn't say much after they got in the car. In Shixiang took out the anti-eavesdropping device to scan the car. He found it had been bugged. If In Shixiang wasn't a master at doing this, normal people wouldn't have been able to detect it. Gun Yinji kept her mouth shut and didn't say a word. She drove to the law school with In Shixiang. In Shixiang winked at her. "You have class today. Remember to come back early. This car needs an oil change. I'll do it after I pick you up." Gun Yinji nodded knowingly. "I still have class. I'm not in the mood to go to class." They didn't say anything else after that. They drove to the Harvard campus. From the rearview mirror, In Shixiang saw a silver-gray Honda Accord slowly following behind them. He chuckled and said to Gun Yinji, "We're almost there. Get ready to get out." He then gestured for her to hold on tight. Gun Yinji quickly reached out to pull the ring on the roof. They were on an uphill road. In Shixiang suddenly stepped on the gas and sped up. Seeing this, the silver-gray sedan that was tailing them also sped up and followed. Just as the car appeared in Shixiang's rearview mirror again, Shixiang slammed on the brakes. Screech! Screech! Boom! The person in the car behind them didn't expect the car in front to slow down so quickly. Before he could react, he heard a crash. His car had already rear-ended the SUV in front of him. Since they had rear-ended the car, they could only get out of the car and exchange the phone number of the insurance company. But before the person in the Honda could get out of the car, he suddenly realized his car was moving again. Not only was it moving, but it was also moving backward. The person was stunned. What happened? Why was the car he rear-ended sliding backward? It wasn't actually sliding backward. In Shixiang was quietly stepping on the gas and reversing. Although his SUV was second-hand, it was much sturdier than the nondescript Honda Accord the person following them was driving. Not only was he fine after being rear-ended, but he could also reverse step by step. "Oh!" Gun Yinji screamed, "Help! Help!" The students on the boulevard saw this scene and quickly moved out of the way. Bicyclists, drivers, walkers, and skateboarders all scurried away. What they saw was that after the silver Honda Accord rear-ended the SUV in front of them, the SUV lost control and kept sliding backward. It was getting faster and faster, pushing the Honda Accord down as well. The person in the Honda Accord snapped out of his daze and desperately tried to jump out of the car. In Shixiang saw this from the rearview mirror and sneered. He pushed the SUV even harder and pushed the Honda Accord off the boulevard and into a tree on the side of the road. The SUV's sturdy frame and acceleration caused the Honda Accord to be sandwiched between the tree and the SUV. "Let's go." In Shixiang unbuckled Gunyinji's seatbelt and rushed out of the SUV with her in his arms. They jumped out of the car and rolled a few times on the grass before quickly getting up and running towards the boulevard while shouting help. Behind them, there was a huge explosion and a string of flames shot up into the sky from the two cars. It only took a few seconds for the two cars to be reduced to empty skeletons. The person in the Honda didn't run out. Gunyinji suddenly recalled the car accident from 6 years ago. She clutched In Shixiang's shirt tightly, her entire body trembling. Her face was pale, and her eyes almost lost focus. In Shixiang's expression was cold and stern as he glared at the car. He looked down, but his gaze became gentle. He hugged her in his arms and patted her back to comfort her. They stood on the side of the road and heard the sirens of the police cars approaching them. There were many witnesses to the sudden car accident, and everyone ran over to comfort In Shixiang and Gunyinji. When they saw Gunyinji's frightened expression, everyone panicked and suggested to In Shixiang to take Gunyinji to the doctor. In Shixiang laughed coldly. "We have to wait here for the police to come, or we don't know what will happen." As he spoke, he took out his phone and called He Ji-chu. He said briefly, "Professor He, we're in trouble again." He Ji-chu was both angry and shocked when he heard In Shixiang's call. He was angry because Lieutenant Colonel Peter was too daring. They already filed a lawsuit, but they still sent people to follow them. What surprised him was that the people around Gunyinji were either too powerful or too lucky. They had only followed them, but they had turned the tables on them and killed them. But they definitely wouldn't be able to get any evidence. He Ji-chu quickly drove over and found that the two cars had already been towed away. A police officer stayed behind to record the statement from In Shixiang, as well as several students and Harvard staff who had volunteered to be witnesses. They all said the same thing, saying that the car behind rear-ended the SUV in front, and then because it was uphill, the SUV lost control and slid down the slope, causing the Honda that rear-ended it to crash into a tree by the side of the road. Luckily, the two people in the SUV had run away quickly. Otherwise, they would have been burnt to a crisp like the people in the Honda behind them. The police officer who came to record the statement was experienced and had seen all kinds of strange car accidents. This wasn't the first time he had seen a car crash that failed to rear-end and ended up being ruined, so he didn't make a fuss. He Ji-chu stood beside Gunyinji and saw that her face was frighteningly pale. Her bright eyes seemed to have lost their light. "Nyinji," he called her quietly. Gunyinji froze for a long time before looking up at He Ji-chu. "Professor." She spoke very slowly, enunciating each word as if she had just regained the ability to speak. "You must have been scared, right?" He Ji-chu patted her head. Seeing that she wasn't avoiding him anymore, he reached down and grabbed her hand to take her away. "It's okay now. Come to my office with me and have a hot drink to calm yourself down." 4,000 words, 2 chapters in one, including 3,400 monthly votes and chapters. There was no more at night. Moi. Chapter 150. He Ji-chu's fingers were slender and warm as he held Gunyinji's small hand in his palm. His expression was cold, but his shimmering almond-shaped eyes looked at Gunyinji with great concern. Gunyinji looked at In Shixiang and tried to free her hand from He Ji-chu's grasp, but he reflexively held it tightly. "Are you the car owner? Our sheriff has something to ask you." Just then, a police officer walked over to call In Shixiang over for questioning. In Shixiang put an arm around Gunyinji's shoulder and tilted his head to look at He Ji-chu. "Professor He, I'll entrust Nyinji to you. When I'm done here, I'll pick her up at the law school building." "Okay, no problem. I have a few assistants over there, and we're going to discuss her case. Come over later and listen in." He Ji-chu nodded and tightened his grip on Gunyinji's hand. In Shixiang let go of Gunyinji. Go, I'll come find you in a bit. Gunyinji glanced at him again before following He Jichu's strength to turn around and walk to his car. He Jichu opened the door and helped her in. Gunyinji's face was pale, her eyes wide and lifeless. Even her reactions were slower than before. He Jichu didn't say anything else. After getting in the car, he started it and drove to his office. When they arrived at He Jichu's office at the law school, he personally made her a cappuccino with double milk and sugar. Here, have some. He Jichu placed a plain blue and white coffee cup in front of Gunyinji. Gunyinji didn't take it. She only looked up at him with timid eyes. There was a storm brewing in the depths of her eyes, but it was hidden by the fog. Her mind was sometimes clear and sometimes confused. She always felt some memories stirring and wanting to break through the soil, but when she really tried to think, she found it was empty. There was no trace at all. Could it be that I'm someone without a past? For some reason, this thought suddenly flashed through Gunyinji's mind. He Jichu held the coffee cup and didn't get a response from Gunyinji for a long time. He carefully looked at Gunyinji's eyes and had an idea. He took her to sit on the two-seater sofa and let her sit in his arms. He called her quietly. Nyinji? Nyinji? Gunyinji's eyes followed his voice and looked at him in confusion. Would you like a cappuccino? Didn't you say this was your favorite? He raised the coffee cup to Gunyinji's lips. The cappuccino with double sugar milk exuded a strong milky fragrance that lingered in Gunyinji's nose. It was the best way to soothe her mind. She slowly opened her mouth. He Jichu pursed his lips and let her lean against his chest as if he were feeding a baby. He supported her head and brought the cup of coffee to her mouth. Drink it. Gunyinji closed her eyes and began to sip the coffee in He Jichu's hand. From He Jichu's angle, he could see that her long eyelashes were like 2 rows of small fans that covered her inky black pupils. Under the tall and delicate bridge of her nose, her lips, which were like water chestnuts, were tightly pressed against the edge of the coffee cup as she gulped down the warm cappuccino. Coffee, sugar, and milk, each of which could soothe a nervous, restless mind, and the combined effect was even better. Gunyinji's heartbeat and pulse gradually returned to normal. Seeing Gunyinji like this, He Jichu's expression instantly changed. There was anger, anxiety, and unwillingness, but also heartache, pity, and affection. There was even a trace of emotion that he didn't want to think about. After finishing the entire cup of cappuccino, Gunyinji raised her head and lifted her lips from the cup. She pushed the coffee cup with her hand to indicate that she had finished. He Jichu placed the coffee cup on the small coffee table beside the two-seater sofa, but didn't leave. He still held Gunyinji in his arms. His large hand pressed against the center of her back as he looked down at her. His cool voice was almost right next to Gunyinji's ear. What happened? Are you scared? Gunyinji blinked and finally woke up from the aftereffects of the car accident. When she saw He Jichu's enigmatic and handsome face so close to her, she instinctively reached out and pushed his face away. She stood up and said, Professor you can sit. I'll just stand. He Jichu leaned back from Gunyinji's push, and when he turned around, she had already jumped away from his position. The tall girl stood in front of him and looked at him with a frown, an unhappy expression on her face. Not scared anymore. He Jichu simply took up the entire two-seater sofa. He crossed his legs and rested one hand on the back of the sofa. Why are you standing? Sit over there. He pointed to the single-seater sofa across from him. Gunyinji had been in a daze ever since she saw the fire from the car accident. He Jichu had brought her back, made her coffee, and fed her. She had felt it, but it hadn't entered her mind. Now that she was fully awake, she said unhappily, Professor, don't treat me like a child. I'm already an adult. She thought about it and continued, I'll be 18 in 2 months. He Jichu had been completely treating her like a child when he fed her coffee. He had only stopped short of burping after feeding her. Also, he was a professor. A teacher for a day was a father for life. Was it really okay for him to sit so close to her? Gunyinji just wanted to stay as far away from him as possible. She took a few steps back and sat on the single-seater sofa across from him. He dialed the intercom nonchalantly and called a few people over. Nianji is here. Come to my office for a meeting. He had originally planned to take Nianji to the conference room for the meeting, but seeing that she had just been frightened, He decided to let her stay in a familiar environment. That way, it could soothe her fear and anxiety. Soon, 4 or 5 men in suits and leather shoes appeared at Hijichu's office door with laptops and briefcases. Let's go over there. Hijichu stood up and walked to the small conference area in his office. His office was very large. Other than the outer office, there was also a small suite, a small conference room, and a guest room. Gunyanji followed him in and sat down. Hijichu sat next to her. His long, slender fingers tapped on the table. What do you guys think about this case? Hijichu's subordinates were all elite lawyers from the largest law firm in the United States. Gunyanji's case wasn't considered big or small. The key was the military's attitude. However, the military's attitude was currently unclear, so they also felt that it was a bit tricky. The plans they came up with were all superficial. One look, and it was obvious that they didn't know the right direction to go. Gunyanji propped her head up with her hand and listened silently. Her eyes fell on the sunlight that leaked in through the blinds. Dust danced in the beam of light. She listened absent-mindedly. Nianji? Nianji? Hijichu called her twice before she came back to her senses. Professor He? What is it? What do you think about this case? I'm the defendant. Does Professor He want me to defend myself? Gunyanji glanced sideways at him with a kind of fearless calmness. Of course I won't let you defend yourself. Just assume that this is someone else's case. How are you going to deal with it? Hijichu leaned toward her. This is also an excellent opportunity for training. Gunyanji smiled. Her eyes swept across the uneasy faces of the elite lawyers. She sat up straight and clasped her hands together on the table. Then I'll be straightforward. The things you prepared are all rubbish. This is the first chapter. The second chapter should be 2 chapters in one, including 3,500 monthly votes. Early August, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Yesterday's group activity was really lively. Oh, intersection. Oh. The group members who won prizes received 10,000 cheating coins, 8,000 cheating coins, and 5,000 cheating coins sponsored by the leader of Hoop Fish Internet. All the members who participated in the group received prizes. Later on, there was also a huge red packet given by the group members. Okay, everyone was typing so fast that I couldn't keep up with it at all. In just a few minutes, there were already hundreds of records. This time, the group activity was even more lively than the last. I believe that the next group activity will be even more successful than this one. Thank you to Hoop Fish Internet for organizing this activity. Thank you to all the members who participated. I hope everyone can speak up more. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 151. Trash. The white lawyer sitting next to Hijichu repeated Gunyanji's words with a displeased expression. Are you talking about trash? Yes, trash. 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 As Gunyanji spoke, she stood up and dragged the 5 defense reports on the table over. She crumpled them into a ball and threw them with her right hand. The ball of paper drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed in the trash can in the corner. That's the only place they should go. Gunyanji sat down leisurely. Her face was as soft and sweet as a manga girl's, but her words were sharp and venomous. Haha, do you know who we are? Do you know how many cases we've won? Do you know how much time we spent helping you write this defense report? Do you know who you're messing with? Do you know how much risk we have to take to help you fight this case? The white lawyer spat out a string of English words quickly and anxiously, but you don't care and throw our efforts into the trash can. I refuse to defend people like you. He stood up and shifted his gaze to Hijichu. Mr. He, please forgive me for being unable to help. Gunyanji squinted at Hijichu and sneered. Professor He, this is your right-hand man? TSK. Before Hijichu could speak, Gunyanji looked at the lawyer who had announced that he was withdrawing. What's your name? John Vanderbilt. The man said his surname proudly. Vanderbilt was indeed a relatively famous surname in the upper class of American society. There was no doubt that most of the people in this family were elites. Gunyinji nodded. May I ask how much your annual salary is? The man blushed. Salary is a private matter. You have no right to ask. I'm asking on behalf of Professor He. Gunyinji raised her chin arrogantly, even more arrogant than the man. I think your annual salary must be very high to be Professor He's subordinate, right? Did they hire you with such a high annual salary just to let you fight a car accident lawsuit? Uffed. The other four white lawyers sitting still couldn't help but laugh. Their eyes flashed with ridicule as they winked at the lawyer who was about to leave. John, I won't be sending you off. We won't have to worry about being eliminated this year after you leave. We can't agree to anything more, but we won't be preparing a farewell party for you. Gunyinji keenly sensed that these lawyers didn't get along with each other, so she immediately said, That's right. As lawyers, survival of the fittest is normal. Otherwise, if we can't win the case, it will harm everyone's interests. That person immediately felt that he was too impulsive, but he had already reached the door. It would be too shameful to turn back immediately. Just as he was hesitating, Hijichu nodded slightly. John, go take your annual leave. The man's face immediately paled, and his lips quivered. He wanted to give in, but when he saw Gunyinji's disdainful expression, he couldn't swallow it no matter how hard he tried. He nodded impulsively. Okay, then you guys get back to work. He turned to leave. His hurried footsteps rang out in the hallway, contrasting the silence in Hijichu's office. After a long time, Hijichu finally looked at Gunyinji. His expression was cold and indifferent. All right, you said those things were trash. Then what do you have that isn't trash to share with us? Gunyinji smiled at the other four lawyers. I've just heard all of your defense reports, and I really feel that they were useless. I don't believe that you think that kind of report can help me win this case. Miss Gu, this is exactly what we are hesitating about. Gunyinji's behavior just now, as well as Hijichu's protection of her, made the remaining four lawyers not dare to treat her lightly. They said solemnly, how this case is fought is not up to us, but up to the military. We only know how to deal with the results the military wants to achieve. Is that so? Gunyinji looked at Hijichu. Professor He, have you always prepared like this in the past? Hijichu grunted. Do you have any good ideas? Gunyinji thought about it and said confidently, I'll just talk about my own ideas. If it's not enough, or if you think it's wrong, please don't hesitate to enlighten me. Go ahead. Hijichu leaned back in his chair and glanced at his subordinates. He said coldly, Nyinji is only a student who just graduated from university. Don't let her leave you guys too far behind. He didn't actually mean to let her leave them too far behind, but to not let her leave them too far behind. How much did Mr. Heath think of this little girl who looked like a high school student? The four elite law firms sat upright and still, looking very serious and vigilant. However, all of them were crazily complaining in their hearts. I must have heard wrong. How could he be left behind by a little girl who doesn't even have a law license? Did Mystery drink too much red wine this morning? Although Mystery never makes a mistake, I think he must have made a mistake this time. No matter how smart a student is, it's only limited to exams. As for going to court, that's another matter. Mr. He is probably addicted to being a professor. What's with going to court? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that boss humiliating my intelligence like that. Gunyinji also complained in her heart, Professor He, is it really okay for you to put me on the chopping block like this? Her eyes turned slightly, and her gaze returned from Hijichu's handsome profile. She looked down at the conference table in front of her and picked up a piece of white paper. She began to speak and write as she spoke. Then I'll throw out a brick to start a jade. First of all, I agree with your premise that the military's attitude is unclear, but I disagree with your conclusion that we can't prepare because of this. Then, Miss Gu, in a situation where the military's attitude is unclear, how do you plan to prepare? It's very simple. I think that the military's attitude actually depends on our attitude. Gunyinji looked up and glanced at the faces of the four lawyers one by one. If we press forward step by step, don't let go of any clues, and fight the military head-on, they will shrink back. In short, the military also doesn't know how far we will go, so they can't decide how to deal with me or us. So what we have to do is show our determination and let them see how far we will go. Americans were like this. They never set a bottom line for themselves because their bottom line wasn't a fixed value at all. It was a bottomless abyss that constantly broke through according to the strength of their opponent. So when they see your determination and strength, they know where their bottom line is. As soon as the four lawyers heard this, they knew that this beautiful girl, who looked like a high school student, had some skills. No wonder he had such high praise for her. Continue. Hijichu nodded as expected, a hint of an encouraging smile on his face. With the right direction, the rest of the journey would be easy. However, Gunyinji not only found the right direction, but also a shortcut. Also, I'm not 18 yet, so I'm still a minor. The military is suing a minor. Have they thought about the consequences if they lose the case? The atmosphere in the small conference room suddenly became lively. Miss Gu is still a minor. Is this true? She actually graduated from university? And she's Professor He's graduate student. No wonder Professor He said not to leave us too far behind. The strong only obeyed those who were stronger than them. Gunyinji's few words demonstrated the quality of debate had already made them look at her in a new light. Gunyinji pursed her lips and smiled lightly. She stole a glance at Hijichu. Her gaze was a mixture of pride, joy, and pride. Hijichu looked at her quietly and was speechless for a long time. After a long time, he finally took out a copy of his defense report and handed it to everyone in the small conference room, including Gunyinji's. As you can see, Nyinji is indeed very talented. Don't embarrass me. The four lawyers looked at the defense report Hijichu had personally drawn up, and sweat beaded on their foreheads. Hijichu's two key points were exactly the same as what Gunyinji had just mentioned. This meant that these 2 points were indeed the key points of this lawsuit. Hijichu also pushed a copy for Gunyinji to see. Gunyinji asked with a smile, "Professor, he personally drafted it?" Hijichu nodded. "It's exactly as you thought. Nyinji, you really didn't disappoint me." Gunyinji glanced at him with a smile and said humbly, "Professor, you flatter me, but I did try very hard to prepare." Looking down, Gunyinji quickly read through it and exclaimed, "I only proposed 2 ideas, but Professor he came up with a complete plan. Professor you're even better." The four lawyers in front of her didn't want to speak anymore. It turned out that the little girl didn't even see them as opponents. Her target was their big boss, Mr. Hijichu's plan was indeed perfect. He first proposed that Gunyinji was not yet 18, so she would be tried by the juvenile court. This meant that according to the juvenile protection law, Gunyinji's case couldn't be tried in public, her social records couldn't be entered, and she couldn't be reported in any media. Her identity also had to be kept a secret from the outside world. Otherwise, it would be illegal. If it was leaked, the other party would immediately lose the case and wouldn't even have to fight the lawsuit. Then it would be time to refute the other party's accusations. This was something his subordinates could implement. The difference between subordinates and bosses was sometimes in finding the general direction. After the meeting, the four lawyers took Hijichu's plan back to prepare their statements. When In Shixiang arrived, the lawyers had just left. He overheard Hijichu say a few words and knew that they had already come up with a plan. He quickly asked, "So, when are we going to court?" Hijichu smiled. "This is all thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Peter. He was so anxious that he pulled all sorts of strings to make sure the trial could start as soon as possible. So we'll be in court next week." If Xin Xinggao and Lieutenant Colonel Peter hadn't been so anxious, according to normal American court procedures, the case would have to be filed, accepted, and then scheduled. In the end, Xin Xinggao's case against Gunyinji would only be heard next year. And if it really had to be next year, Xin Xinggao wouldn't be able to pretend to be dumb until next year. So all sorts of reasons had led them to overlook the most important one. Gunyinji was not yet 18, so legally speaking, she was still a minor. A week later, Xin Xingao's case against Gun Yinji was officially heard in the Boston Federal District Court. A nurse pushed Xin Xingao, who sat in a wheelchair with her head bandaged and eyes glazed over, to the plaintiff's stand. Lieutenant Colonel Peter was dressed casually and sat in the last row. He couldn't hide the smug smile on his face. The courtroom entrance was crowded with reporters and media. Although they couldn't enter the courtroom, they could interview and record outside. Of course, Lieutenant Colonel Peter was the one who had leaked the case to the media. Xin Xingao wanted this case to have a huge publicity effect and warn all Xia Empire's international students not to cross Xin Xingao. Otherwise, she could put them in jail at any time. 10 minutes before the start of the trial, He Zhichu walked in with 4 elite lawyers. Gun Yinji wasn't there. When they saw that He Zhichu was representing Gun Yinji in court, the reporters were instantly excited. They carried cameras and video equipment and sprinted over, aiming their microphones at He Zhichu. "Mr. He, are you going to be the defense lawyer yourself?" As far as we know, Mr. He has never appeared in court as a defense lawyer since winning the congressional wiretapping case 3 years ago. "May I ask why you're personally appearing in court this time?" He Zhichu wore a dark gray 3-piece suit with a snow-white iron-free shirt underneath. It made his face look as cold as ice. He stopped in his tracks and spoke clearly to the reporters who aimed their cameras and microphones at him. "Please take back your equipment and delete all reports related to this case. My client is a minor. You all know the consequences of violating the law on the protection of minors. It was undeniable that the United States did a much better job protecting the privacy of minors than any other country. They were also very strict in their enforcement of the law. The media might have been able to fight back in other areas, but when it came to the protection of minors, no one dared to enter this minefield." As soon as they heard He Zhichu's stern announcement, countless reporters' expressions changed. They immediately put away their equipment and microphones and deleted all prepared reports. Not only did they delete the reports, but they also called their websites, newspapers, television stations, and radio stations to immediately investigate and delete all content related to the case. When they were done, they saw that He Zhichu had already walked into the courtroom and stood before the judge. "Your Honor, the first request I submit to the court today on behalf of my client is to counterclaim that the Boston Federal District Court accepted a case that does not fall within its jurisdiction without verification," He Zhichu said coldly as he handed over Gun Yinji's birth certificate, passport, and the relevant legal provisions. The judge looked through it and was extremely embarrassed. He cursed Lieutenant Colonel Peter and the military in his heart for forcing him to file a case without a thorough investigation and to immediately start the trial. He knew it. When would there ever be a good outcome from going against He Zhichu? This was the second chapter with 2 chapters and 14,000 words. It included 3,500 monthly votes. She wanted to roll around and beg for monthly votes and recommendation votes. She fell from the top 10 monthly votes. P.S. This kind of sissy novel charges money by word count. It's only 5 cents for 1,000 words. Everyone can calculate it themselves. It's really not expensive. I hope everyone can support the original version. This chapter was more expensive than the previous one because the word count was double that of the previous one. Also, the website decides the price. It has nothing to do with me. I can't adjust the price. Chapter 152. The judge of the Boston Federal District Court was in his late 60s and had long since gone bald. His bald head gleamed under the courtroom lights, and he appeared to be sweating, or perhaps he was sweating. He glared at He Zhichu, his hands trembling for a long time before he finally rapped the gavel on the table and announced loudly, "Silence. Since the defendant is a minor, this court has no jurisdiction over minors. The complaint is dismissed, and the defendant is not guilty. Court is dismissed." The judge left in a hurry. He had made a huge mistake this time, and He Zhichu would never let him off the hook. He had to discuss this with the military brass and see if they could plead on his behalf. He was about to retire and couldn't lose his pension because of this. Lieutenant Colonel Peter didn't expect that the battle would be lost before it even started. He angrily spat out the chewing gum in his mouth, and it stuck to the wall beside him. He got up and left quietly. When he reached the door, he turned around and shot a look at the nurse pushing Xian Xingao to court. The nurse understood and pushed Xian Xingao away. The crowd in the courtroom made way for them and watched them go in silence. He Jichu watched them leave with a cold expression. When Lieutenant Colonel Peter looked over, He Jichu smiled back with his hands in his trouser pockets and didn't back down. Lieutenant Colonel Peter also grinned and turned to leave. He Jichu knew this wasn't over yet. As expected, within 2 days, another subpoena was sent to Gun Yinji's apartment. This time it was for her guardian because she was underage. The court to prosecute her was the Juvenile Court of the Boston Federal District Court. This court specialized in criminal cases involving minors between the ages of 10 and 18. However, it wasn't open to the public and didn't require a jury. It was entirely up to the judge. The judge had to have unquestionable evidence to convict. It was much more difficult to judge than adult criminal cases. He Jichu had prepared his arguments for the juvenile court. He wanted to see how far the U.S. military would go on Xian Xingao's behalf. Gun Yinji was also prepared to go to court. Because it was a strictly confidential juvenile court, she didn't have to worry about her identity being exposed or becoming the center of attention. Yinji, go to bed early. I'll wake you up tomorrow morning. Zhao Liangzi knocked on her door. 2 weeks had passed, and Zhao Liangzi had taken care of her instead of Yin Shixiang. Yin Shixiang had been transferred back to the Huaxia Empire a week ago, and Zhao Liangzi had replaced him. Gun Yinji reluctantly exited the forum and turned off her computer. She rubbed her eyes and smiled. Xian Xingao must hate me so much. She's just a fool, and yet she still dares to go around slandering me. It must have been tough on her. Zhao Liangzi was a very talented computer expert. Ask him how much his fee is after you're done. I won't let him work for us for free. Gun Yinji froze. To be honest, she hadn't expected He Jichu to charge money for her lawsuit equals. As soon as Xiaoheng brought it up, she suddenly realized that she was being too naive. No matter how nice He Jichu was to her, business was business. She still had to collect the legal fees. If he didn't mention it now, he would probably have his assistant tell her after the lawsuit was over. The thought of He Jichu's assistant, Wen Shui, made Gun Yinji feel even more uncomfortable. She wanted to throw money at that smiling face of hers with a knife in it. However, He Jichu was a top-notch lawyer, and he was personally defending her in court. The fee must be a lot. It might even be an astronomical figure. Where would she get that much money? Gun Yinji began to worry. She bit her lip and murmured, "Should I ask Professor He if I can pay in installments?" Hua Xiaoheng couldn't help laughing when he saw that Gun Yinji was worried about money. You don't have to worry. Just be a good girl. However, Gun Yinji felt even more uncomfortable asking Hua Xiaoheng to pay for her legal fees. Although Uncle Hua was quite rich, she couldn't let him spend money on her again, and that much at that. If Uncle Hua's girlfriend found out, she would be disgusted even if she didn't say anything. As Gun Yinji entered the elevator, she suddenly remembered that Hua Xiaoheng had given her the apartment in Fengyao Precinct. That's right, if she sold the apartment, she should be able to cover the legal fees. She instantly beamed and said to Hua Xiaoheng over the phone, "I'll be a good girl and won't cause any more trouble. I'll discuss the legal fees with Professor He. Don't worry, Uncle Hua. We'll talk about it after the lawsuit is over. Let's not affect Lawyer He's mood right now," Hua Xiaoheng said leisurely. He flicked his cigarette a few times, leaving a few trails of ash. "Yeah, that's for sure." Gun Yinji hung up. Her sweet smile nearly overflowed the entire elevator. This was Monday, asking for monthly and recommendation votes on Monday, especially recommendation votes. Monthly votes for 3,600 plus updates for the second watch, around 1 o'clock p.m. Third watch around 7 o'clock p.m. Chapter 153. In the elevator, Zhao Yangzi gave her a sidelong glance and shook his head without saying anything. When the elevator reached the ground floor, they walked out of the apartment to see a yellow Hummer parked in front of the door. Hijichu had sent a private car to take them to court. Gun Yinji helped Zhao Liangzi out of the car. Zhao Liangzi narrowed his eyes and looked inside the car before raising his eyebrows at Gun Yinji with a smile. This car is quite something. Gun Yinji touched the car and windows and giggled quietly as she mouthed to Zhao Liangzi, "Bulletproof." It seemed like Hijichu was on high alert after their car had been rear-ended last time. However, the person who had been following them hadn't wanted their lives, but had only wanted to investigate their whereabouts. In Shi Xiang had been the one who had actually tried to kill them. Gun Yinji truly felt that Hijichu was overthinking things. When they arrived at the entrance of the juvenile court, Hijichu was already waiting there. Today he was wearing a light gray, thin-wool three-piece suit with a silver gray tie. His striped, moon-white, iron-free shirt was tailored to his body, as if it was tailor-made. Gun Yinji walked towards him. "Professor He." "Coming." Hijichu nodded at her. "Let's go in." He reached out to support Gun Yinji's waist and wave his other arm in front of him to lead Gun Yinji into the courtroom. The onlookers were in an uproar. With Hijichu's status in the American legal community, it was rare for him to be able to take care of his clients like a rookie lawyer. Gun Yinji's actions immediately made everyone look at her in new light. After Gun Yinji entered the courtroom, she sat with Hijichu at the defendant's stand. Xian Qinggao was still sitting blankly in the plaintiff's stand with a nurse by her side, as well as the lawyer and the government prosecutor. When the time was up, Judge Judy announced that the court was in session and closed the doors. No one was allowed to take photos or videos, and cell phones were not allowed in the courtroom. Gun Yinji stood up and placed her hand on the Bible to swear that everything she had said was the truth and not a single lie. After making the oath, she glanced at Xian Qinggao and thought to herself that the plaintiff should also make this kind of oath, of course. As a fool, Xian Qinggao couldn't even speak. It was the lawyer and the prosecutor who spoke. The bailiff took away the Bible. Judge Judy looked at Gun Yinji in disgust and said with a straight face, "Gu, do you plead guilty?" Gun Yinji looked down and ignored her. This was the time for her lawyer to speak. As expected, Hijichu stood up and nodded to Judge Judy. "Your Honor, my client pleads not guilty. I want to plead not guilty for my client." Judge Judy's gaze shifted to Hijichu, and she visibly relaxed. Her voice was much gentler. "Lawyer He, have you thought it through? I don't think it's possible to deny such a case with such conclusive evidence." "Deny it?" Hijichu's shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and his thin lips were almost pressed into a straight line. "I never deny false evidence that is fabricated out of thin air. I only refute it." Judge Judy's face was suddenly covered with a layer of frost. "Refute? Which piece of evidence can you refute? I'm all ears." "First, Mr. Prosecutor, please read out their conclusive evidence." Hijichu glanced coldly at the plaintiff's stand and sat down. Judge Judy realized she had just made a procedural error. She immediately coughed and urged the plaintiff's prosecutor. "What does the plaintiff have to say?" The prosecutor stood up from the plaintiff's stand and read the prepared indictment. Defendant Gun Yinji used a bat to seriously injure plaintiff Xian Qinggao during a softball game at 10 a.m. on July 16th. Her right wrist was fractured, and the blow to the head resulted in a concussion. This later became irreversible, and the plaintiff's IQ was reduced to that of a 3-year-old. She became mentally disabled. This is considered a serious injury. After the prosecutor finished reading, he said to Judge Judy in a threatening manner, "Gun Yinji's behavior was particularly vile. She beat up a classmate for no reason and caused serious injury. Although she is a minor, it is still an unforgivable crime." Judge Judy nodded. It was indeed vile. She looked at Hijichu. "Lawyer He, are you sure you still want to plead not guilty?" "Of course." Hijichu stood up and shook his head at the plaintiff's stand. He sighed first. "You're taking money from the government and the military, but you're not doing your job properly. You've come up with an indictment that's full of mistakes. What a disgrace. You're not allowed to make personal attacks." The prosecutor on the plaintiff's stand was so angry that he jumped up. What's wrong? Isn't it true that your client assaulted someone? Isn't it true that my client was seriously injured? Both of your points are true. Hijichu spread his hands. What? Huh? Your Honor. Look, he's already admitted it. What's the point of trying? They've pleaded guilty. The prosecutor was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He was so excited to be able to take down Hijichu, who had never lost a battle before. Hijichu snorted. Mr. Prosecutor, I haven't finished speaking yet. Why are you talking to yourself? You haven't finished? What else do you have to say? Judge Judy frowned. Since you admit it's the truth. Your Honor, I admit that it is a fact that my client hit someone because there is an injury report to prove it. It's also true that the plaintiff is called an idiot, as evidenced by a doctor's certificate. Hijichu paused. His eyes swept across the courtroom. But, Mr. Prosecutor, please prove that your client's mental decline was a direct result of my client's assault. What? You don't understand the legal jargon? I really don't know how you graduated from law school and got a law license. Hijichu mocked. Then let me translate. Please prove that Xin Shingao became an idiot as a direct result of Gunyinji's assault. Direct result? Wasn't it because she was assaulted? She even had a concussion. Mr. Prosecutor, after this case is over, I'm going to file a complaint with the Law Commission about your qualifications. You have absolutely no legal qualifications. Hijichu's voice grew cold. He turned to look at Judge Judy. Your Honor, there was a fight on the basketball court. During the school's investigation, I already said that fights on the basketball court are exempt from prosecution as long as they don't result in serious injuries. But then it became a serious injury. Judge Judy looked at Hijichu with bright eyes. She had a feeling that Hijichu was going to lose this time. Hijichu looked like he couldn't stand it anymore. He sneered. If I kick you today and you die 20 years later, can you say that I kicked you to death? Of course not. Judge Judy retorted instinctively. A lot can happen in 20 years. The chain of logic has already been broken. Exactly. Hijichu turned and pointed at the plaintiff's stand. The fight happened on July 16th. On August 15th, almost a month later, Xin Shingao's injuries suddenly worsened and her IQ rapidly declined. Let me ask you, couldn't something else have happened in the month that caused her IQ to deteriorate? It's only been a month. It's not comparable to the example you gave. Judge Judy immediately retorted. You can't? What's the essential difference between 1 month and 20 years? Fine, even if there's an essential difference in what you said, there were many people in and out of Xin Shingao's room after she was hospitalized. With so many people, any one of them could have attacked her and caused her serious injuries a second time. Hijichu tossed out a list of names. I request to summon the people on this list and interrogate them about what they did in Xin Shingao's room. There's no need for that. Judge Judy waved her hand. Can't we just look at the room's surveillance footage? We can see if anyone caused her any second injuries. Hijichu frowned. There were surveillance cameras in Xin Shingao's room. It seemed that the other party really valued Xin Shingao. But what was so important about a small fry like Xin Shingao? Hijichu truly didn't understand. Lieutenant Colonel Peter sat in the last row of the courtroom with a smug smile. The room's real-time surveillance was his trump card. They had installed the surveillance cameras because they were worried about Xin Shingao. They were worried that she would come into contact with someone else and sell out their deal. Secondly, they wanted to ensure her safety. Everyone who entered or left her ward had to be interrogated. The courtroom fell silent. Judge Judy ordered the bailiffs to retrieve the surveillance footage from Xin Shingao's room. For the sake of fairness, Hijichu also sent his men to follow the footage and prevent the other party from tampering with it. It had been 28 days since Xin Shingao was admitted to the hospital and diagnosed with mental retardation. There were 28 days' worth of surveillance footage in a box. The judge adjourned the court until the judge and the defendant's lawyer could review all the footage before making a decision. There were 3 copies of the footage, one for the court's records, one for the judge and the prosecutor to view together, and one for the defendant's lawyer to take away. Hijichu's subordinates carried the box of footage out of the courtroom. Gu Nianji didn't say a word and quietly followed behind He Jichu. He Jichu stopped and turned around to pat her head. Don't worry, we'll think of a way. Professor, he didn't think of this before, did he? Gu Nianji asked quietly, although He Jichu didn't show it, and no one in the courtroom could see the change in his expression. Gu Nianji could sense his mood had suddenly turned gloomy. He Jichu looked at her in surprise. He didn't admit or deny it, but said dryly, I can't think of any other use for Xian Xinggao that they would be so wary of. That means she has other uses, but we just don't know about it. Gu Nianji suddenly worried. Did Xian Xinggao have something that could harm the Huaxia Empire's national interests? Last time, Xian Xinggao's betrayal led to the failure of the 6th Military Region's Special Operations Forces mission in Europe and almost cost Hua Xiaoheng their lives. This was the second night watch. 3,600 monthly votes plus one night watch. Around 7 p.m., the third night watch, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday, especially recommendation votes. Chapter 154. Let's go. He Jichu escorted Gu Nianji out of the courtroom and into the parking lot. He Jichu didn't understand why Gu Nianji still looked so worried. I told you not to worry. These videotapes are their final trump card. I'm not worried about my case, Gu Nianji said honestly. Then what are you worried about? He Jichu was even more confused. I'm worried that Xian Xinggao has something else that could harm national interests, Gu Nianji said anxiously, but she was actually worried about Hua Xiaoheng. To Hua Xiaoheng, protecting the nation's interests was his greatest responsibility. It was also a goal that he would protect wholeheartedly, even to the point of giving up his life for. He Jichu put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at her quietly for a while. He suddenly snorted and muttered, I didn't know you loved that country so much. What did you say? Gu Nianji was too engrossed in her thoughts to hear what He Jichu said. I said, I didn't know you were so patriotic. There was a hint of mockery in He Jichu's words. His eyes flickered with indescribable emotions. What's wrong with being patriotic? I'm a citizen of the Huaxia Empire. Isn't it natural for me to love my country? Gu Nianji didn't like hearing He Jichu speak to her in such a tone. He Jichu sensed her displeasure and opened his mouth, but he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He patted her head and smiled. Fine, as long as you're happy. He tried his best to restrain himself from showing a cold expression in front of her. He Jichu nodded at Zhao Liangzi and turned to get into his car. Gu Nianji frowned as she watched him drive away. She followed Zhao Liangzi into the yellow Hummer, which was also He Jichu's car. He had sent it to pick them up for safety reasons. When they returned to her apartment, Gu Nianji went to Zhao Liangzi's room and quietly recounted her conversation with He Jichu in court. She then asked, Brother Zhe, do you think Xian Xinggao has anything else that we can use? Zhao Liangzi's brows furrowed as he shook his head. I didn't hear anything further when I was in the Empire. However, we have to tell Hua Xiao about this as soon as possible. If there's anything we've overlooked, we have to make up for it quickly. Xian Xinggao's father had already been relieved of his duties, and all of Ananda's system's overseas connections had been rechecked. Everything was normal when Zhao Liangzi came out. Could it be that they had overlooked something? Then hurry up and tell me. Gu Nianji hesitated. Can I watch from the side? Zhao Liangzi had something on his mind, so he immediately refused her. No, it might be confidential. Your security clearance is not high enough, so you can't listen. Oh. Gu Nianji was a bit disappointed, but didn't insist. She quietly returned to her room. Zhao Liangzi quickly contacted Hua Xiaoheng. It was 11 o'clock in the evening in China. Hua Xiaoheng was writing a report on perfecting the 6th Military Region's organizational structure in his study. He heard the call coming from his earpiece and looked up at the computer. It was Zhao Liangzi calling him. He took off his headset, opened the instant video communication system, and asked, What's the matter? Has Nianji's case been closed? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. Gu Nianji's case should be in court at this time. Zhao Liangzi shook his head. There's new evidence in the case. It'll be in court next week. As he spoke, he told them about the surveillance footage that had been obtained from investigating the people who had visited Xian Xingao's ward. He added, Nianji thinks that Xian Xingao has something that the U.S. can use to blackmail them. That's why the U.S. military is still keeping a close eye on her. Hua Xiaoheng held the mouse in one hand and opened several confidential programs on the computer. He opened them one by one. His finger gently traced across the corner of his lips. His eyes were dark and unfathomable. They were like bottomless black holes that even light couldn't escape from. As he looked through the files, he suddenly seemed to understand something. His brows furrowed, and his eyes became murderous. Something's wrong. Little Zay, keep an eye on Xian Xingao. Since they have the surveillance footage, it'll be easier for you. Zhao Yangzi was also nervous. Hua Xiao, is there really a problem? Yes, I'll make arrangements immediately. Hua Xiaoheng stood up. Last time, we focused on the civilian code system that Xian Xingao was directly involved in. We didn't investigate the people who developed the encrypted channel as carefully. We made a mistake. Zhao Yangzi's eyes widened. No way. The password for the encrypted channel. Hua Xiaoheng whipped his head around and glared at him. His voice was stern. Shut up. Zhao Yangzi immediately shut his mouth. He stood up and bowed his head to the camera. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have time to reprimand him anymore. He strode out of the study and began issuing orders into his headset. 6th Military Region Team B, activate activity. All armed personnel with parachutes. Be in position in 5 minutes. Helicopters in position. Target 1, J City, Imperial Capital, Special Task Force. Over. A minute later, the alarm at the Special Operations Forces base sounded. It was the sound of an emergency assembly. 3 minutes later, 100 fully armed Special Operations Forces Team B assembled at the airport where the helicopters were landing. Hua Xiaoheng had already changed into the same military uniform as them, but his gun was more powerful. Get in the helicopters. Target 1, Room 532, Nanda R&D Center, J City, G Province. Take everyone inside with you. Hua Xiaoheng was the first to board the helicopter. The 100 Special Operations Forces members followed. The helicopter roared to life as it flew toward J City, G Province. Because it was a special military operation, all airports in the country had received an urgent message. All air routes had to make way for the helicopter. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Nandu R&D Center in J City, G Province. Hua Xiaoheng jumped out first, and the members behind him followed. A meeting was going on in room 532, Nandu R&D Center. A group of people were smoking and smoking. It seemed that the meeting had been going on for a long time. Hands up, you're all under arrest. The leader of Special Operations Forces Team B barged in and slapped an arrest warrant on the face of Zheng Quan, the deputy director of the Nandu R&D Center. The people in the room paled. Before they could struggle, they were knocked down one by the Special Operations Forces members. Their mouths were gagged, and they were tied up and sent to the helicopter. Hua Xiaoheng left 50 Special Operations Forces members behind to take over the security system with his authorization letter. What are you doing? I'm a soldier too, and I have a military rank. How can the 6th Military Region punish people like this? Zheng Quan finally snapped out of his daze after boarding the helicopter. He began to yell at the Special Operations Forces members guarding him. Hua Xiaoheng heard his yelling and pushed open a door. He said coldly, Zheng Quan, how dare you call yourself a soldier? Tell me, what's your relationship with Xian Xingao? Did she come into contact with any of the more confidential codes in the Nanda project? Hearing Xian Xingao's name, Zheng Quan's flushed face drained of all color. He avoided Hua Xiaoheng's fierce gaze and muttered, Xian Xingao, I don't know what you're talking about. How would I know her? You don't know her? Fine, we'll talk when we get back to the capital. Hua Xiaoheng suppressed his anger and turned to leave, kicking the door shut. At the same time, Gun Yinji dialed the number Hua Xiaoheng had left for her again and again, but couldn't get through. It was the third watch. They were asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday, especially recommendation votes. Chapter 155. Time ticked by. Gun Yinji had been calling for 2 hours, but there was still no response from the other end of the line. At lunchtime, Zhao Yanzi finished cooking and asked Gun Yinji to come out. She bit her chopsticks as she looked at the dishes on the table. Pan-fried dried fish, prawns with garlic vermicelli, salad spinach, and corn rib soup. These were all her favorites, but she had no appetite. Brother Zay, did you just call Uncle Hua? Gun Yinji lowered her eyes as she listlessly picked up some spinach with her chopsticks and placed it in her bowl. Zhao Liangzi grunted, "Of course, because I want to tell him the news." Oh, Gun Yinji lost her appetite. He could have answered the phone, but he wouldn't. He even said that very few people knew that number, and that he would pick up if she called. Liar, liar. They were all liars. Gun Yinji's tears were about to fall, but she forced them back. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and turned to leave, saying hastily, "I'm not hungry. I'm not eating today. I still have homework to do. I'm going to the library to do it." She rushed to her room and slammed the door shut. Leaning against the door, she covered her face and tried to suppress the sobs that threatened to overtake her. At that moment, her phone rang again. Gun Yinji was overjoyed. Although it wasn't the special ringtone she had set for Hua Xiaohong, maybe Uncle Hua had changed his number? She excitedly took out her phone and swiped it open without looking. "Hello, Yinji?" It was Mei Xiaowen's voice. "Is that you?" Gun Yinji couldn't describe how she felt. Although she was a little disappointed, Mei Xiaowen's gentle voice was miraculously healing. She didn't want to put down the phone. "Xiaowen? It's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Gun Yinji looked at her watch. It should be almost 1 in the morning in the Huaxia Empire. Mei Xiaowen stood under the night sky of Sea City and looked up at the stars. He said softly, "I missed you. I couldn't sleep." The softest part of Gun Yinji's heart was finally hit hard. Her nose ached and her eyes reddened. She quickly looked up to stop the tears from falling. "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so artistic?" Gun Yinji wiped her face, her voice incredibly soft and gentle. The sound echoed in Mei Xiaowen's ears, making his heart itch. It finally diluted the impact of the ginger red tea that afternoon. He knew that Gun Yinji was the only one who could protect him from Jiang Hongcha's influence. He stood on the balcony, gazing at the moon in the sky. He remembered that Jiang Hongcha had come to see him in the office that afternoon with a small cake. The two of them were originally sitting and chatting about their former classmates and friends. The atmosphere was very harmonious. He didn't know when, but Jiang Hongcha sat down with him. The two of them were so close that he could see her long eyelashes and delicate white skin when he raised his head. Then she suddenly stopped talking and forbade him to speak. "Kiss me." She closed her eyes in front of him, pouting his irresistible red lips. As if attracted by the devil, he lowered his head and kissed her on the lips. He wanted only to taste her, but her arms came round his neck and deepened the kiss. If someone hadn't knocked on the door to give him the material, he didn't know how far they would have kissed. "We can't do this." Mei Xiaowen finally pushed Jiang Hongcha away. "I already have a girlfriend. Go, and don't come looking for me again." Jiang Hongcha stood up gracefully and tucked her long hair behind her head. She said meaningfully, "I won't come looking for you again, but you can come looking for me." She turned to leave, leaving the room filled with the faint scent of jasmine. It was her favorite Coco Chanel jasmine perfume. Mei Xiaowen tossed and turned restlessly at her words. He couldn't sleep all night. In the end, he had no choice but to get up and call Gun Yinji. Fortunately, Mei Xiaowen calmed down as soon as he heard her voice. Jiang Hongcha's magic disappeared without a trace in the face of Gun Yinji's soft, moving voice. "I just miss you. When are you coming back? I can't wait. How about I go to the United States with you? That way we won't have to wait 6 months." Mei Xiaowen reached out and felt the gentle night breeze on the balcony. It was soft and numb. He remembered the time he had hugged Gun Yinji in the United States. It was like hugging a cloud, unbelievably soft. Gun Yinji chuckled and gripped her phone. She was touched. "Can you really come?" Her voice was filled with emotion, and it was completely different from polite words. Mei Xiaowen sensed it. He froze, then became ecstatic. He turned around on the balcony. "Do you really want me to come?" Gun Yinji desperately wanted someone to be with her. For the first time, she felt the kind of companionship she wanted. It was different from the companionship of people like Brother Zay and Brother Xiong. If you can come, we could be together right away. We won't have to wait 6 months. Gun Yinji said impulsively. She was like a child playing with the sand at the beach. She just wanted to hold on to as much as she could before the tide washed away all the sand she had. Mei Xiaowen immediately agreed. I'll book the plane tickets tomorrow. After saying that, he quickly felt sleepy. He yawned and said, Then I'm going to sleep. You go ahead with your work. Gun Yinji nodded. Go ahead. Don't stay up late again. At the same time, Hua Xiaoheng and a B team of the 6th Military Region's Special Operations Forces arrived at the landing pad of the Imperial Secret Service by helicopter. Under the deep blue sky of the Imperial capital, a large Mi-26 helicopter rumbled with its propellers and landed steadily on the landing pad. Hua Xiaoheng had already parachuted with 40 members and rushed to the door of a private office on the 27th floor of the Secret Service building. He kicked the door open and shouted, Hands up! Special Operations Forces, action! The people in the room immediately raised their hands and looked over angrily. One person shouted, What are you doing? This is the office of the Deputy Director of the Imperial Secret Service. Who dares to mess around? Hua Xiaoheng held an M16 submachine gun and loaded it. His footsteps were heavy as he walked over from behind his team. Where's Bai Yuxing? Call him out. Bai Yuxing was one of the deputy directors of the Imperial Secret Service. He was in charge of the U.S. intelligence system. He was also Bai Shuang's father and Bai Yueron's uncle. Deputy Director Bai? The people in the room looked at each other. He's not here. Not here. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't suppress his anger, but he didn't yell. He kept his voice low and said, Every member of the Secret Service has a tracking chip in their body, which is controlled by the 6th Military Region. The chip can't be removed unless they leave the Secret Service or die. Major General Hua, what do you mean? Someone in the Secret Service recognized Hua Xiaoheng and couldn't help but ask. I mean, Bai Yuxing's tracking chip shows that he's in this office, but you're telling me that he's not here. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand at his team members. Search. The members of the Special Operations Forces immediately opened all the rooms and cabinets in the office. In the end, they only found a tracking chip under a potted plant on the windowsill. It was Bai Yuxing's chip. Hua Xiaoheng wore white gloves and took the chip. He pursed his lips and said, Detain everyone here. Inform the military police department to come and take over. Inform the Senate and government officials that the Secret Service's personnel in North America have been wiped out. Order them to immediately stop all activities in North America and evacuate. Thanks to Gun Yinji's reminder, Hua Xiaoheng had been able to trace Exan Xinggao's background to Zheng Quan, the deputy director of the Nandu Research and Development Center, and then to Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the Secret Service. Why do the Americans still value Exan Xinggao so much? It wasn't because she was powerful, but because she had important people like Zheng Quan and Bai Yuxing behind her. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 3,700 monthly votes. It was around 1 p.m. Thank you to Enigma Yangxi and the Beggars in Heaven for the Heshabi yesterday. Moi. P.S. Even if you're guessing the relationship between the characters, you have to be more reliable. You have to read the content carefully. How could the 28-year-old professor he give birth to the 18-year-old Gun Yinji? Stop guessing like that. Chapter 156. Walking out of the Secret Service building, Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the night sky and slowly exhaled. He had rushed over, but Bai Yuxing had still managed to escape. Yin Shixiang came over and handed him a cigarette. The two of them stood under a tree not far from the Secret Service building and lit a cigarette. For them, smoking was the fastest way to relieve tension. Yin Shixiang received a call from the Senate and the head of government's office before finishing his cigarette. Mr. Hua, they're looking for you. They want you to go to the Senate Hall. Yin Shixiang finished the call and passed the message to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng threw the cigarette but into the trash can under the tree and threw the M16 submachine gun to Yin Shixiang. Let's go. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Hua Xiaoheng was already standing on the podium in the Senate Hall. He was reporting the operation to the Speaker of the Senate, the Foreign Affairs and Intelligence Committee, and the heads of government agencies. General Ji, the supreme commander of the military, had a dark expression on his face. He sat in the last row with his guards and personal secretary. He looked angry, but he was actually there to support Hua Xiaoheng. The deputy director of the Secret Service, Bai Yuxing, had a very high rank, and his Bai family had deep roots in the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. Hua Xiaoheng had gone against the Bai family without informing anyone. If he didn't have a good reason, it would be difficult to deal with him. Hua Xiaoheng was the reserve echelon that General Ji had painstakingly trained. He was going to take over the position of Supreme Commander of the Imperial Army, so there was no room for mistakes. In that instant, General Ji even decided that he would protect Hua Xiaoheng even if it meant going against the entire Bai family. Hua Xiaoheng didn't know what General Ji was thinking, or perhaps he didn't know, but he didn't want to care. To him, not being able to kill Bai Yuxing with his own hands and allowing him to escape the Huaxiao Empire was already his biggest failure since joining the military. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the information in his hands, including the list of Huaxia Imperial customs clearance for the past month that Yin Shixiang had just sent him. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Hello, Senior Speaker Long, senior officials. I'm here to report a high-level defection of the Secret Service." "What? General Hua, don't slander us. My Bai family has served the Empire for generations. Countless lives have been sacrificed. How dare you slander our Bai family? Major General Hua, you're acting so recklessly against the Bai family just because your father is the director of the military political department and your grandfather was the former deputy commander of the military. There were too many high-ranking officials in the Bai family. There were only 16 or 17 people present for this impromptu meeting, and 5 of them had the surname Bai. Hua Xiaoheng had led his men to raid the office of Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the Secret Service, in the middle of the night and arrested all of his subordinates. He had also informed the military police department to take over the Secret Service, which had completely paralyzed the Empire's intelligence agency, the Secret Service. In the eyes of these people, Hua Xiaoheng's actions were overstepping his authority. Hua Xiaoheng stood on the stage with his hands behind his back. His expression was calm and composed, and he didn't say a word. After the clamor had died down, he said unhurriedly, "Senior officials surnamed Bai, I can't let you know the following information in accordance with the Empire's confidentiality clause. Please get out." "What? Why should we go out?" "Speaker Long, we object. Shady business. There's definitely a shady deal." "Shut up." The veins on Hua Xiaoheng's forehead bulged, and he slammed the table. "If you keep causing trouble, the Secret Service personnel who died in North America will come to you to protest." The upper house of the Senate suddenly fell silent. The white-haired Speaker Long stood up and said to the Bai family, "Believe me, I won't let an innocent person be wrongly accused, but I won't let those who betray our country escape punishment either." The Bai family discussed for a moment, then said to Speaker Long, "Okay, Speaker Long, we believe you and will give you face." As for him, they pointed at Hua Xiaoheng, who was standing on the stage. "If he doesn't give us a conclusive explanation, we won't let him go." The Bai family left the table angrily and went to the corridor outside. Under the leadership of Yin Shixiang, Hua Xiaoheng's guards immediately locked up these people separately. In order to prevent them from reporting the matter, they were also handcuffed and gagged. The Bai family was furious. They didn't know what was going on and thought that someone was deliberately trying to eradicate dissidents. In the Senate Hall, Hua Xiaoheng took out the evidence and demonstrated it to everyone on the computer. That's it. Xin Xinggao, who betrayed the Nanda System's civilian code, had a private relationship with Zheng Quan, the deputy director of the Nanda System's R&D department, when she was working on the Nanda project. Both Xin Xinggao and Zheng Quan tried to hide this fact, and we missed it during our first interrogation. Until recently, we received reliable information that the U.S. military is still closely monitoring Xin Xinggao. They want to get more information from her. Hua Xiaoheng turned around, his expression grim. After Xian Xingyao left the country, she helped Zheng Quan get access to the United States. However, Zheng Quan only gave her the civilian code, not the encrypted channel. Zheng Quan intended to use the encrypted channel as a bargaining chip to get her to act as a go-between. Our Secret Service in North America found out about this and sent a report back to Bai Yuxing, the deputy director of the North American branch of the Secret Service. Hua Xiaoheng used the laser pointer in his hand to point at the tree of relationships on the screen. When Bai Yuxing found out about this, he didn't inform us. Instead, he got in touch with Zheng Quan and asked him to contact the US CIA through Xian Xingyao in an attempt to defect. Speaker Long and General G's eyes widened abruptly, their expressions stiff. If what Hua Xiaoheng said was true, then because of Bai Yuxing's defection, the Imperial Secret Service's 30 years of hard work in North America would be destroyed. Where is Bai Yuxing? Issue the highest warrant for his arrest. Hunt down Bai Yuxing. Speaker Long stood up first. We can't let him succeed. It's too late. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. As soon as I got the news, I rushed to his office and found that he had already removed the tracking chip and placed it under a potted plant in his office. He disappeared at least 4 days ago. As he spoke, he took out the list of customs personnel. This is the customs list. Take a look for yourselves. Speaker Long slumped into his chair. His lips trembled, and he couldn't say a word. After Zheng Quan contacted Bai Yuxing, he was afraid that Bai Yuxing was fishing, so he secretly recorded every meeting he had with Bai Yuxing. If Bai Yuxing really was fishing, he wouldn't have quietly absconded. Bai Yuxing should be in the United States now, but I don't know if he contacted the CIA. The Secret Service in North America should withdraw immediately. The top government official slammed the table. We can't let this traitor hurt our people. I've already informed the North American Secret Service to not accept any information from Bai Yuxing, and I've also informed them that Bai Yuxing has committed treason. The rest of them should withdraw immediately. General G wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had fought many wars in his life, but this was the first time he had been so aggrieved. The grudge between the Bai family and the Bai family had been established. Although Bai Yuxing was a traitor, they didn't want to be implicated. So Bai Yuxing's mistake alone couldn't implicate the rest of the Bai family. Moreover, with the Bai family's complicated in-laws, it was impossible to completely eradicate the Bai family. Hua Xiaoheng also understood that the Bai family's influence couldn't be completely eradicated, but he suggested, I suggest that all the Bai family members who are above the departmental level be fully investigated. If there are no mistakes, they can be reinstated. If they were implicated, it would be best if they were convicted and sent to prison. Speaker Long and the government official looked at each other and said slowly, We will definitely investigate. Give us the evidence and we will take over. Send someone to follow up on the Secret Service matter. Meeting adjourned. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the Senate building alone. It was already dawn. The sun was eager to shine beneath the clouds, revealing its golden silhouette. Hua Xiao. Yin Shixiang greeted him with a very serious expression. Little Zhe has confirmed that Bai Yuxing is connected to the CIA. Do you want Yinji to come back? Hua Xiaoheng squinted and looked at the rising sun. The sunlight sprinkled on the dark green leaves, like pieces of gold, dazzling. No need. No one knew who she was, not even the Secret Service. As for Bai Yueran, who knows her identity, although she is a member of the Bai family, she has always been with General G. Let's trust her for now. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a long time, but still refused. Besides, Yinji is still in a lawsuit with Xian Xingyao. But aren't you really worried? Yin Shixiang was anxious to death. In his heart, Gun Yinji was still a child who hadn't grown up. Worried? Why wouldn't I be worried? Hua Xiaoheng replied casually as he walked to his car. But does being worried mean you have to hide her? Big Xiong, you're confused because you're worried. I'm confused because I'm worried. Yin Shixiang couldn't say it out loud. He felt that Hua Xiaoheng was making it sound like he didn't care. Hua Xiaoheng made him speechless, so Yin Shixiang followed him into the car sullenly. The orderly, Fan Jian, started the car, and took In Shi-xiang and Hua Xiaohing to the airport. When they came to the capital, they took a helicopter, and when they returned to Sea City, they took a private plane. At the same time, at the Sea City International Airport, Mei Xiaowen's flight was delayed for 2 hours. Because a private plane was coming from the imperial capital, all other flights had to make way for the military plane. Mei Xiaowen had no choice but to text Gun Yinji. Flight delayed. Mei arrived 2 hours later. Gun Yinji had actually regretted it that night. She shouldn't have agreed to Mei Xiaowen's request on impulse. Now that she saw Mei Xiaowen's text, she quickly replied, "Don't worry, it's fine even if it's half a year later. I can wait." Mei Xiaowen smiled at the phone, as if it was Gun Yinji's anxious face. He was about to look down to type when a slender hand reached over and took the phone from his hand, forbidding him from texting. "Xiaowen, are you really leaving? Are you really going to abandon me?" Jiang Hongcha's tearful face appeared in front of Mei Xiaowen. Mei Xiaowen was truly shocked. You, how did you know I was here? Nothing is impossible for a determined person." Jiang Hongcha turned off his phone. "Xiaowen, don't go. I've never begged you before, but this time, I beg you." She bit her lip and looked at Mei Xiaowen, her expression gentle and moving. Reaching out, she hugged Mei Xiaowen's waist and looked up at him. "Xiaowen, give us another chance. I don't want much, just this half a year. You can be with me for this half a year. If you don't like it, then after half a year, you can be with her, okay?" Mei Xiaowen closed his eyes. Jiang Hongcha used to be such a proud person, but she was willing to compromise to this extent for him. What more could he ask for? Mei Xiaowen hugged Jiang Hongcha and buried his head in her shoulder. "Okay, I won't go to America. We'll try for half a year. You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone about us being together, not even AI Weinan." Jiang Hongcha sighed in relief, a gentle smile appearing on her face. "Okay, I promise. Actually, this was the best. If they tried for half a year and still found it inappropriate, they could break up after that. No one would know, and it would be best for both of them." Just then, someone came over from a nearby exit to clear the area, saying that a high-ranking military official's private plane had arrived. Mei Xiaowen put his arm around Jiang Hongcha's shoulder. "Let's go home. You're not going to America?" Jiang Hongcha pointed at Mei Xiaowen's phone. "You should at least let them know. Maybe they're still waiting for you." Mei Xiaowen smiled and picked up his phone to text Gun Yinji. "Something happened at home, so I can't go to America for now. I'll wait for you to come back in half a year." Gun Yinji was restless throughout dinner. She wanted to say something, but stopped herself several times. She didn't say it to Zhao Yangzi. Zhao Yangzi was busy helping Hua Xiaoheng with the evacuation of the North American branch of the Secret Service, so he didn't have time to worry about Gun Yinji's feelings. He hurriedly finished his meal and told Gun Yinji to put the dishes in the dishwasher, then went back to his room to continue working. Gun Yinji received a text from Mei Xiaowen saying that he had something to do at home and couldn't come to America for the time being. They would meet again in half a year, according to their agreement. Gun Yinji sighed deeply. She was no longer nervous. She frowned as she put the dishes in the dishwasher and added the special dishwasher detergent. She turned on the washing and drying process, then returned to her room to take a shower. She was in a bad mood and decided to take a bubble bath to soothe her melancholy. She filled the bathtub with water and added the bubble bath lotion. Finally, she dripped a few drops of rose essential oil, and a fragrant bubble bath was ready. She undressed, coiled her hair on top of her head, and put on a waterproof shower cap. She stepped in the bathtub and lay down comfortably. Hua Xiaoheng got off the private plane at the Sea City International Airport and left through the VIP passageway. He was soon back at the base in the Special Operations Forces car. He had been out all night and hadn't slept for a few nights. He was a little tired. After eating something, he planned to take a shower and go to bed. Before he went, he remembered that he had a special number. He was used to checking it every day. He took the phone and looked at it. He saw countless missed calls from Gun Yinji. This is the second update with 4,000 words. 2 updates in one. including 3,700 monthly votes. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 157. Why did she call so many times? Did something happen? Hua Xiaoheng looked at the time on his phone. It was around 9 in the morning here, so it should be 9 in the evening in the United States. Looking at the missed calls, they were probably from 7 to 8 hours ago. Nianji should still be awake, right? Hua Xiaoheng swiped his finger to dial back. As an internet child, Gu Nianji never left her phone even when she bathed. She also had a bubble bath, so she had even more time to play with her phone in the bathtub. Her phone was placed on the small table next to the bathtub. She lay in the bathtub, rubbing bubbles all over her body. She wanted to blow the bubbles out of the bathtub like she was blowing soap bubbles. In the quiet bathroom, the sudden ringing of her cell phone made her shiver in fear. Her eyes moved to the phone and froze for a moment before she realized it was the ringtone she had set for Uncle Hua to call. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She quickly reached into the bathtub and scooped up the phone. She glanced at the name Uncle Hua flashing on the screen. She shot out of the bathtub, ignoring the white bubbles all over her body. Uncle Hua. She was so excited that her voice trembled slightly. Yes, it's me, Hua Xiaoheng asked as he held the phone. I saw you call a lot. What's up? Gu Nianji remembered how upset and depressed she had been when no one had picked up the phone for over 2 hours. She couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Uncle Hua, you said I would be able to reach you if I called this number, but she sniffled and continued. I understand that you're very busy and can't pick up my calls. But you can't lie to me. Just tell me if you don't want to pick up. I won't bother you. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head helplessly. Nianji, I was on a mission when you called. I couldn't bring my personal phone with me. Oh. Gu Nianji immediately felt guilty and grumbled quietly. Really? I know you can't pick up the phone when you're on a mission, but I asked Brother Zay, and he said you just picked up his call, but you didn't pick up when I called you. That's impossible. Hua Xiaoheng flatly denied it. Little Zay didn't make it clear. Besides, even if I did call him, it was for business. Why would I deliberately not pick up your calls? Really? Holding the phone, Gu Nianji secretly smiled. Her emotions were too easily affected by Hua Xiaoheng. One word from him could send her to heaven, and one word from him could send her to hell. She was hovering between heaven and hell, pain and happiness. Of course not. Hua Xiaoheng switched his hand to hold the phone and began unbuttoning his uniform with his free hand. He was ready to take a shower. Tell me, what do you want? Are you in a hurry to make so many calls? It was very urgent at the time, but it's not so urgent now. Gu Nianji said carefully, I just wanted to ask you if you discovered anything. She was standing naked in the bathtub, full of white bubbles. Opposite her was a mirror on the wall. There was steam on the mirror, so only the outline of her body could be seen. Gu Nianji reached out to wipe away the water vapor on the mirror and looked at her face in the mirror. Her cheeks were crimson, and her big, misty, wet eyes were looking at herself in the mirror. Her seaweed-like hair hung down her back. She used her hand to wipe away the bubbles that were about to disappear and bent down to pour some more water on herself. Hua Xiaoheng opened the bathroom closet and took out a brand new earth-colored bath towel. He hung it over his shoulder as he said, It's good that you're fine. I've taken care of everything here. Little Zay will tell you the specifics. Let me know if anything happens. Gu Nianji quickly agreed. She could tell from Hua Xiaoheng's tone that he was about to hang up. She was very reluctant to do so. Holding the phone, she walked a few steps in the bathtub and racked her brain for something to talk about. She was too engrossed in her thoughts and suddenly slipped. The phone fell into the bathtub with a splash. Oh no! Gu Nianji cried quietly and almost slipped. She quickly grabbed the handrail on the wall and bent down to search the bathtub a few times. She fished the phone out of the bathtub. Fortunately, the phone was fine. It was just that the call had been cut off. Her phone was quite waterproof. Gu Nianji hurriedly called back. Nianji? Nianji? Hua Xiaoheng could only hear the sound of static on the other end of the line before it was cut off. He looked at his phone, and his expression gradually grew serious. Just as he was about to call Zhao Liangzi to ask what was going on, his phone began to vibrate. It was Gun Yinji. He unlocked his phone and answered the call. How did it break? What happened? Hua Xiaoheng asked sternly, his voice deadly low. Gun Yinji pressed the dripping phone to her ear and blushed when she heard Hua Xiaoheng's voice. It's fine. I dropped my phone in the bathtub. How did you fall in the bathtub? Where are you? What are you doing? When you called, I was taking a bath. I was taking a bubble bath. Gun Yinji quickly explained. So the bathtub is slippery. Slide? Are you taking a shower? Hua Xiaoheng frowned and remembered the time in the United States. It was indeed nighttime, and it was time to take a shower. He only scolded her. Why did you pick up the phone when you're taking a shower? What's wrong with him? Can the phone still be used if it falls in the water? Gun Yinji nodded nervously, then shook her head. Yes. I was very careful. I stood up from the bathtub when I answered the phone. I made sure the phone wasn't wet. It's true. If I hadn't been careless just now, the phone wouldn't have slipped and fallen. Hua Xiaoheng closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. He asked her in a hoarse voice, Are you hurt from the fall? No. I was holding on to the handrail. I didn't really fall. Gun Yinji looked at the phone. It's just that the phone is wet. I'll get a hairdryer to dry it after I finish showering and put on my clothes. Then continue with the shower. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't continue the call. He slid his finger to end the call and threw it into the small bath basket on the bathroom table. He walked to the shower and turned on the hot water valve to let the hot water rush over his body. Droplets of water wet his hair, rolling down his broad shoulders and flowing down his defined back muscles. The frosted glass shower stall was suddenly filled with steam. He raised his arms and leaned against the wall with his head buried. His tall figure didn't move at all as he allowed the hot water to wash over his body. It was still swelling. Finally, he sighed and turned off the hot water, switching to cold water. The cold water at the military base was groundwater, so it was much cooler than normal room temperature water. The ice-cold water rinsed his entire body twice before he finished showering. Hua Xiaoheng used a towel to wipe his head and wrapped the earth-colored bath towel around his lower body. He expressionlessly grabbed the phone from the basket and left the bathroom. Returning to the bedroom, he looked at the large bed and thought it was a bit dazzling. He changed into casual clothes and laid on the sofa to close his eyes for a while until knocking on the door woke him up. Hua Xiao, are you inside? I'm Chen Lai. Big Xiong said you were looking for me? Chen Lai's voice rumbled from outside the door. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and got up to walk to the outer room. He opened the door and saw that it was already dark outside. He had only taken a nap. How'd it get dark? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and saw that it was already past 8 in the evening. He had slept from day to night. What high-quality sleep. Hua Xiaoheng was secretly pleased and turned to let Chen Lai in. Hua Xiao, why are you looking for me? Chen Lai carried his briefcase. I just performed 2 surgeries today and am going crazy with hunger. Ask the cafeteria here to send me some food. Hua Xiaoheng raised a hand to his orderly. Go get some food. The food was quickly delivered. Chen Lai ate as he listened to Hua Xiaoheng say to him, Yinji's case in the United States. I wanted to make a trip there. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 3,800 monthly votes and updates. It would be around 1 in the afternoon. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 158. You want me to go? What can I do? Chen Lai hurriedly swallowed the food in his mouth and took a sip of water. He glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Aren't you going yourself? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. I can't go. It's not the right time yet. I can't let anyone know that I'm her guardian. You know, if they find out now, Yinji might not be able to come back. Chen Lai put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He looked up at the ceiling and murmured, It's been 6 years, and no one has looked for her. We can't find out where she came from either. Do you think we're overthinking it? That she's actually an orphan with dead parents and no living relatives? Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was deep and meaningful. He propped his head up with one hand and played with a round gold coin with the other. He didn't speak. Before he had concrete evidence to prove Gunyinji's origin, he wouldn't prejudge any conclusions. Anything was possible. He had to maintain a clear mind. Hello, did you hear me? Isn't little Zay in the United States? Isn't he enough? Chun Lai pushed Hua Xiaoheng's arm. Is there really something wrong with Nyenji's case? Hua Xiaoheng looked down and gripped the round gold coin in his palm. With Yijichu's abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. But I don't want to have too much contact with him. Huh? Why is that? Chun Lai's eyebrows shot up. It looked comical on his round face. Yijichu is Nyenji's professor. He treats her so well. Oh, I think I heard Big Xiong say that professor he has outstanding abilities and high status at such a young age. He's also very good looking. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him coldly. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that girls usually can't resist a man like that. TSK, he's not a man. He's a Prince Charming. Chun Lai looked at Hua Xiaoheng. Prince Charming, do you understand? Oh. You never go online, so you probably don't know what Prince Charming means, right? Hua Xiaoheng looked at Chun Lai like he was looking at an idiot. He remained silent. Chun Lai chuckled and shook his finger. There's no use looking at me. I'm not a Prince Charming. I'm just talking about a social phenomenon. Hua Xiao, to be honest, you're really not worried about Nyenji going to the United States for half a year and staying with Yijichu? What should I be worried about? Hua Xiaoheng's expression was calm and steady. Chun Lai was so familiar with him, but he didn't seem to have changed at all. Are you really not worried? You win. Chun Lai turned his head away resentfully. He took the canned beer and opened it with a bang. He poured a mouthful into his mouth and gulped it down. Fine. Tell me. What do you want me to do? Hua Xiaoheng only ignored him when they got down to business. He got up and walked into the study. Chun Lai followed him in and sat across from his desk. Take a look at this information. Hua Xiaoheng threw him a document. You're not going alone. I'll ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to cooperate and send a few people with you. Go to the United States as a medical expert hired by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When the time comes, listen to little Zay's instructions. Chun Lai became serious. He took the information and looked at it. He snorted and saluted Hua Xiaoheng. I'm impressed. I surrender to you. It really is Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng smiled carelessly. He waved his hand and shooed Chun Lai out of his house like he was shooing a fly or a mosquito. Gunyinji's mood improved again after she received Hua Xiaoheng's call that day. Mei Xiaowen called every day when she was about to sleep. It was probably lunchtime when he returned to the Huaxia Empire. He was concerned about her mood every day, concerned about her daily life and diet. It had only been a week, but he had already sent her 2 packages. One was an airship Dutch rose. There were 99 roses in total. They were placed in a vase in Gunyinji's bedroom. The other was a VCA 5-flower necklace. On the small collarbone necklace were 5 exquisitely crafted diamond-studded flowers arranged asymmetrically. It had an extremely low-key luxury to it. Gunyinji loved these 2 gifts. She put on the collarbone necklace and placed the roses on her desk. She video called Mei Xiaowen. Does it look good? Her eyes were curved when she smiled in the video. Her crystal clear skin was so delicate that Mei Xiaowen couldn't help caressing the screen of his laptop. It looks good. It looks very good. I knew this necklace belonged to you as soon as I saw it. Mei Xiaowen pressed a finger to his mouth, then pressed it to Gunyinji's face in the video. He blew her a kiss through the camera. Gunyinji saw it through the camera and blushed. She quickly turned off the camera and only spoke to him through the audio. She laughed. Xiaowen, it's not the 6-month deadline yet. You can't do this yet. Mei Xiaowen's laptop video disappeared, leaving only the audio. Jiang Hongxia had been hiding on the sofa in the study, out of view of the camera. She crept over and hugged Mei Xiaowen's neck from behind. She whispered in his ear, "See, I have good taste, don't I? Roses and VCA collarbone necklace. I've never met a girl who can resist them." Her voice was so low and so close to Mei Xiaowen's ear that the warmth of her breath entered his earlobe. It was warm and fuzzy. A wave of heat rose from his lower abdomen. He turned off the phone and turned to pick Jiang Hongcha up. He pressed her down on the sofa in the study. Soon, long and short moans rang out in the study, and the atmosphere was overflowing with spring. The trial for Xian Xinggao's assault case against Gun Yinji was scheduled to begin in a week on Monday. He Zhichu and his team had been working tirelessly over the past week. They had gone through all the videotapes in an attempt to find loopholes. Unfortunately, there was nothing suspicious about the videotapes. All the timings matched, and there was nothing illegal about their conversations. The only thing they could find fault with was the few conversations between Lieutenant Colonel Peter and Xian Xinggao. They had spoken in very low voices, and even when the videotapes were played at maximum volume, it was barely audible. However, after several cross-examinations by language experts, they all said that Xian Xinggao had borrowed books from Lieutenant Colonel Peter and that he had brought some books for her. No one could say that giving books to Xian Xinggao would cause fatal injury. Therefore, although there was some doubt about this, it could not be used to refute the other party's testimony. "Mr. He, do you really have to fight this lawsuit?" He Zhichu's subordinate kindly reminded him. The military seems to have received help from the CIA. They think they have a good chance of winning and are already going all out. The relationship between the U.S. military and the CIA was extremely complicated. The two sides were often hostile to each other, but were able to cooperate sincerely when it came to national interests. This time, even the CIA was involved. He Zhichu had no choice but to agree with Gun Yinji's opinion. Xian Xinggao must have something more to hide, but they just didn't know about it yet. Thinking of this, He Zhichu had a brainwave and suddenly had an idea. Find medical experts, especially world-renowned neurologists. He Zhichu knocked on the table and assigned a new task to his subordinates. The Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore has the world's best neurologists and neurosurgeons. Remember to hire 2 of them as expert witnesses at a high price. Mr. He wants to? His subordinates looked at each other and looked up from the pile of videotapes. They looked at He Zhichu with confusion. Challenge the other party's injuries? Of course. He Zhichu turned around and put his things into his briefcase. As lawyers, we have to make bold assumptions and carefully verify them. But we're not scientists, so our arguments don't need to be rigorous. We only need to find evidence that proves our point of view and eliminate all evidence that doesn't. He Zhichu had already had an in-depth discussion with the 2 neurologists and neurosurgeons by the time the trial began on Monday. Xian Xinggao's brain CT scans and X-rays were passed to He Zhichu, and he and the 2 experts carefully studied them for several days. Although the 2 experts thought the scans and X-rays were strange, they couldn't pinpoint any flaws due to the complexity of the human brain. Whether or not Xian Xinggao's intelligence had been irreversibly damaged was a very subjective judgment. "Mr. He, this is as far as we can help you." The 2 neurologists politely extended their hands to He Zhichu. He Zhichu smiled and shook hands with them. "That's fine, we'll do our best." It was time for the trial again. Gun Yinji was dressed even more plainly this time. She wore a pure white silk bubble sleeve top with the hem tucked into straight black trousers. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail that swayed beside her ears. She looked very youthful. Judge Judy banged her gavel and asked He Zhichu, "Lawyer He, do you have anything else to say?" He Zhichu stood up. "We've invited 2 neurologists. Please summon them to the stand as witnesses." Agreed. Judge Judy nodded and gestured for the 2 experts to be brought in. The 2 experts placed their hands on the Bible and swore not to perjure themselves. They stood in the witness stand. The neurologist took out Xian Xinggao's brain CT scans and explained to the judge, "Your Honor, based on my 20 years of medical experience, Miss Xian's injuries shouldn't have worsened to an irreversible degree. Look at the injuries in her brain. The images from the beginning to the 3rd week show that her condition is in the process of recovery. However, at the 4th week, her injuries suddenly worsened. The CT scans from the 4th week are very different from the previous 3 weeks. It's debatable what happened." "Dr. Carson, Do you mean that Xin Xingao suffered a second injury between the third and fourth weeks of her hospitalization? He Jichu stood up and began cross-examining his expert witness. Based on the brain scans, that's a very high possibility. Dr. Carson's answer was also very tactful. They were all successful medical experts and didn't want to ruin their reputations for a favor. Moreover, perjury and obstruction of justice were felonies. So you're saying that Dr. Carson can't be sure that a second injury occurred between the third and fourth weeks, right? The prosecutor for the plaintiff had changed to a smart and capable person. He was much more capable than the previous prosecutor. The two expert witnesses he Jichu had found could only insist that there was a missing link in the changes before and after the injury, so they couldn't determine when the injury had caused the serious consequences. Under normal circumstances, when the plaintiff's evidence couldn't prove the defendant's guilt 100%, the defendant would be considered innocent. If there was a jury, they would definitely not convict the defendant under such ambiguous circumstances. In juvenile court, where there were no juries, the judge placed great importance on the directness and logical integrity of the evidence. Therefore, if Gu Yinji hadn't provoked Xin Xingao and the power behind her, she would have been acquitted. Unfortunately, her enemies were none other than the U.S. military and the CIA, who were trying to use the judicial system to make an example out of the Huaxiao imperial citizens. Gu Yinji's heart sank, and she clenched her fists tightly at her sides. He Jichu didn't mind. If they really wanted to convict Gu Yinji, then he would have no choice but to use his ultimate weapon. Don't be afraid. He Jichu held Gu Yinji's hand and pried her fingers open. I won't let anything happen to you. Gu Yinji smiled bitterly at him and shook her head. Professor He, I can't trouble you anymore. When we get back, give me the bill and I'll think of a solution. I won't default on your legal fees. He Jichu's expression changed as he pushed Gu Yinji's hand away and said coldly, You're talking about legal fees at a time like this? Can you even afford it? Gu Yinji bit her lip. I'll try my best. If it's not enough, I can pay in installments. He Jichu was so angry he didn't want to say another word. He turned around and sat down heavily, his face livid. He bit his lip tightly and glared at Gu Yinji. He wanted nothing more than to bite off a piece of her flesh to vent the hatred in his heart. Just let her go to jail, a stubborn child who wouldn't turn back until he hit the southern wall. He really hadn't changed at all. He Jichu's handsome face was cold as he looked at Gu Yinji in a daze. His attention was completely focused on her, and he couldn't care less about what the people in the courtroom were saying. Judge Judy had already received secret orders from the military and the CIA to convict Gu Yinji. After both sides finished their arguments, she chuckled and raised her gavel high, about to knock it down as she said, Since the plaintiff's evidence is conclusive, the defendant, before she could say guilty, the courtroom doors were suddenly pushed open and a group of Huaxiao imperial diplomats in suits walked in. Who are you? Trespassing in a courtroom is a felony. Don't you know that? Judge Judy's hand froze in midair as she looked at the bailiffs. Aren't you going to kick them out? Gu Yinji looked up and was shocked to see the rotund Chun lie among the group of people in suits. He was also in a dark black suit, and his expression was serious as could be, but his eyes danced with amusement when he saw Gu Yinji standing in the dock. Gu Yinji immediately calmed down. They must have been sent by Uncle Hua. He wouldn't give up on her. He was here to save her. The diplomat at the front took out his credentials. Judge Judy, we are Huaxiao imperial diplomats and have diplomatic immunity. Therefore, she couldn't kick them out for contempt of court. What do you want? Even diplomats have to abide by our laws. Judge Judy's expression was dark, and she didn't dare to knock her gavel down. Our country is very concerned about Xin Xingao's case against Gu Yinji. Since both of them are Huaxia citizens, we believe they must be brought back to our country for trial. This is the extradition document jointly signed by the Huaxiao Imperial Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Justice. Please have a look, Your Honor. This is the second installment of 4,200 words, 2 installments in one, including 3,800 monthly votes. A reminder for everyone, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, Anderson, oh. Chapter 159. Extradition. Judge Judy almost screamed at the top of her lungs. She didn't expect this at all. Her bewildered gaze involuntarily fell on a person sitting in the courtroom. That person was the person in charge of coordinating the case between the military and the CIA. He was the one who had contacted her and made the deal in private. Lieutenant Colonel Peter's mouth gaped open in shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he cursed inwardly. He had really forgotten about this. One of Xian Xingao's conditions when contacting them was to give her a U.S. permanent resident green card. The process of applying for a green card was complicated, and although they had already agreed to her conditions, it would take time to go through the process. Xian Xingao had been beaten up by Gu Nianji before the process was complete. Unwilling to let it go, Xian Xingao relied on the support of the U.S. military and the CIA to make an example out of the other Huaxia students. She insisted on suing Gu Nianji and sending her to prison in the United States. At that moment, she had already considered herself an American and believed that the U.S. legal system would speak up for her and protect her from the Huaxia students. As for what would happen to the Huaxia student Gu Nianji in prison, she didn't care at all. But now, as soon as the diplomat from the Huaxia Consulate General appeared, it was like Sun Wukong's golden cudgel had beaten her back to her original state. Sitting in the plaintiff's stand, Xian Xingao's legs turned to jelly. Her hands on the wheelchair began to tremble violently, just like her heart. She wasn't even a permanent resident of the United States and was still a full citizen of the Huaxia Empire. There was nothing the U.S. law could do. Yes, extradition. The diplomat shook the document in his hand. Our country has signed an extradition agreement with your country. According to the agreement, this criminal case is fully within the scope of extradition. The diplomat emphasized the word criminal case with a mocking tone. He looked at the blushing Judge Judy with a faint smile. According to the extradition agreement, the parties involved in political cases were excluded from the extradition agreement, but criminal cases were completely in line with the conditions of extradition. Xian Xingao's lawsuit against Gu Nianji was clearly a political case, but in order to teach Gu Nianji a lesson, it was filed as a criminal case. As a result, the Huaxia Empire took advantage of this loophole. But extraditing Xian Xingao? Are you kidding me? Lieutenant Colonel Peter will be the first to slap her on the ear. The courtroom was silent for a moment. Most people's eyes were on Judge Judy and the Consul General of the Huaxia Empire in Boston, except for He Jichu. He sat up straight on the defendant's stand, his gaze sinister and fierce as he stared at Gu Nianji. The look in his eyes was indescribable. It was as if he would immediately transform into a ferocious beast and swallow Gu Nianji whole in one gulp if he could. However, Gu Nianji had never feared anyone other than He Xiaoheng in her entire life. Unwilling to be outdone, she met He Jichu's eyes and leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Professor He, are you unhappy?" Why did he suddenly lose his temper? No matter how she thought about it, it seemed to have started when she asked for the lawyer's fee. But at the time, she thought she would lose the case for sure and would be locked up. So she hurriedly explained the situation to He Jichu before the bailiff took her away. She didn't want to owe He Jichu anything. Seeing He Jichu's huge reaction, Gu Nianji felt even more certain that she had made the right decision. She had to pay the money back as soon as possible. "Yeah, you're still concerned about whether I'm happy or not?" He Jichu squeezed out the words through his teeth. His voice was extremely low, and his cool voice and breath almost brushed against Gu Nianji's cheek. Gu Nianji moved away and looked at He Jichu from the corner of her eyes. She continued to explain, "I know, Professor, he didn't help me for the money, but I can't take your kindness for granted. All I can do for you, Professor He, is to return the money first, then be a good student and strive to graduate with excellent grades." He Jichu was so angry that he laughed. He rubbed his forehead with one hand and leaned his elbow against the back of the chair. "Haha, I, He Jichu, am really lucky to have a student like you." "Professor He, you sound like you're saying unlucky for 8 lifetimes." Gu Nianji looked away and glanced at Chun Lai. She said nonchalantly, "If Professor He finds it hard to accept right now, then wait until this case is over." Anyway, I won't let Professor He suffer any losses. The only person who can make me suffer, no matter where I am, is you. Hijichu sighed quietly and swallowed his last words. He closed his eyes and decided not to stoop to the level of this heartless little girl. No one else heard Gunyinji and Hijichu's quiet conversation in court. Even if they did, they would only think that the defendant was talking to her defense lawyer. After all, the case had changed, and she was about to be extradited to the Huaxia Empire. Actually, even if the Huaxia Empire's diplomats hadn't appeared, Hijichu still had ways to help Gunyinji walk out of this case unscathed. But now that the Huaxia Empire's diplomats had appeared, Hijichu didn't want to use his own power. He closed his eyes and began to think about who these diplomats were here for. Xian Xingao or Gunyinji? Hijichu didn't say the last sentence, so of course Gunyinji didn't know. Of course, even if she had heard it, she wouldn't have cared. Her attention was completely focused on the confrontation between the judge and the Huaxia Empire's diplomats. After Judge Judy recovered from her shock, she finally launched a new counterattack. No, Xian is mentally impaired. She doesn't have the ability to act normally. Who can guarantee her safety? The Huaxia Empire's representatives were already prepared. Chunlai stepped forward and identified himself as a doctor. Your Honor, you can rest assured with me here. Chunlai's medical skills were internationally renowned. Coupled with his military background, even Lieutenant Colonel Peter was speechless when he stepped forward. He discreetly shook his head at Xian Xingao and spread his hands to indicate that there was nothing he could do. The CIA representative also sat motionless. Their leader, Bai Yusheng, was already under their control. Xian Xingao was no longer of any use. Xian Xingao's eyes darted around the courtroom. She suddenly realized that if she didn't speak up now, she would become a sacrificial pawn and be extradited to the Huaxia Empire. She had done that kind of thing. She didn't even need to think to know what awaited her if she returned. Your Honor, I request to become a naturalized citizen of the United States. Xian Xingao suddenly spoke up in the courtroom. Although she was speaking to the judge, she turned around and looked threateningly at Lieutenant Colonel Peter and the CIA representative sitting in the gallery. I know that according to the American naturalization law, those who have made significant contributions to the national interest of the United States can be naturalized immediately without waiting. There was a procedure to apply for a green card, but being naturalized on the front line was much faster. Xian Xingao had already carefully studied these procedures. She had thought that a green card would be no problem and that all she had to do was wait patiently. Now, however, she had no choice but to apply for naturalization immediately. Compared to wanting to put Gunyinji in jail, it was more important for her to quickly become a citizen of the United States and escape the Huaxia Empire's jurisdiction. Xian Xingao could no longer play dumb. She panicked and cried out in front of everyone in the courtroom. Gunyinji was the first to react. She immediately snickered and stood up. Huh? Didn't classmate Xian's brain suffer irreversible damage and have the IQ of a 3-year-old? Why does classmate Xian's brain work so well at critical moments? Xian Xingao, you don't have to play dumb to frame me in front of everyone. Lawyer He, I want you to represent me to countersue Xian Xingao for fabricating evidence and obstructing justice. Countersue the U.S. military and the CIA for abusing their power for personal gain and persecuting an innocent minor like me. This was the first update. The second update should be 2 updates in one, including 3,900 monthly votes. It should be around 1 o'clock p.m. A reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.